Chapter 3002. Along the way, Duan Lingtian had encountered 3 people. One of them took advantage of the fact that he was not even 100 years old and attacked him. In the end, he was killed by Duan Lingtian. When Duan Lingtian and Xue Jingyu, the second prince of the southern Qi nation, were fighting, they had witnessed Duan Lingtian's strength. For this reason, they did not have the courage to attack Duan Lingtian. In fact, they thought they were going to die. However, since they did not make a move, Duan Lingtian did not take the initiative to attack them as well. Currently, Duan Lingtian's top priority was to reach the Celestial Lord Temple. The Celestial Lord Temple seemed to be a place left behind by the Southern Heaven Celestial Lord. After walking out of the forest for a month, Duan Lingtian entered a plain that stretched as far as the eye could see. On this plain, there were still some mountain ridges that could be seen from a distance. However, they were all individual mountain ridges and there were no continuous mountain ranges. After traveling for another 3 days, when Duan Lingtian was passing by a mountain ridge, he could clearly hear the sound of fighting coming from the mountain ridge. Initially, Duan Lingtian did not plan to interfere. However, when an extremely arrogant voice sounded, Duan Lingtian's face turned grave immediately as he descended from the sky. "Huang Jiachao, you're no match for me. Prepare to die." When Duan Lingtian heard the voice, he did not continue on his journey. Instead, he descended from the sky and entered the mountain. Soon, 2 figures fighting fiercely appeared in front of him. One of them was at a disadvantage. As for the voice from earlier, it was emitted by that other person. The person who was at a disadvantage was Huang Jiachao, the 5th son of Huang Yuanfei, the city governor of Passage City in the supporting Fall Nation. He was also Huang Jialong's younger brother. After descending from the sky, Duan Lingtian did not hide his presence. Instead, he intentionally released his aura. After sensing his aura and discovering his existence, the 2 people who were fighting fiercely immediately separated from each other. "Be brother Duan?" Huang Jiachao thought he was going to die. He did not expect the person who appeared at the critical moment to be his brother's good friend. Huang Jiachao was overjoyed. His eyes and face were filled with joy. Swoosh! The expression of the person who was fighting Huang Jiachao changed drastically when he saw Huang Jiachao knew the person. "Brother Duan?" When he heard how Huang Jiachao addressed the newcomer, his eyes widened immediately. Don't tell me he's Duan Lingtian, the genius sectless cultivator from the supporting Fall Nation? The one who could easily defeat Xue Jingyu, the second prince of the Nanxi kingdom. At the thought of this, the young man in brocade who was confronting Huang Jiachao suddenly changed his expression. Then, his figure flashed and he tried to escape. Swoosh! However, as soon as the young man in embroidered clothes moved, a figure appeared in his path like a ghost and blocked his path. The person who blocked his path was none other than Duan Lingtian. Although the young Duan Lingtian did not provoke him, he could not just stand by and watch the young Duan Lingtian kill Huang Jialong's younger brother. "Duan Lingtian, I didn't offend you." The young Duan Lingtian looked at Duan Lingtian with a pale face. His eyes and face were filled with fear. He clenched his fists tightly, and he could feel his palms breaking out in cold sweat. Even Xue Jingyu, the second prince of the southern Qi nation, could easily defeat him. However, Duan Lingtian was someone who could easily defeat Xue Jingyu. Moreover, based on the speed at which Duan Lingtian appeared, it was clear he was no match for Duan Lingtian. As soon as the young Duan Lingtian finished speaking, Duan Lingtian struck with his rod at lightning speed, killing the young Duan Lingtian. The young Duan Lingtian did not even have time to react before he was killed by Duan Lingtian. Of course, not to mention that he didn't react in time. Even if he reacted in time and executed a defense, it would still be impossible for him to block Duan Lingtian's rod strike. Duan Lingtian's rod contained his celestial origin energy that had been boosted with the earth elemental profundity, the immobilization king method, and the eastern purple qi. It was not something a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial who had yet to comprehend a law could withstand. Are you alright? After killing the young Duan Lingtian looked at Huang Jiachao, who was flying toward him with a smile on his face. I'm fine. Huang Jiachao shook his head. A hint of fear could be seen on his face as he said, Brother Duan, it's fortunate that you appeared in time and lent me a hand. Otherwise, I would have been killed by Xia Hoji. Xia Hoji? Duan Lingtian was taken aback. You know him? At this moment, Duan Lingtian recalled the young Duan Lingtian had mentioned Huang Jiachao's name before he appeared. It was highly possible that the young Duan Lingtian knew Huang Jiachao. Even if he did not know Huang Jiachao, he would not have acted so arrogantly when he was about to kill Huang Jiachao. After all, they had no enmity between them. It was impossible for such a situation to occur. Of course, I know him. Huang Jiachao smiled bitterly as he said, moreover, we had some conflicts. Naturally, the conflict between him and my brother was even worse. He vented his anger on me because of the conflict between him and my brother. Jialong? Duan Lingtian raised an eyebrow. Naturally, he knew Huang Jialong was Huang Jiachao's brother. Apart from Huang Jialong, Huang Jiachao had other brothers. However, they were much older than him, and they did not spend much time together. For this reason, he did not address them intimately. Huang Jialong was the only person he could address as his brother. After all, Huang Jiachao was Huang Jialong's younger brother, and Huang Jialong was close to him. For this reason, Duan Lingtian brought Huang Jiachao with him. The Celestial Lord Temple? Huang Jiachao was shocked when he learned about the Celestial Lord Temple. It was obvious he had not heard of the Celestial Lord Temple before. If I accumulate 10 points, I'll be guided to the Celestial Lord Temple? Huang Jiachao muttered to himself for a moment before his eyes lit up. I remember now. No wonder some overarching heavenly supreme celestials who came out of the lower realm of the southern heaven ancient realm don't remember how they obtained the precious items. No wonder some overarching heavenly supreme celestials don't know how they obtained the points. It seems like the formation in the lower realm of the southern heaven ancient realm can also erase the memories of those who accumulate more than 10 points. Huang Jiachao said. Moreover, it doesn't only erase the memories of those who have accumulated more than 10 points. It also erases the memories of those who have come into contact with those who have accumulated more than 10 points. For example, I'm afraid I won't be able to remember what happened after I met you, Brother Duan. Otherwise, I could have told others about what you've told me. I'm sure similar things have happened when the lower realm of the southern heaven ancient realm opened in the past. However, nobody has heard of the Celestial Lord Temple. I'm certain my speculation is correct. That's most likely the case. Duan Lingtian nodded. Jie Chao, how many points do you have now? Duan Lingtian asked as he looked at Huang Jiachao. 3. Huang Jiachao smiled sheepishly. I was lucky to encounter 2 ordinary peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials who only had 1 point each. After killing them, I've accumulated 3 points in my accumulative point jade. After he finished speaking, he looked at Duan Lingtian and asked, what about you, Brother Duan? Me? Before I killed that person, I had 16 points. Duan Lingtian replied as he extended his divine consciousness into the accumulative point jade in his hand. Currently, I have a total of 21 points. I didn't expect that person to have 5 points. Duan Lingtian said. Although Huang Jiachao was prepared for this, he was still shocked by the number of points Duan Lingtian had accumulated. He did not expect Duan Lingtian to have accumulated 21 points. If Xiahou Ji had killed me, he would have accumulated 8 points. Unfortunately, he was unlucky to have encountered you, Brother Duan. Huang Jiachao sighed in relief as he looked at Duan Lingtian solemnly. Brother Duan, I know you're close to my brother. It's just a piece of cake for you to save me, however, I, Huang Jiachao, will remember this kindness in my heart. I will find an opportunity to repay you in the future. Huang Jiachao said resolutely. Upon seeing the determination in Huang Jiachao's eyes, Duan Lingtian no longer bothered with pleasantries. He only smiled faintly. Jie Chao, you're going to the Celestial Lord Temple with me. I wonder if there's a point requirement for entering the Celestial Lord Temple. I'll kill people and you'll collect points. Try to accumulate more than 10 points in your points jade token as soon as possible. After traveling for a while, Duan Lingtian seemed to have thought of something and said to Huang Jia Chao, Brother Duan Lingtian, you'll be able to accumulate more points in your accumulative point jade. I don't think that's appropriate. How can I keep the points from the people you killed? Although Huang Jia Chao was tempted, he shook his head and rejected Duan Lingtian's offer. Brother Duan, I know you want to help me, but I hope you'll rank first in the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Just do as I say. Duan Lingtian did not give Huang Jia Chao any room for negotiation. Huang Jia Chao could only smile bitterly when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. Since Duan Lingtian wanted to accumulate points for Huang Jia Chao, he did not show any mercy. Duan Lingtian did not hesitate to kill people whom he did not know and did not attack him or Huang Jia Chao first. After killing 2 people, Huang Jia Chao's points increased to 10. I've received some guidance as well. Huang Jia Chao said to Duan Lingtian. All right. Duan Lingtian nodded. After that, Duan Lingtian did not hold back and killed a few more people to accumulate points. Those who entered the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm were well aware of the dangers in the lower realm. Therefore, they were prepared to face death. However, the people who were killed by Duan Lingtian did not only feel despair, but they also felt extremely aggrieved at the moment before they died. Chapter 3003. In fact, those who could survive for more than 2 months in the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm were the cream of the crop among the overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestials. Along the way, Duan Lingtian had encountered a few overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestials who had comprehended Duke-grade celestial methods and divine abilities. They were stronger than Huang Jialong during the Southern Heaven combat and were on par with Hu Ji-yong, the 4th prince of the supporting Fall Nation. These people were unlucky to have encountered Duan Lingtian. They did not even have the chance to make a move before they were killed by Duan Lingtian. With Duan Lingtian's current strength, it was easy for him to kill an overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestial who had not comprehended any profundities. Brother Duan, don't be hasty in selling the king-grade celestial weapons in their possession. It's best to wait until you join one of the 3 sects and 2 clans before selling them. If you don't lack celestial crystals, it's best to delay selling them. Huang Jia Chao reminded Duan Lingtian. Throughout their journey, Huang Jia Chao had grown numb to Duan Lingtian's strength. Although he had heard from his brother, Huang Jialong, that Duan Lingtian was much stronger than before, hearing about it and seeing it with his own eyes were 2 completely different things. All right, I understand. Duan Lingtian nodded. After traveling for a while, Huang Jiachao's eyes narrowed slightly as he thought to himself, I feel that the guiding aura seems to have changed a little. Could it be that the Celestial Lord Temple is about to arrive? I feel it as well. Upon hearing Huang Jiachao's words, Duan Lingtian raised an eyebrow. Then, he looked ahead. At this moment, Duan Lingtian's ears twitched as he vaguely sensed something nearby. There seems to be something over there. At this moment, Huang Jia Chao also looked to the left. It was clear he had also sensed the same thing Duan Lingtian had sensed. Duan Lingtian looked in the direction Huang Jia Chao was looking at. With just a glance, he saw a blue light that was thousands of meters away from him. The blue light did not seem to be heading toward the Celestial Lord Temple. However, at this moment, Duan Lingtian could vaguely sense a commotion coming from inside. Moreover, this commotion was becoming more and more intense. Although Duan Lingtian's strength was far stronger than Huang Jia Chao, their divine consciousness, as a peak overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestial, was similar. For this reason, Huang Jia Chao could also sense the commotion that Duan Lingtian could sense. Let's go. Let's go take a look. Due to the fact that it was not far away, Duan Ling Tian could not suppress the curiosity in his heart and flashed towards the blue water that was a few thousand meters away. Huang Jiachao, naturally, followed closely behind Duan Ling Tian. After all, with his strength, it would be difficult for him to survive in the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. After meeting up with Duan Ling Tian, he discovered that even the weakest overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestial who had died at the hands of Duan Ling Tian was as strong as him. The remaining people were all stronger than him. After a while, Duan Ling Tian arrived at the blue light. As it turned out, the blue light was actually a small lake in the middle of the desert. However, the surface of the lake was not calm at all. Ripples could be seen on the surface of the lake. It seems like there's a battle going on inside. Huang Jiachao extended his divine consciousness into the lake and quickly sensed the vibrations coming from the depths of the lake. A battle? Inside the lake? At this moment, Duan Ling Tian extended his divine consciousness into the lake as well. His eyes lit up as he thought to himself, could this be a place of fortuitous encounters? There were many fortuitous encounters in the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Usually, fortuitous encounters were located in certain places, and they were called places of fortuitous encounters. The fortuitous encounters in the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm could include a king-grade celestial weapon, a king-grade celestial method, a divine ability, a cultivation method, a precious pill, or a precious celestial talisman. There were also some other precious items. Nobody knows about the Celestial Lord Temple. However, many people who have entered the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm are talking about places of fortuitous encounters. Duan Ling Tian looked at Huang Jiachao and said, Jiachao, I have to admit that both of us are very unlucky. It's been 2 months since we entered the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, and we only found a place of fortuitous encounter. Although there were not many people who managed to obtain fortuitous encounters in the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, there were still many who managed to obtain fortuitous encounters. However, this did not mean one would not be able to obtain fortuitous encounters if one did not encounter a place of fortuitous encounters. Some unlucky overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestials who managed to obtain fortuitous encounters died in the hands of other overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestials. Those who managed to obtain fortuitous encounters in places of fortuitous encounters would be able to obtain the fortuitous encounters of other overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestials if they were strong enough. Although Duan Ling Tian did not encounter any places of fortuitous encounters, he had killed quite a number of people who managed to obtain fortuitous encounters in the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Some of them even had more than 2 king-grade celestial weapons in their spatial rings. However, since Duan Ling Tian was not certain which king-grade celestial weapon came from the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, he did not dare to use it recklessly. Most of the overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestials who entered the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm had powerful backgrounds. If he used their king-grade celestial weapons recklessly, he would be discovered and killed. If that was the case, he would definitely attract unnecessary trouble. Shall we go in and have a look? Huang Jiachao looked at Duan Ling Tian eagerly. If he was alone, he would definitely hide as far away as possible after discovering that there were people fighting in this place that was suspected to be a land of opportunity. This was because he knew his own strength very well. Let's go. Duan Ling Tian nodded. He was just about to enter the lake when he saw Huang Jiachao and Huang Jiachao entering the lake. Their celestial origin energies surged out of their bodies and blocked the water from entering the lake. It was as though they were walking on flat ground. Boom! 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 Bang! 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 The deeper they went, the louder the sounds in Duan Ling Tian and Huang Jiachao's ears became. All of a sudden, Duan Ling Tian and Huang Jiachao came to an abrupt halt when they discovered the voice had suddenly stopped. It was as if the voice just now was just an auditory hallucination. Duan Ling Tian and Huang Jiachao exchanged a look. It seems like they've discovered us. Huang Jiachao asked through voice transmission. It's obvious. If they didn't discover us, they wouldn't have stopped fighting so abruptly. Duan Lingtian nodded. Following that, Duan Lingtian and Huang Jiachao continued to explore the lake with their divine consciousness. Soon, they discovered that there was a water-repelling array formation at the bottom of the lake, blocking a dilapidated door inside. A sword-shaped stone tablet could be seen at the side of the dilapidated door with 2 large words carved on it. Sword Tomb. Duan Lingtian and Huang Jiachao passed through the formation and stood in front of the dilapidated door. They looked at the sword-shaped stone tablet at the side of the door. Sword Tomb. It seems like there's a place with fortuitous encounters with divine weapons. Huang Jiachao said to Duan Lingtian, in the southern heaven ancient realm, there's a king-grade celestial weapon fortuitous encounters in each of the fortuitous encounters. All the weapons in the fortuitous encounters are king-grade celestial weapons that have been nurtured by celestial lords with their celestial origin energy. These king-grade celestial weapons are no different from ordinary king-grade celestial weapons. However, since they've been nurtured by celestial lords with their celestial origin energy, they're much more powerful than ordinary king-grade celestial weapons. Upon hearing Huang Jiachao's words, Duan Lingtian came to a realization. There was a huge difference between king-grade celestial weapons that had been nurtured by celestial lords with their celestial origin energy. Since this place is called the Sword Tomb, it means there's a king-grade celestial sword that has been nurtured by celestial lords with their celestial origin energy. The people here must be fighting for the king-grade celestial sword. Huang Jiachao said confidently. As soon as Huang Jiachao's voice fell, a deep and loud voice came from within the Sword Tomb at the right time. Since both of you are here, please come in. From the beginning until the end, the people inside the Sword Tomb had no intention of attacking Duan Lingtian and Huang Jiachao. Since they were both peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials, it was impossible for them to hide from Duan Lingtian and Huang Jiachao's divine consciousness unless they used a concealment celestial talisman. Celestial talismans that could hide from Duan Lingtian and Huang Jiachao's divine consciousness were usually inscribed by celestial dukes or stronger. Therefore, they were useless in the lower realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. After stepping through the dilapidated door of the Sword Tomb, they arrived at a passage that was about 10 meters long. After passing through the passage, they arrived at a spacious cave abode. The cave abode was square and had tens of thousands of sword marks on its walls. Some were deep while some were shallow, some were deep. It was as though someone had frequently practiced swordsmanship in the cave. At the end of the cave abode, there was a sword-shaped stone platform. Tens of thousands of swords were engraved on the stone platform. None of the swords were the same. Even if they looked similar, their sizes were completely different. The most eye-catching thing was the huge sword that was as long as a 7-foot-long spear that was stabbed into the ground behind the stone platform. The huge sword did not have a blade, making it look like an ordinary stone sword. However, the huge sword that was stabbed into the ground behind the sword-shaped stone platform was emitting 7-colored sword rays. This 7-colored sword light was the sword chi that extended from the engravings on the sword-shaped stone platform. It constantly penetrated into the huge sword and then flew out of the huge sword and re-entered the engravings on the sword-shaped stone platform. Swoosh! 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 From time to time, some sword chis would shoot out from the huge sword, and when they shot a little further, they would leave a new sword mark on the stone wall of the cave. Clearly, the sword marks on the walls of the cave abode were left by the sword chi that extended from the huge sword. As soon as Duan Lingtian and Huang Jiachao entered the cave abode, Duan Lingtian sensed the killing intent from the 2 men standing in the middle of the cave abode. Chapter 3004. A middle-aged man and a young man stood in the middle of the Sword Tomb as they stared at Duan Lingtian and Huang Jiachao with sharp eyes. Just as Huang Jiachao had said, this was a land of opportunity that contained a divine weapon. It was discovered by the middle-aged man and the young man together. The reason they were fighting earlier was to determine the ownership of the king-grade celestial sword. It was not an ordinary king-grade celestial weapon. It was a king-grade celestial weapon that had been nurtured by a celestial lord with his celestial origin energy. Such a king-grade celestial weapon was much more powerful than ordinary king-grade celestial weapons. Both of them had ordinary king-grade celestial weapons, and their strength was on par. However, if one of them obtained the king-grade celestial sword, they would be able to break the balance. They would be able to take advantage of the difference in strength between the king-grade celestial weapon and ordinary king-grade celestial weapons to defeat or kill the other party. Initially, the two of them were fighting fiercely over the king-grade celestial sword. However, when they realized that someone else had also discovered this place and was approaching, they tacitly retracted their attacks. After all, neither of them wanted to be the prey of the mantis stalking the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. Both of us discovered the sword tomb. Let's join forces and kill them. After that, we'll continue to fight for the ownership of the king-grade celestial sword. What do you think? All right. Before Duan Lingtian and Huang Jiachao entered the sword tomb, the middle-aged man and the young man agreed to join forces and kill Duan Lingtian and Huang Jiachao before they continued to fight for the king-grade celestial sword. That sword seems pretty good. Although Duan Lingtian could sense the killing intent from the middle-aged man and the young man, his expression remained calm as he looked at the huge sword behind the sword-shaped stone platform. Lad, this sword suits you very well. At this moment, the Chaos Divine Earth's childish voice rang in Duan Lingtian's body again as he looked at the gigantic sword behind the sword-shaped stone platform. Generally speaking, it's best for those who have comprehended the law of wind to use light and sharp weapons. Since you've comprehended the law of earth, it's best for you to use a heavy weapon like this huge sword or a saber or an axe. The Chaos Divine Earth said. As soon as the Chaos Divine Earth finished speaking, Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up as he looked at the huge sword on the sword-shaped stone platform. It was a king-grade celestial weapon that suited him. Moreover, it was a king-grade celestial weapon that was nurtured by a celestial lord. I want this sword. Duan Lingtian said loudly as he stared at the gigantic sword. It was as though he had completely ignored the two people who were glaring at him and Huang Jiachao. Duan Lingtian's is kings. Of Duan Lingtian's Duan Lingtian. Duan of Duan kings Tian's, S sword Duan Ling. Of Tian Duan Sun Lingtian. Duan Tian had heard, S Duan Lingtian, Tian, sword Duan Dun sword and a. Before Duan Lingtian entered the sword tomb cave, he had heard from the Chaos Divine Earth that the two people fighting inside had yet to comprehend any profundities from a law. No matter how strong an overarching heavenly supreme celestial was, there was a limit to their strength. For this reason, Duan Lingtian did not feel any pressure when he entered the sword tomb cave. It was as though he was returning to his own home. No, the middle-aged man was about to say, not bad, when Duan Lingtian, whose celestial origin energy had been boosted by the earth elemental profundity, appeared in front of the middle-aged man like a ghost. Bang! The staff rose and fell. With just a swing of the staff, the middle-aged man fell to the ground, dead. All of this happened in the blink of an eye, and it was so fast that the young man at the side didn't even have time to react. When he regained his senses, he discovered the middle-aged man, who was as strong as him, was lying in a pool of his own blood. He's dead? The middle-aged man's expression changed drastically. He looked at Duan Lingtian and said in a trembling voice, Sir, I don't want that sword. I don't want it anymore. I don't want it anymore. Please spare my life so that I can leave the lower realm of the southern heaven ancient realm alive. A hint of pleading could be heard in the middle-aged man's voice when he spoke. However, Duan Lingtian's response was another swing of the staff. Bang! In just a blink of an eye, the middle-aged man's accumulative point jade shattered as well. The points in the accumulative point jade shattered and became Duan Lingtian's. Unlike the middle-aged man, who was unaware of Duan Lingtian's strength, the middle-aged man was completely unprepared. Although this young man had learned of Duan Lingtian's strength after the middle-aged man's death, he did not have any intention of resisting Duan Ling Tian at all because he knew the gap between him and Duan Ling Tian. If he had the courage to fight back, he might have been able to withstand a few moves from Duan Ling Tian. However, since he did not have the courage to fight back, he was destined to be killed by Duan Ling Tian's staff. After killing the two middle-aged men, Duan Ling Tian removed the giant sword from the sword-shaped stone platform. The moment the giant sword left the sword-shaped stone platform and entered his hand, the sword chi that had originally entered the giant sword from the sword-shaped carvings on the stone platform suddenly scattered in all directions, filling the surroundings of the cave dwelling. Swoosh! 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 Tens of thousands of sword chi swirled around the walls of the cave. The number of sword chi continued to increase, emitting a menacing aura. Brother Duan, it's said that one has to pass a test to obtain the fortuitous encounter in the fortuitous encounter. It seems like the two middle-aged men haven't passed the test to obtain the king-grade celestial sword. They're just trying to obtain the fortuitous encounter, Huang Jia Chao said to Duan Ling Tian. In the history of the lower realm of the southern heaven ancient realm, there are many overarching heavenly supreme celestials who died in the fortuitous encounter due to their lack of strength. Test. Upon hearing Huang Jia Chao's words, Duan Ling Tian glanced at the colorful sword chi in the surroundings. Currently, there were tens of thousands of sword chi. Swoosh! 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 When the sword-shaped stone platform stopped emitting sword chi, the tens of thousands of sword chi that were circling around the cave suddenly changed direction and flew in another direction. The direction they flashed towards was precisely the direction Duan Ling Tian was at. Swoosh! 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 Over 1,000 sword chis flashed past Huang Jiachao's body, and the ear-piercing sword whistles caused his scalp to go numb. His entire body stood on the spot, and his legs seemed to be filled with lead, and he didn't dare to move at all. As the tens of thousands of sword chi flew toward him, Duan Ling Tian held his sword horizontally. A crimson silhouette appeared on his back. It was none other than his purely defensive king-grade celestial weapon, the red scale garment. It was also a king-grade celestial weapon given to him by Hu Lin Yi, the emperor of the supporting Fall nation. As soon as the silhouette of the red scale garment appeared, it shone with a golden light and purple energy that resembled lightning bolts. Apart from that, a whirlpool appeared in the silhouette of the red scale garment and began to devour the heaven and earth spirit energy in the surroundings. At the same time, an earthy yellow light began to swirl around the silhouette of the red scale garment. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian cast his strongest defense. Of course, this was the strongest defense that the Chaos Divine Earth could muster without the Chaos Divine Earth making a move. Swoosh! 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 Several tens of thousands of sword chi intertwined with each other as though they had transformed into a terrifying sword net that was intertwined with each other as they swept down towards Duan Ling Tian. In just a blink of an eye, the sword chi landed on the silhouette of the red scale garment on Duan Ling Tian's body, creating ripples on its surface. Chi! 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 When the sword chi landed on the silhouette of the red scale garment, it evaporated like water droplets falling on a red-hot iron plate. In the end, the tens of thousands of sword chi failed to penetrate Duan Ling Tian's defense. Duan Ling Tian had successfully passed the test and officially obtained control of the gigantic sword. The formation on the sword has disappeared. When Duan Ling Tian obtained the gigantic sword, he discovered that there was a formation on the surface of the gigantic sword. Moreover, it was the kind of formation that prevented people from dripping blood on it. At that time, he knew the gigantic sword did not completely belong to him even though he had obtained it. Now that he had passed the test and the formation had disappeared, the gigantic sword finally belonged to him. Congratulations, Brother Duan. Huang Jia Chao was not surprised when he saw Duan Ling Tian had easily passed the test. However, he could not help but sigh inwardly. If he was in Duan Lingtian's shoes, he was not confident he would be able to pass the test. Drip. This energy. It's so powerful. After Duan Lingtian dripped blood on the gigantic sword and infused it with his celestial origin energy that had been boosted with the earth elemental profundity, he could clearly feel the terrifying energy surging in the sword. This energy was much stronger than the energy he had boosted with the long rod earlier. It was on a completely different level. Previously, I've only heard that a king-grade celestial weapon nurtured by a celestial lord is extraordinary. However, I've never used such a celestial weapon before. However, now. Initially, Duan Lingtian did not have much of an idea about a king-grade celestial weapon that had been nurtured by a celestial lord. However, after obtaining the gigantic sword, he was enlightened. A king-grade celestial weapon that had been nurtured by a celestial lord was much stronger than an ordinary king-grade celestial weapon. In fact, it could be said that the gigantic sword was extremely powerful. They were not on the same level at all. Although a king-grade celestial weapon that had been nurtured by a celestial lord was powerful, it was still inferior to Duan Lingtian's royal-grade celestial weapons, the mystical E9 water chestnut ring and the mystical Yang 9 water chestnut ring. Duan Lingtian was not surprised by this. Chapter 3005. Jie Chao, is it possible that the people I killed possessed king-grade celestial weapons that had been nurtured by celestial lords before they entered the lower realm of the southern heaven ancient realm? When Duan Lingtian saw the difference between an ordinary king-grade celestial weapon and a king-grade celestial weapon that had been nurtured by a celestial lord, he was reminded of his lute. Of course, it's possible. Huang Jia Chao nodded. In the past, when the entrance to the lower realm of the southern heaven ancient realm opened, some of the forces that recommended the top overarching heavenly supreme celestials were given king-grade celestial weapons that were nurtured by celestial lords from the 3 sects and 2 clans. For ordinary forces in the profound nether mansion, a king-grade celestial weapon that has been nurtured by a celestial lord is extremely rare. However, for grade 7 forces like the 3 sects and 2 clans who have a close relationship with the profound nether mansion, it's not impossible to obtain a king-grade celestial weapon that has been nurtured by a celestial lord. Huang Jia Chao said. Most of the overarching heavenly supreme celestials who entered the lower realm of the southern heaven ancient realm came from grade 8 forces. Some grade 8 forces have king-grade celestial weapons that have been nurtured by celestial lords. Even the imperial family of the supporting Fall Nation has king-grade celestial weapons that have been nurtured by celestial lords. Huang Jia Chao paused for a moment before he continued to say, based on what I know, His Majesty gave the 4th Prince, Hu Jiong, a king-grade celestial weapon that has been nurtured by a celestial lord during his trip to the lower realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. Duan Lingtian nodded. Huang Jia Chao's words had undoubtedly dispelled some of his thoughts. After witnessing the difference between the gigantic sword in his hand and an ordinary king-grade celestial weapon, he wanted to confirm if there were any king-grade celestial weapons that had been nurtured by a celestial lord among the king-grade celestial weapons he had obtained earlier. If there were any, they must have obtained them in the lower realm of the southern heaven ancient realm, and their forces were unaware of it. Under such circumstances, even if the king-grade celestial weapons were exposed, their forces would not be able to trace it back to Duan Lingtian. Naturally, this was Duan Lingtian's thought before he asked Huang Jia Chao about it. After asking Huang Jia Chao, he knew that his idea was not feasible. It seems like these king-grade celestial weapons are still a secret. Unless we can confirm they obtained the king-grade celestial weapons after they entered the lower realm of the southern heaven ancient realm, however, this is almost impossible. After all, they are all dead now. Although he felt that it was a pity, Duan Lingtian did not continue to be entangled in this matter. After putting the giant sword in his hand into the storage ring, he called Huang Jia Chao and left the sword tomb cave together. After Duan Lingtian walked out of the sword tomb and passed through the formation that separated the sword tomb from the lake, he could feel the vibrations behind him. It actually collapsed. Looking back, Duan Lingtian found that the sword catacomb had collapsed. The sword-shaped stone tablet on one side of the dilapidated door was also buried under a pile of rubble. At the same time, the formation that separated the sword tomb from the lake also disappeared. The lake water swept out and shrouded the ruins of the sword tomb. Usually, a place with fortuitous encounters will self-destruct after someone obtains the fortuitous encounter. Huang Zheqiao explained when he saw the shocked expression on Duan Lingtian's face. Although this was his first time entering the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, and he had not come across any fortuitous encounters before today, he had heard about the various fortuitous encounters in the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. All right. Duan Lingtian nodded and left the bottom of the lake with Huang Zheqiao. After leaving the lake, they continued to make their way to the Celestial Lord Temple. In the Devata realms, the 7 deadliest lands were places that would strike fear into the hearts of many. It was said that even heavenly emperors from Devata realms would most likely die if they entered one of the 7 deadliest lands. Among the 7 deadliest places in the Devata realms, even the deadliest place in the Devata realms was a place that struck fear in people's hearts. Even the strongest heavenly emperors in the Devata realms did not dare to enter the last fearsome place among the 7 great fearsome places. The Azura Hell was ranked 4th among the 7 deadliest lands in the Devata realms. There was no day or night in the Azura Hell. There was only an endless night of blood. The Azura Hell could be considered an independent realm. Although it was smaller than a Devata realm, it was not smaller than a realm of gods. Upon entering the Azura Hell, one could see that the sky was blood red, and the ground was blood red as well. Even the air between heaven and earth was filled with the thick stench of blood. In fact, even without entering the Azura Hell, even the area near the entrance to the Azura Hell was blood red. Kill. Near the entrance of the Azura Hell, a middle-aged man covered in blood stepped into the air with a loud roar. He faced the giant python that was sweeping over from afar. The giant python was blood red in color, and its body was covered in blood red scales. Its body was over 100 meters long, and its sturdy body was intimidating. Its eyes were crimson red, and its fangs were extremely sharp. It charged at the middle-aged man at lightning speed. Its mouth was filled with a bloody aura as though it was going to swallow the middle-aged man whole. In just a blink of an eye, the man and the snake passed each other. The moment the middle-aged man approached the giant python, his body nimbly dodged and avoided the giant python's bloody mouth. The giant axe in his hand swept through the air and fell between the giant python's eyebrows, forcibly splitting the giant python's head into 2 halves from top to bottom. Bang! In the next moment, the strong tail of the giant python that had already lashed out also fell on the middle-aged man's body in a timely manner, slapping the middle-aged man away. Barf! The middle-aged man spat out a mouthful of blood as he crashed heavily on the ground. He looked wretched, but a ferocious smile was plastered on his face. I finally killed it. The middle-aged man looked at the giant python. The middle-aged man stared into the distance. The 100-meter-long python fell to the ground with a loud crash, completely silent. All of a sudden, boom! Rumble! When the middle-aged man heard the commotion in the distance, he instinctively looked up and saw a gigantic figure approaching him. Is this another blood eagle? The middle-aged man's heart trembled when he saw that the huge figure in the air was an extremely huge goshawk with blood-red wings all over its body that were like blades. Next, he looked down and fixed his gaze on the goshawk's claws. He could vaguely see a few blood-red scales on them. Could it be that the injured crimson blood python I just killed is its prey? The crimson blood python was the giant python that the middle-aged man had just killed. Otherwise, with his cultivation base as a 7-star celestial emperor, it would be impossible for him to kill the crimson blood python that was a 9 palaces celestial emperor even if he had comprehended extraordinary profundities from the law. Since the crimson blood python was a 9 palaces celestial emperor, it was only natural that the profundities it had comprehended would not be weak. Based on the nether blood eagle's speed, it's most likely a 9 palaces celestial emperor as well. Suddenly, the middle-aged man saw the nether blood eagle's figure flash and leave a blood-red afterimage before his eyes. Instantly, a bitter smile appeared on the corners of his mouth. In the next moment, the middle-aged man closed his eyes in despair when he sensed the stench of blood in the air. He knew he would not be a match for the nether blood eagle even if he was at his peak, let alone now. He only had one choice if the nether blood eagle wanted to kill him. He had no choice but to resign himself to death. However, the death that the middle-aged man had imagined did not come. Instead, the stench of blood in the air disappeared. With your cultivation base, you're seeking death by staying near the entrance of the Azura Hell. Leave now. A faint voice sounded, causing the middle-aged man to subconsciously open his eyes. Boom! The moment he opened his eyes, he saw the nether blood eagle lying on the ground not far from him. It had been full of energy just a moment ago, but now, it had turned into a corpse. Upon closer inspection, he could see the nether blood eagle's forehead had been pierced. It was a fatal wound. At the same time, the nether blood eagle's body was riddled with holes as though it had been pierced by thousands of arrows. The middle-aged man's heart skipped a beat when he sensed the faint aura of the law of profundities spreading in the air. This is the law of destruction? In the next moment, the middle-aged man's eyes narrowed as he looked at the figure that flew away on the sword and turned into a small black dot in the blink of an eye. He said loudly, "Thank you, Senior, for saving my life. May I know Senior's name? If there's a chance in the future, I'll do my best to repay your kindness." With the middle-aged man's cultivation base, he could tell the black dot was a young man's back even though he was injured. However, he did not dare to underestimate the other party just because of his young back. Someone who could kill the nether blood eagle in just a blink of an eye was most likely a 10-direction celestial emperor who had comprehended powerful profundities. If you want to repay my kindness, help me go to a mundane realm called the Saint Province Realm and look for a young man called Duanling Tian. Once you find him, bring him to the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven, the middle-aged man said. Under the gaze of the middle-aged man, the figure on the sword turned around, revealing a young, handsome, and stern face. My name is Feng Qingyang. As soon as the young man finished speaking, he turned around and disappeared from the middle-aged man's sight. Feng Qingyang? The middle-aged man's eyes widened, and his expression changed drastically. Isn't that the name of the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven? Wasn't that Lord Heavenly Emperor chased by someone and fled into the Azura Hell and died? He's still alive. The middle-aged man inhaled sharply. Although he was not a member of the solitary destructive heaven, he had heard of the legend of the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. He knew that the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven was a terrifying figure. Chapter 3006. The guidance stopped. Duanling Tian and Huang Jiachao followed the guidance and flew up and down. Finally, they arrived in the middle of the void. At this point, the guidance disappeared. Duanling Tian and Huang Jiachao looked at each other in confusion when they discovered their accumulative points jade vibrating. In the next moment, before they could react, they felt waves of mysterious power appear out of nowhere in the void around them. The energy shrouded their bodies, causing them to stiffen and lose their ability to move. What a terrifying energy! After being restrained by the energy, Duanling Tian's vision turned dark. He could no longer see Huang Jiachao or the vast desert beneath his feet. At the same time, he subconsciously tried to break free from the shackles of that power. However, no matter what he did, his power was like a stone sinking into the ocean. It did not cause any waves. Boy, there's no need to struggle. That's the energy of a celestial lord. If I'm not mistaken, the energy must be taking you somewhere. The chaos divine earth's childish voice rang in Duanling Tian's body. It feels like a transportation formation. Transportation formation? Upon hearing the chaos divine earth's words, Duanling Tian gave up resisting. His eyes lit up immediately. It must be taking me to the Celestial Lord Temple. With this thought in mind, Duanling Tian gave up on resisting. After more than 10 breaths of time, Duan Ling Tian discovered that he felt as though he was standing on solid ground even though he was originally flying in the air. At the same time, the darkness in front of him disappeared and was replaced by light. This is, after looking around, Duan Ling Tian discovered he was in a small room. There was nothing else in the room other than a stone bed. There were no windows in the small room. There was only a door that led outside. However, the door flashed with a mysterious light. It was clear there was a formation set up on the door. Where's Jie Chao? After Duan Ling Tian finished observing the room, he finally remembered Huang Jie Chao. However, he discovered Huang Jie Chao was not by his side at all. Could it be that Jie Chao was also sent to another small room? Duan Ling Tian thought to himself. Just as Duan Ling Tian had expected, Huang Jie Chao was also sent to another small room when Duan Ling Tian was sent to his room. When Huang Jie Chao discovered Duan Ling Tian was not by his side, he instinctively wanted to open the door and look for Duan Ling Tian. However, just as he was about to open the door, a mysterious light flashed on the door. In the next moment, the voice that had sounded when he obtained 10 points from his accumulative points jade token appeared. Welcome to the Celestial Lord Temple. Now, you're in a sealed room in the Celestial Lord Palace. Even a 10-direction Celestial King wouldn't be able to break into this room. Now, you have two choices. The first choice is to cultivate here and wait until you leave the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Since you've obtained 10 points, you'll be sent out of the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm by the transporting formation. The second choice is to open the door and search for fortuitous encounters in the Celestial Lord Temple. However, you'll have to face other people who are also searching for fortuitous encounters in the Celestial Lord Temple. Think about it carefully before you make your choice. At this point, the voice completely disappeared. Huang Jie Chao smiled wryly when he heard the voice. Did he have any other choice? He was certain he would be safe if he stayed by Duan Ling Tian's side. However, if he left the Celestial Lord Temple, he could not guarantee he would not encounter and be killed by other overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestials before he could find Duan Ling Tian. Forget it. With my strength, I'm already very lucky to be alive. There's no need for me to risk my life for the fortuitous encounters in the Celestial Lord Temple. In the end, Huang Jie Chao made up his mind and decided to stay in the room until he left the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. He knew his limits. With his strength, without Duan Ling Tian's help, it was unlikely he would be able to obtain any fortuitous encounters in the Celestial Lord Temple. Even if he was lucky enough to obtain a fortuitous encounter, he would not be able to keep it. After making his choice, Huang Jie Chao sat cross-legged on the bed and began to cultivate. He would be sent out of the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm when the time was up. When Huang Jie Chao made his choice, Duan Ling Tian heard the voice and knew the small room was inside the Celestial Lord Temple. Jie Chao is a smart person. I don't think he'll risk his life. With this thought in mind, Duan Ling Tian sighed in relief. Without any hesitation, he opened the door and walked out of the room. At the same time, Duan Ling Tian extended his divine consciousness to check if there were any overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestials hiding in the dark. However, as soon as he left the room, he realized he was overthinking things. This was because he found himself in a spacious hall. The hall was dazzling with gold and jade, but it was empty. It gave off a lonely feeling. At the same time, Duan Ling Tian turned around and discovered the room behind him had disappeared. It was clear he had stepped into a transportation formation as soon as he left the room. Swoosh. 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 As soon as Duan Ling Tian regained his senses, he heard the sound of wind whistling in the air. Immediately after, he saw that in the originally empty hall, many solid figures had appeared. There were men and women, old and young, but all of them were emitting powerful auras. They're all peak overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestials. Duan Ling Tian scanned the hall with his divine consciousness and discovered there were more than 100 peak overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestials in the spacious hall. At the same time, Duan Ling Tian discovered these people looked no different from ordinary humans. However, their eyes were dim as though they had lost their souls. Are they battle souls formed by formations? Previously, Duan Ling Tian had some understanding of formations in the Devata realms. He knew there were many formations in the Devata realms that could be used to form battle souls. Naturally, these formations required a large number of high-grade celestial crystals to maintain. It was like burning money to form battle souls. The strength of a battle soul depended on the grade of the formation used to form it. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian was facing a group of battle souls formed by formations. Moreover, all of them were peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials. Although peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials battle souls can't cast profundities of laws, celestial methods, or divine abilities, they can still fuse with each other to increase their strength. While Duan Ling Tian was thinking about the battle souls, the 100 peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials battle souls began to fuse with each other. In just a blink of an eye, the 100 peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials battle souls became 10 battle souls and merged into one. These 10 battle souls. Duan Ling Tian muttered to himself. Although the 10 battle souls before Duan Ling Tian were only peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials battle souls, Duan Ling Tian could clearly sense there was something different about them. Swoosh. 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 Duan Ling Tian did not even have the time to carefully examine the differences between the 10 battle souls when their eyes flashed with a blood-red light. At the same time, they made their move and surrounded Duan Ling Tian as they charged toward him. These battle souls are... Duan Ling Tian muttered to himself. Based on the speed of the 10 battle souls, Duan Ling Tian could tell each of them was much stronger than Huang Jia. These 10 battle souls are comparable to peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials who have comprehended various Duke-grade celestial methods and divine abilities. Even peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials who haven't comprehended any profundities of laws would feel pressured facing one of them, let alone 10 of them. Is this the first trial after entering the Celestial Lord Temple? At this moment, Duan Lingtian's expression turned grim. I hope Jia Chao didn't come out. Although Duan Ling Tian was certain Huang Jia Chao had not come out, he could not help but worry if Huang Jia Chao thought he would be able to find him as soon as he stepped out of the room. With Huang Jia Chao's strength, he would definitely die if he came out of the room. Any one of the 10 battle souls could easily kill Huang Jia Chao. Swoosh. Faced with the 10 battle souls, Duan Ling Tian raised his hand and took out the gigantic sword he had just obtained. The gigantic sword was a king-grade celestial weapon that had been nourished by a celestial lord's celestial origin energy. It was much more powerful than ordinary king-grade celestial weapons. Elementary devouring tactic. Earth elemental profundity. Purple chi from the east. Akala king art. After retrieving the gigantic sword, Duan Ling Tian did not hesitate to unleash his full strength against the 10 powerful battle souls. The gigantic sword soared through the air like an eagle. It contained Duan Lingtian's full strength, causing the void to tremble and explode in its wake. Buzz! In just a blink of an eye, the gigantic sword collided with one of the battle souls. Before the battle soul could react, it was sliced into two by the gigantic sword and turned into ashes. Buzz! Buzz! The gigantic sword continued to slash through the air and killed 2 more battle souls. After killing 3 more battle souls, it moved toward the 4th battle soul. At this moment, the void in the main hall began to tremble. In the next moment, Duan Ling Tian saw his gigantic sword froze in the air as though it was being restrained by some unknown force. However, Duan Ling Tian was certain there was no force restraining his gigantic sword. What's going on? Duan Ling Tian felt goosebumps rising on his skin when he saw this strange scene. He had no idea what was going on. Moreover, at this moment, he could feel there was no obstruction in his control of the gigantic sword. However, the gigantic sword was still frozen in the air. It's the law of time. Chapter 3007. The Law of Time? Duan Ling Tian was stunned. Yes. It's the law of time. The Chaos Divine Earth replied, after you killed the third war soul, the law of time's energy surged out of the formation in the hall and shrouded the area where your sword is, causing the time in that area to stop. If I'm not mistaken, the appearance of the temporal law at this time is definitely to prevent you from attacking the 7 battle souls. It wants the other 7 battle souls to complete the fusion. As soon as the Chaos Divine Earth finished speaking, what happened next seemed to confirm the Chaos Divine Earth's words. Swoosh. 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 The remaining 7 fighting souls converged at lightning speed and merged into one, forming a single fighting soul. This war soul was a middle-aged man who was more than 2 meters tall. He was as sturdy as an iron tower. His upper body was bare, and his muscles were taut and his veins were pulsating. It was as if he had been suppressing his strength for a long time and was about to release it. In the next moment, a sword that was identical to the one in Duan Lingtian's hand appeared in the muscular middle-aged man's hand. The aura emitted from the sword was similar to the aura emitted by the sword in Duan Ling Tian's hand. It was a king-grade celestial weapon that had been nourished by a celestial lord's celestial origin energy. It's moving. Right at this moment, Duan Ling Tian noticed that his sword that was frozen in place had finally moved. However, because the target of his attack was no longer there, this sword strike had missed its target. Lad, this battle soul is not to be underestimated. His current strength is on par with a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial who has comprehended a law's fundamental profundity. In fact, he's slightly stronger than peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials who have comprehended a law's fundamental profundity, the Chaos Divine Earth said. The Chaos Divine Earth said, I'll lend you a hand when the time comes. However, I'll only be able to prevent him from breaking through your defenses. You'll have to rely on yourself to kill him. It's a pity the profound divine metal is still asleep. If he wakes up and fuses with the first form profound divine metal, he'll be able to transform into a third form profound divine metal. At that time, he'll be able to fuse with your offensive celestial weapon to further enhance your offensive strength. Upon hearing the Chaos Divine Earth's words, Duan Ling Tian realized the battle soul's strength was not to be underestimated. The law of time won't appear again, right? If it appears again and immobilizes me, won't I be killed by the battle soul? Duan Ling Tian was most concerned about this. Just now, the power of time law had caused the space where his weapon was to stop in time, allowing his attacking fighting soul to escape. Now, if the laws of time directly stopped the time in the space he was in, then he would definitely die. Duan Ling Tian felt his scalp go numb when he thought of this. The law of time was too strange, too terrifying, and impossible to guard against. That's impossible. If that's the case, the Celestial Lord Temple would be treating human lives like grass. How would it benefit the Southern Heaven Celestial Lord who created the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm? The Chaos Divine Earth dispelled Duan Lingtian's doubts. The law of time must have interfered with the battle soul to fuse with the battle soul. Now that the battle soul has fused with the battle soul, the law of time has accomplished its mission. If the law of time wanted to help the battle souls kill you, it could have just immobilized the space around you. Duan Ling Tian agreed with the Chaos Divine Earth's words. You've passed the first test after entering the Celestial Lord Temple after killing this battle soul. However, if this is the first test of the Celestial Lord Temple, the subsequent tests you'll have to face will be even more difficult. The Chaos Divine Earth said again, trying to give Duan Ling Tian a heads up. I know that, Duan Ling Tian nodded. Then, he looked at the battle soul that had fused with the battle soul and said, as long as the law of time doesn't appear again, I'll be fine. Swoosh. As soon as Duan Ling Tian finished speaking, the battle soul charged forward with its huge sword in its hand. Similar to how Duan Ling Tian had attacked earlier, the battle soul slashed at Duan Ling Tian's waist as though it was trying to cut Duan Ling Tian in half. Humph. Duan Ling Tian unleashed his full strength again when he saw the battle soul charging toward him. His huge sword shook the void as a thunderous sound rang in the air. Clang! Duan Ling Tian fought head-on with the battle soul, and the enormous sword in his hand directly collided with the enormous sword in the battle soul's hand. At the same time that they fiercely collided, it emitted an ear-piercing sound of collision. Meanwhile, boom! Rumble! At this moment, the huge sword in Duan Ling Tian's hand collided with the huge sword in the battle soul's hand and the huge sword in Duan Ling Tian's hand. What was even more exaggerated was the collision of the two huge swords. When the two swords collided, the sky abruptly trembled as a terrifying wave of air swept out in all directions. At the next moment, the entire hall started to tremble due to the airwaves that swept out. It was as if an earth-shattering earthquake had occurred. What a powerful strength. It's on par with mine. The vibration that came from his hand allowed Duan Ling Tian to clearly feel the strength of the battle soul. It was actually on par with his full strength. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian realized that it would be difficult to determine the victor if he continued to fight head-on. He had to use his wits. Moreover, he still had the Chaos Divine Earth as his trump card. While Duan Ling Tian and the battle soul were engaged in a fierce battle, a gray-clad young man who had just passed the test walked out of another hall. After walking out of the hall, the gray-clad young man turned around and saw that the hall behind him was clearly visible to him. From this side, the wall that separated the hall was actually completely transparent. Soon after, the gray-clad young man discovered a group of people gathered outside the hall to watch the battle. The purple-clad young man must have brought someone with him. Otherwise, he wouldn't have encountered such a terrifying battle soul. Hong Tao, the genius from Compassionate Cloud sect, was killed by the battle soul. Hong Tao had comprehended the law of wood's fundamental profundity, the wood elemental profundity. However, he was still killed by the battle soul in less than 100 moves. Hong Tao. He seemed to have helped his junior brother accumulate 10 points in his accumulative points jade before they entered the Celestial Lord Temple together. I'm sure his junior brother didn't dare to come out of the small room. Even so, Hong Tao still had to pay the price for helping his junior brother cheat. The Celestial Lord Temple will increase the difficulty of the test by targeting those who help others cheat. I see. In the same test, we only have to face 10 battle souls who are peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials. However, the purple-clad young man and the dead Hong Tao have to face such a terrifying battle soul. I've watched the battle between Hong Tao and the battle soul. In the beginning, they were evenly matched. However, after 100 moves, the battle soul's strength increased to a whole new level. It's comparable to a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial who has comprehended 2 profundities from a law. It easily killed Hong Tao. Now, the purple-clad young man is equally matched with the war spirit. After 100 moves, when the war spirit's strength increases, he will definitely die. There were about 5 or 6 people standing outside a large hall, watching the situation inside while discussing spiritedly. So many people? The gray-clothed youth who had just walked out of the main hall looked around and saw that there were many separate halls around him. There was an empty space in the middle where one could stand and see the situation in any of the surrounding halls. He saw people fighting in a few other halls apart from the 5 or 6 people who were watching the battle. Their opponents were the same as the gray-clad young man. They were the battle souls of peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials who had comprehended all kinds of Duke-grade celestial methods and divine abilities. The young man glanced at the main hall where these people were. He could tell that these people were very strong. 2 of them had crushed War's soul one-sidedly. The strength they displayed was not much weaker than his. They had all comprehended the fundamental profundity of one kind of law. That hall, retracting his gaze, the young man curiously walked towards the main hall where the 5 or 6 people were watching. At the same time, his gaze also fell on the main hall. It's him. With just a glance, the gray-clad young man saw the purple-clad young man who was fighting one of the battle souls. It was Duan Ling Tian, the genius sectless cultivator from the supporting Fall Nation. His opponent, the gray-clad young man's attention was drawn to Duan Lingtian's opponent. Although it was also a battle soul, it was much stronger than the 10 battle souls he had faced earlier. This battle soul. Even with my current strength, I'm afraid I'll need more than 30 moves to kill it. Based on what I've just heard, the battle soul's strength will increase after 100 moves. The gray-clad young man's expression turned grim. It's already been 22 moves. Although the purple-clad young man is strong, he'll definitely die if he can't kill the battle soul within 100 moves. Even I can only wait for my death if I face this battle soul. The battle soul is too strong. Most importantly, we can't rely on celestial talismans, pills, and other external forces in the Southern Heaven ancient realm. That's right. Celestial talismans that contain the celestial origin energy of a celestial duke or above are useless here. As for pills, if a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial consumes a pill to raise his celestial origin energy, his celestial origin energy will definitely be raised to the level of a celestial duke. At that time, he'll be killed by the formation in the lower realm of the Southern Heaven ancient realm. Unless one has comprehended two profundities from a law, it'll be difficult to kill the battle soul. After all, the battle soul is using a king-grade celestial weapon that has been nurtured by a celestial lord. Chapter 3008. He's dead for sure. However, the gray-clad young man did not comment when he heard the words of the people around him. Duan Lingtian is definitely not as simple as he seems. He was born with an extraordinary background, and because of that, he had a good eye for people. When he first saw Duan Lingtian, he sensed a familiar aura on Duan Lingtian. Although he was not sure what kind of aura it was, he seemed to have only sensed it in his clan and the realm where his clan was located. That aura feels a little like the aura of a divine weapon, but it doesn't seem like it. It feels like something's missing. The gray-clad young man muttered to himself in a voice that only he could hear. It's missing the divine weapon's soul. As soon as the gray-clad young man finished speaking, a voice rang in his mind. It was a woman's voice. The voice was elegant and cold, giving off a chilly vibe. Sister Huang, why you're awake? The gray-clad young man was not frightened when he heard the voice in his mind. Instead, his eyes widened in excitement as though he had encountered a joyous occasion. Yes. The woman's elegant voice rang again. When you met him previously, I regained consciousness. However, at that time, I couldn't communicate with you. The woman paused for a moment before she continued to speak. Little phone, you've grown up. Upon hearing the woman's words, the eyes of the gray-clothed young man, which had always been sharp, involuntarily reddened. He clenched his fists tightly before he said to the woman, Sister Huang, one day, I'll avenge my sister and my clan. I believe in you, the woman said. Sister Huang will help you as well. Sister Huang, you. Just when the gray-clad young man's eyes dimmed and he was about to say something, the woman interrupted him and said, Little Feng, I plan to fuse with the divine artifact in Duan Lingtian's body and become its artifact soul. The divine weapon's soul in his body? The gray-clad young man's eyes widened when he heard the woman's words. His expression changed drastically. Sister Huang, why you're the soul of a prominent divine weapon. Even a mediocre divine weapon won't be able to withstand you, let alone a primitive divine weapon. Don't tell me the divine weapon in Duan Lingtian's body that has lost its soul is a prominent divine weapon? The gray-clothed young man asked in a trembling voice as he looked at the purple figure in the hall. Apart from shock, there was still shock in his voice. You've heard of the divine weapon in his body, the woman said. I've heard of it. The gray-clad young man was stunned. Then, his eyes flashed. Sister Huang, are you trying to say that the Devata artifact in Duan Lingtian's body is not only a prominent Devata artifact, but it's also a prominent Devata artifact from the divine offering land? The deity weapon in his body is called the Seven Orifices Exquisite Sword. The woman continued. What? The Seven Orifices Exquisite Sword? The gray-clad young man's eyes widened when he heard the woman's words. That sword. Isn't it in the hands of Xia Jie, the third master of the Xia clan? How did it end up in Duan Lingtian's hands? Naturally, he had heard of the 7 orifices exquisite sword before. In fact, most people in the divine offering land had heard of the 7 orifices exquisite sword before. The 7 orifices exquisite sword was famous not because it was a prominent divine weapon, but because its original owner was very famous in the divine offering land. I'll have to ask him to find out. However, since the 7 orifices exquisite sword is in his hands, it means he has a special relationship with Xia Jie. The woman said, if you can befriend Xia Jie through him, you'll have a powerful ally when you seek revenge in the future. The third master of the Xia clan is not a simple person. Sister Huang, the gray-clad young man's heart trembled. The soul in his mind was the artifact soul of his elder sister's high-grade god artifact in the past. After her main body was destroyed, she hid in his mind at the risk of her soul being heavily injured. Then, she had guided him to escape from the divine offering land and the spirit overarching heaven, one of the Devata realms. Fortunately, Duan Lingtian did not hear the conversation between the woman and the gray-clad young man. Otherwise, he would have been shocked to see the gray-clad young man. After all, he knew the gray-clad young man did not have the word Feng in his name. However, that woman's voice had addressed him as Little Feng. Duan Lingtian? At this moment, another person appeared near the gray-clad young man. This person was none other than one of the people who were fighting in the other halls. He had passed the test and walked out of the hall. With just a glance, he recognized the gray-clad young man and the others who were surrounding Duan Lingtian. This person was none other than Xue Jingyu, the second prince of the southern Qi nation, who had fought with Duan Lingtian before entering the lower realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. Not only was Xue Jingyu the second prince of the southern Qi nation, but he was also a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial who had comprehended the law of thunder's fundamental profundity, the thunder elemental profundity. It was due to his strength that he was able to reach this place. Cheating? When Xue Jingyu heard that Duan Lingtian had been punished by the Celestial Lord Temple for cheating, he could not help but feel shocked. At the same time, he was relieved that he did not help Duan Lingtian accumulate more than 10 points. He'll definitely die. Xue Jingyu sneered when he heard the others say that Duan Lingtian would definitely die. After all, Duan Lingtian was not as weak as they had thought. Although the battle soul is strong and its attack is much stronger than the attack I used on Duan Lingtian, it's not strong enough to penetrate Duan Lingtian's defense. Back then, Duan Lingtian easily blocked my attack. Moreover, he didn't have a purely defensive king-grade celestial weapon at that time. Now that he has a purely defensive king-grade celestial weapon, his defense must be even stronger. There's no way the battle soul can penetrate his defense. Now, if Duan Lingtian chooses to let the battle soul attack him, it won't be difficult for him to kill his opponent. Although Xue Jingyu had been defeated by Duan Lingtian before, he was convinced that Duan Lingtian would definitely be able to kill the battle soul. However, I'm afraid I won't be a match for the battle soul. After all, Duan Lingtian has comprehended 2 profundities from the law of earth. Xue Jingyu muttered to himself, Duan Lingtian has comprehended 2 profundities from the law of earth. Moreover, the other profundity from the law of earth is a defensive profundity. At this moment, Xue Jingyu was still lost in his thoughts. In the main hall, just as Xue Jingyu had expected, Duan Lingtian no longer fought the battle soul head-on. Instead, he allowed the battle soul to attack him with all its might. In the next moment, the crimson scale robe appeared on Duan Lingtian's body. The crimson scale robe seemed to have become more corporeal as well. At the same time, the giant sword in Duan Lingtian's hand swept out like a thunderbolt towards the battle soul, who could not defend himself in time. However, the battle soul did not show any signs of stopping. It was obvious that it wanted to perish together with Duan Lingtian. In fact, the battle soul's goal was to kill Duan Lingtian. It did not care if it perished together with Duan Lingtian. Seeing this scene, the onlookers outside the main hall shut their mouths. They were dumbstruck. At the same time, they felt that this purple-clothed youth was crazy. He actually planned to die together with the battle spirit. Could it be that he did not know that by doing this, even if he really killed the battle spirit, he would still die? However, the sudden change in the next moment was completely out of their expectations. As expected, Xue Jingyu smiled faintly, as if he had guessed correctly. Oh my god! What a terrifying defense! At this moment, the gray-robed young man who was still communicating with the woman in his mind was completely awakened by the sudden exclamation in his ears. He managed to block the battle soul's full-force attack with his purely defensive king-grade celestial weapon. How did he do it? His purely defensive king-grade celestial weapon doesn't seem to have been nurtured by a celestial lord. Even if it was nurtured by a celestial lord, it shouldn't be strong enough to block the battle soul's full-force attack, right? He must have comprehended the second profundity from the law of earth. Moreover, ordinary profundities aren't enough to grant him such a terrifying defense. The second profundity from the law of earth he has comprehended must be a defensive profundity. The gray-clad young man heard the exclamations in the hall. In the front hall, the battle soul's full-force attack landed on the defense formed by the crimson vest silhouette on the surface of Duan Ling Tian's body, but it was unable to break through the defense. However, Duan Ling Tian's thunderous attack had killed the battle soul. This guy is terrifying. How terrifying! I'm afraid only a handful of people below Celestial Dukes can break through his defense, right? Who's he? How can he be so powerful? I've never heard of him before. The young man who just came out called out his name. Perhaps he knows him. As they discussed, their doubtful gazes quickly landed on Xue Jingyu. His name is Duan Ling Tian. He's a genius sectless cultivator recruited by the supporting Fall Nation in the Thousand Nations territory. Xue Jingyu said indifferently in the face of their doubtful gazes. A genius sectless cultivator recruited by the supporting Fall Nation in the Thousand Nations territory? The people who thought the purple-clad young man was from a grade 7 force were shocked by Xue Jingyu's words. Duan Ling Tian did not expect to see so many people staring at him as soon as he walked out of the hall. He recognized two of them. They were Xue Jingyu, the second prince of the southern Qi nation. Chapter 3009. It seems like all of them have just passed the test. At the same time, Duan Ling Tian glanced at his surroundings. He discovered he could not only see everything that was happening in the hall he had just walked out of, but he could also see what was happening in the other halls as well. Duan Ling Tian looked around and counted the number of main halls. There were a total of 10 main halls. Currently, there were still 3 main halls where people were undergoing the test. A frown appeared on Duan Ling Tian's face when he saw the results of the tests. He realized that one of them had killed 7 out of the 10 battle souls, but the remaining 3 battle souls did not show any signs of merging. In the end, they were all killed by him. The other 2 had also killed more than 5 out of the 10 fighting souls. What? What's going on? Why is my test so much more difficult than theirs? Duan Ling Tian was slightly bewildered in his heart and felt that it was unfair. Duan Ling Tian. Xue Jingyu seemed to have noticed Duan Ling Tian's confusion, so he asked, "Did you help someone to accumulate 10 points and enter the Celestial Lord Temple?" Duan Ling Tian looked at Xue Jingyu in confusion. Although he did not know why Xue Jingyu would suddenly ask this question, he still nodded. He was the one who helped Huang Jiachao accumulate 10 points. That's right. Upon seeing Duan Ling Tian's nod, Xue Jingyu continued to say, "Since you helped someone to enter the Celestial Lord Temple by cheating, the first test you'll face after entering the Celestial Lord Temple will be more difficult. Before you, someone who's as strong as me died in the same test as you," Xue Jingyu said. Duan Ling Tian frowned. Cheating? Duan Ling Tian frowned. He did not expect there to be such a rule in the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. However, When Duan Ling Tian recalled that those who left the lower realm of the southern heaven ancient realm and accumulated more than 10 points would lose their memories of what happened after they left the lower realm, he felt relieved. Under such circumstances, even if someone had experienced something similar, it was impossible for them to tell others. Duan Ling Tian. At the same time, a scene that surprised Duan Ling Tian happened. The East Ming rogue cultivator, Ling Jueyan, actually took the initiative to greet him and walked towards him. Ling Jueyan. Duan Ling Tian looked at Ling Jueyan and nodded slightly. Can we talk in private? Ling Jueyan asked. Although he didn't know why Ling Jueyan asked this question, Duan Ling Tian didn't ask and just nodded. Thank you. Seeing Duan Ling Tian nod, Ling Jueyan expressed his gratitude and entered the hall that Duan Ling Tian had just exited from. Duan Ling Tian followed him in. Ling Jueyan? When Xue Jingyu heard how Duan Ling Tian addressed Ling Jueyan, he found the name familiar. However, when he thought about it, he recalled Ling Jueyan was the prodigious rogue cultivator he had found in the East Ming nation. Ling Jueyan, a prodigious rogue cultivator who has comprehended the power of the law. He defeated all the overarching heavenly supreme celestials in the East Ming nation with his heaven stage overarching heavenly supreme celestial cultivation base. When Xue Jingyu thought about this, Duan Ling Tian and Ling Jueyan had already entered the hall. At this moment, Xue Jingyu and the others could only see Ling Jueyan's back. Duan Ling Tian and Ling Jueyan were standing opposite each other. Did you say the purple-clad young man is from the Thousand Nations territory? At this time, a middle-aged man among the other people looked curiously at Xue Jingyu and asked. The others also looked at Xue Jingyu. Yes. Xue Jingyu nodded. He's not the only one from the Thousand Nations territory. I'm from the Thousand Nations territory as well. The person who entered with him is also from the Thousand Nations territory. However, unlike me who's from the Southern Qi nation, both of them are just rogue cultivators who entered the lower realm of the Southern Heaven ancient realm with the help of the supporting Fall nation and the East Ming nation. Xue Jingyu said. I didn't expect there to be 3 people from the Thousand Nations territory in the Celestial Lord Temple, the middle-aged man sighed. I vaguely sensed that the purple-clad young man is younger than 100 years old, right? An old man standing next to the middle-aged man asked with a solemn expression on his face. When Duan Ling Tian and Ling Jueyan entered the hall, the old man instinctively extended his divine consciousness and discovered Duan Ling Tian was younger than 100 years old. However, he was not certain. What? Younger than 100 years old? That purple-clad young man? Impossible. It's impossible. With that kind of strength, if he's younger than 100 years old, wouldn't we have wasted our lives? Upon hearing the old man's words, everyone, including the middle-aged man, shook their heads. They did not think it was possible. He's right, Xue Jingyu said indifferently. Not only the purple-clad young man, but the gray-clad young man is also younger than 100 years old as well. If you don't believe me, when they come out later, you can check and confirm that I'm not lying. Xue Jingyu said. What? Both of them are younger than 100 years old? The purple-clad young man has comprehended 2 profundities from the law of earth. How could someone like that be younger than 100 years old? Are you kidding me? Although the few of them still did not believe Xue Jingyu's words, they began to believe him. They did not think Xue Jingyu was lying. After all, as Xue Jingyu had said, they would be able to verify their age with their divine consciousness after the purple-clad young man came out of the hall. Naturally, if they wanted to verify their age, they could also enter the hall to verify their age. However, when they thought about the purple-clad young man's terrifying strength, they either dismissed the idea or did not dare to think about it at all. Although they were strong, they had only comprehended 1 profundity from a law. Their strength was far inferior to the purple-clad young man's. In the hall. Is there something you need? Duan Ling Tian asked as he looked at Ling Jueyan. Although he did not know why Ling Jueyan wanted to speak to him, he could not help but feel curious. Duan Ling Tian, do you know Xia Jie? Ling Jueyun asked as he looked at Duan Lingtian. Xia Jie? Duan Lingtian's eyes widened slightly when he heard Ling Jueyun's question. At the same time, a storm rose in his heart. Xia Jie. This name was not unfamiliar to him. In fact, it could be said that the name left a deep impression on him. After all, Xia Jie was Ker's third uncle in her past life. Xia Jie had saved Duan Lingtian's life in the mundane realm and given him a first-form profound divine medal and a Devata divine sword. Who's this Xia Jie you're talking about? Duan Lingtian asked after taking a deep breath. He found it hard to imagine how a mere overarching heavenly supreme celestial like Ling Jueyun would know someone like Xia Jie. Xia Jie was stronger than the heavenly emperors in the Devata realms. He was from the divine offering land, one of the realms of gods. Xia Jie, the third master of the Xia clan, from the divine offering land. Ling Jueyun enunciated each word clearly. Duan Lingtian's heart skipped a beat when he heard Ling Jueyun mention the divine offering land. At the same time, he was certain Ling Jueyun was referring to the Xia Jie he knew. Ling Jueyun is just an overarching heavenly supreme celestial. How does he know about Xia Jie? How does he know about the divine offering land? Duan Lingtian was confused. He could not figure out how a mere overarching heavenly supreme celestial like Ling Jueyun would know about the divine offering land. How do you know I know him? Duan Lingtian secretly gasped as he focused his gaze and asked in a deep voice. That's because the prominent 7 orifices exquisite sword in your body is in his possession. Since it's with you now, I'm sure he gave it to you. Ling Jueyun replied. The 7 orifices exquisite sword. Duan Lingtian looked at Ling Jueyun warily. Who are you? Ling Jueyun looked at Ling Jueyun warily and asked, Who are you? I'm from the divine offering land. Ling Jueyun seemed to have guessed Duan Lingtian would ask such a question. To be more precise, I'm from the Ling clan in the divine offering land. It's a reclusive clan that stands aloof from worldly affairs. Ling Jueyun clenched his fists tightly when he mentioned the Ling clan. His eyes were bloodshot as killing intent surged out of his body. Although our Ling clan is not as famous as the Xia clan, and we're slightly weaker than the Xia clan, the Ling clan used to be as glorious as the Xia clan. Ling Jueyun's voice turned cold as he spoke. It was as if he had fallen into the depths of winter. Does he hate his clan? Or perhaps, did something happen to his clan? Although Ling Jueyun did not continue speaking, Duan Lingtian could sense Ling Jueyun's hatred from Ling Jueyun's killing intent. Duan Lingtian's hatred was so strong that it was irreconcilable. You wanted to talk to me in private. Just to say this? Duan Lingtian asked. Duan Lingtian and Ling Jueyun had been conversing through voice transmission ever since they entered the main hall. Apart from Duan Lingtian's first sentence, Duan Lingtian and Ling Jueyun had been conversing through voice transmission. No. Ling Jueyun shook his head and continued to speak through voice transmission. I'm here to discuss. Let one of my sisters become the sword soul of the 7 orifices exquisite sword in your body. 7 orifices exquisite sword? Sword soul? Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes again. What do you mean? My sister used to be the weapon soul of a prominent god weapon. That prominent god weapon was my sister's personal weapon. When my sister passed away, the prominent god weapon was taken away. My sister took advantage of the fact that the prominent celestial weapon had yet to be recognized as its master and escaped from the prominent god weapon at the cost of being severely injured. She's currently residing in my spiritual sea. Ling Jueyun said, once she becomes the sword soul of the 7 orifices exquisite sword, her life will be in your hands. You don't have to worry about her harming you. Chapter 30:10. Ling Jueyun's words were clearly meant to lower Duan Lingtian's guard. Chaos Divine Earth, how much do you know about Devata artifacts? Is he telling the truth? Although Ling Jueyun's words were flawless, Duan Lingtian was still wary. He quickly asked the Chaos Divine Earth. Before today, he only knew the Seven Orifices exquisite sword was a Devata artifact. Without a sword soul, its strength was comparable to a Duke-grade celestial weapon. You really have a Devata artifact in your body? The Chaos Divine Earth was shocked by Duan Lingtian's question. If he can find it, why can't you? Duan Lingtian asked curiously. With just a thought, the Seven Orifices exquisite sword merged with his body and moved closer to the Chaos Divine Earth. It's really a Devata artifact. It's a prominent Devata artifact. The Chaos Divine Earth exclaimed. It could not help but grumble, lad, if you have this Devata artifact, why did you have to use a royal-grade celestial weapon to kill Sima Chun? Although this Devata artifact doesn't have a soul, with your current strength, you'll still be able to unleash the strength of an Emperor-grade celestial weapon. If you used this Devata artifact to kill Sima Chun, you would have been able to kill him before he could even finish his attack. The Chaos Divine Earth's childish voice was laced with a hint of resentment as it said, under those circumstances, there was no need for me to defend against his attack. Emperor-grade celestial weapon? Duan Lingtian was stunned. Although the Seven Orifices exquisite sword is a Devata artifact, its strength is only comparable to an ordinary Duke-grade celestial weapon. How can it compare to an Emperor-grade celestial weapon? Duan Lingtian had tested the strength of the Seven Orifices exquisite sword more than once, and it was indeed only comparable to a Duke-grade celestial weapon. You must have used this Devata artifact before comprehending the profundities of the laws, right? The Chaos Divine Earth asked. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded. Then, a thought occurred to him, and his eyes widened. You mean I'll be able to unleash the Devata artifact strength after comprehending the profundities of the laws? Of course. The Chaos Divine Earth said, let alone a prominent divine artifact, even a primitive divine artifact without an artifact soul would be able to wield the power of an Emperor-grade celestial artifact. Why are you still using a royal-grade celestial weapon when you have such a powerful weapon? What a waste. The Chaos Divine Earth continued to ridicule Duan Lingtian for not knowing how to use treasures. Duan Lingtian smiled bitterly. He did not know this. As for what he said just now, it's all true. If this divine sword of yours has a ready-made artifact soul, it'll be a good thing for you. Because that also means that this divine sword will recover its full power. Of course, with your strength, you still can't fully display the divine sword's full power. At most, you can only display a portion of its power. However, even a portion of its power is stronger than a purely offensive Emperor-grade celestial weapon. Said the Chaos Divine Earth. Duan Lingtian. Ling Jueyan frowned when he saw Duan Lingtian in a daze. You don't want to? Although he did not think Duan Lingtian would reject such a good offer, he could not help but wonder why Duan Lingtian was so hesitant. Upon hearing Ling Jueyan's words, Duan Lingtian regained his senses. He looked at Ling Jueyan meaningfully before he said, of course, I'm willing to. However, I'm afraid there's a condition, right? How could Duan Lingtian not accept such a good offer? Moreover, he knew he would have to pay a price for such a good offer. I'll have to ask my sister to discuss this with you. Ling Jueyan said. As soon as Ling Jueyan finished speaking, a voice transmission rang out from Ling Jueyan's body. However, it was not Ling Jueyan's voice. I can become the sword soul of the Seven Orifices exquisite sword in your body. However, you have to promise me one thing. This was the voice of a woman. It was elegant yet carried a trace of coldness, and when it entered Duan Lingtian's ears, it gave Duan Lingtian a feeling as if he had fallen into an ice cellar. What is it? Duan Lingtian asked. When you're strong enough, you have to avenge my former master and kill the person who killed her. The woman said. Avenge my former master? Duan Lingtian raised an eyebrow before he said indifferently, if the person who killed your former master deserves to be killed, I can avenge your former master. However, if your former master is a heinous person who deserves to be killed, then the person who killed your former master is merely enforcing justice on behalf of the heavens. I'm afraid I can't comply with your request. Although the offer of a divine weapon's soul was tempting, Duan Lingtian was not the kind of person who would kill the innocent for the sake of benefits. You have some principles. As expected of someone whom Xia Jia has taken a liking to. The woman said. Based on her tone, it was obvious she was not affected by the offer. I'll do as you say. Upon hearing the woman's words, Duan Lingtian knew the person she wanted him to help her kill was someone who deserved to be killed. I'll enter your sea of consciousness now. Don't resist. After entering your sea of consciousness, I'll gradually merge with the 7 orifices exquisite sword in your body and become its new sword soul. As soon as the woman finished speaking, Duan Lingtian saw a flash before his eyes. Then, a green light that resembled smoke entered his body. Chaos Divine Earth, when the green light entered his body and entered his sea of consciousness, Duan Lingtian hurriedly called out to the Chaos Divine Earth, hoping it could restrict the profound divine metal's energy that was protecting his sea of consciousness. Although the profound divine metal was in a deep slumber, it was still protecting his sea of consciousness. Therefore, the woman would not be able to enter his sea of consciousness. Don't worry. However, the Chaos Divine Earth seemed to know what Duan Lingtian wanted to say. Her soul isn't something the profound divine metal can block. Profound divine metal? Chaos Divine Earth? Chaos Divine Flame? At the same time, Duan Lingtian felt a fluctuation in his sea of consciousness. Then, the woman's voice rang in his sea of consciousness. The woman's clear and cold voice was clearly filled with astonishment at this moment. And the divine tree of life. You actually made it acknowledge you as its master? She knew Duan Lingtian had won the divine tree of life, but she did not expect Duan Lingtian would be able to make the divine tree of life acknowledge him as its master. As it turns out, you have 99 heavenly veins. No wonder Xia Jia likes you. A hint of emotion could be heard in the woman's voice as she spoke. What do you mean Xia Jia likes me? What do you mean? Duan Lingtian frowned. Aren't you Xia Jia's successor in the Devata realms? The woman was puzzled. No. Duan Lingtian said indifferently, Xia Jia and I are relatives at most. I call him third uncle. Relatives? You call him third uncle? You. Are you from the Xia clan? No. Your surname is Duan. The woman asked, are you the illegitimate child of the patriarch of the Xia clan? You're his illegitimate daughter. Duan Lingtian scoffed. Then, why did you call him third uncle? The woman asked again. My wife is the daughter of the Xia clan, Xia Ning Shui. Duan Lingtian replied. Xia Ning Shui was Ker's name in her past life. Xia Ning Shui. The woman exclaimed in shock when she heard Duan Lingtian's words. How's that possible? Xia Ning Shui died because she refused to marry into the Yin clan. Even if she's still alive, how could she have such a weak husband like you? Believe it or not, it's up to you. When Ku Er was mentioned, Duan Lingtian's mood was slightly heavy and irritated. The woman seemed to have sensed Duan Lingtian's emotions as well. She remained silent and remained in Duan Lingtian's sea of consciousness. After a while, Duan Lingtian regained his senses and looked at Ling Jueyan indifferently. I didn't expect you to be from the divine offering land. Duan Lingtian. Ling Jueyan looked at Duan Lingtian seriously and said in a deep voice, although my sister Huang has chosen to become the sword soul of your 7 orifices exquisite sword and serve you as its master, if I find out that you've humiliated her and forced her to do something she doesn't want to do, I, Ling Jueyan, will seek justice for her even at the cost of my life. Keep your dirty thoughts to yourself. Duan Lingtian glanced at Ling Jueyan sarcastically and walked out of the hall, leaving Ling Jueyan with his back to him. He knew what Ling Jueyan meant. He was worried that he would force the future sword soul of the 7 orifices exquisite sword to do something she didn't want to do. For example, to serve him and do the things between men and women. However, was Duan Lingtian that kind of person? Although Duan Lingtian knew Ling Jueyan was doing this to protect the sword soul, and he could understand why Ling Jueyan would do this, he still felt insulted. However, when he followed Duan Lingtian out of the hall, not only was Ling Jueyan not displeased by Duan Lingtian's attitude, but he even smiled. At this moment, he was certain. Duan Lingtian was a trustworthy person. The third form of the Chaos Divine Earth, the third form of the Chaos Divine Flame, and the second form of the Profound Divine Metal. How did you do it? When Duan Lingtian walked out of the audience hall, the woman's extremely surprised voice sounded out in his spiritual sea. Hee hee. Little girl, you should be talking about the third form of the Profound Divine Metal. Once the Profound Divine Metal wakes up, it'll be able to merge with the first form of the Profound Divine Metal and evolve into the third form of the Profound Divine Metal. The Chaos Divine Earth chuckled. Chaos Divine Earth, why are you willing to share a body with the Profound Divine Metal and the Chaos Divine Flame? Aren't the 5 divine elements very arrogant and unwilling to share a body with the other divine elements? The woman asked in surprise. Girl, before you ask me this question, shouldn't you introduce yourself first? The Chaos Divine Earth asked. My name is Huang, and I'm the soul of a prominent divine weapon. Soon, I'll become the sword soul of the 7 orifices exquisite sword in his body. The woman replied. Huang, That's a nice name. Chapter 30:11. After Duan Lingtian and Ling Jueyan left the main hall, another person walked out of the main hall. It was none other than the person who had almost passed the test earlier. At this moment, there were 9 people, including Duan Lingtian, who had walked out of the main hall. As expected, they're not even 100 years old. Both of them are not even 100 years old. Heavens! Who are these people? They're already so talented at such a young age. How terrifying will they be when they grow up? Duan Lingtian and Ling Jueyan. As long as they don't die prematurely, they'll definitely become prominent figures in the profound Nether Mansion. With their innate talent and comprehension skills, they won't be limited to the profound Nether Mansion. The Southern Heaven territory will be their stage. As soon as Duan Lingtian and Ling Jueyan left the main hall, everyone, except for Xue Jingyu, immediately used their divine consciousness to check their ages. Based on their divine senses, they were certain they were not even 100 years old. Not even 100 years old? At this moment, the young man who had just walked out of the main hall turned to look at Duan Lingtian and Ling Jueyan. He discovered the duo was indeed younger than 100 years old. They're not even 100 years old, but they're already here. Moreover, they even passed the difficult test. The young man felt a blow to his confidence. In the past, he had thought he was a genius. However, compared to these 2 people, he was not a genius at all. He was more than 300 years old, and these 2 people were not even 100 years old, but their strength was already on par with him. He knew those who had passed the test earlier were peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials who had comprehended at least one profundity from a law. What should we do next? Should we continue to wait here? Xue Jingyu looked around and frowned. He did not see any passageways that would lead to other places. As soon as Xue Jingyu finished speaking, everyone's attention shifted from Duan Lingtian and Ling Jueyan to their surroundings. I think. Could it be that we need to gather a certain number of people before we can leave? A middle-aged man guessed. That makes sense. His words were quickly acknowledged by the others. Right now, we have a total of 8 people here. 2 more people will be coming out soon. Aside from one person who died in the test, another person appeared in the hall he appeared in after he died. No one else appeared in the halls where the other people passed the test. There are a total of 10 halls here. I'm guessing that we'll have to wait until all 10 of them are gathered before we'll be given a hint or change. As they discussed among themselves, they all came to the same conclusion. For a moment, their gazes landed on the 2 people undergoing the test in the 2 large halls. The test they were currently facing was nearing its end. It seems that their strength is not bad. They were able to pass the test smoothly. Isn't that normal? Those who have the ability to obtain 10 points by themselves, which one of them doesn't have some skills? Some people are really unlucky. They cheated to help others accumulate 10 points, but in the end, they lost their lives. Are you talking about Hong Tao from the Compassionate Cloud sect? He was indeed unlucky. Originally, he could have stood here with us, but because he helped others cheat, he ended up dying here. He didn't expect this to happen. In fact, we didn't know this would happen as well. I have a feeling that we won't be able to bring our memories of the Celestial Lord Temple out of the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Humph. If his strength was as strong as this little brother Duanling Tian, how could he have ended up in such a sorry state? The group of people continued to whisper among themselves as they shifted their gazes to Duanling Tian. At this moment, Duanling Tian was resting with his eyes closed. Ling Jueyan, who was standing nearby, looked at Duanling Tian with a gentle expression on his cold face. These two people, Xue Jingyu, who was standing at the side, was shocked when he saw the expression on Ling Jueyan's face. Before the two of them entered the main hall, he was certain Ling Jueyan was indifferent to Duanling Tian. However, when he looked at Duanling Tian, it was as though he was looking at a friend. What did they talk about inside? From the beginning until the end, Xue Jingyu only saw Duanling Tian and Ling Jueyan talking face to face in the main hall. He did not know what they were talking about. In fact, before they left the main hall, he saw Duanling Tian looking at Ling Jueyan coldly. Based on his expression, he could tell Duanling Tian was not happy at all. However, Ling Jueyan had a smile on his face when he followed Xue Jingyu out. At that time, Xue Jingyu had thought it was strange. Now that he saw Ling Jueyan's attitude toward Duanling Tian, Xue Jingyu found it even stranger. What kind of divine weapon were you in the past? Duanling Tian seemed to be resting with his eyes closed, but he was actually communicating with Huang, the divine weapon soul in his mind. The heavenly phoenix glazed sword, a high-grade divine weapon. Huang, replied. You're also a sword soul? The chaos divine earth's surprised voice rang in the air. If you were the soul of a high-grade divine sword, it would be much easier for you to become the soul of another high-grade divine sword in this brat's body than it would be for an ordinary high-grade divine weapon to become the soul of another high-grade divine sword. Moreover, you'd be able to work together better. There's one more thing you might not know. The heavenly phoenix glazed sword and the 7 orifices exquisite sword in his body were forged by the same supreme expert. Moreover, they were forged one after the other. Moreover, the 7 orifices exquisite sword and I were born at almost the same time, Huang said. Under such circumstances, I would have addressed the 7 orifices exquisite sword soul as elder sister. If the 7 orifices exquisite sword in his body was not the 7 orifices exquisite sword but another high-grade divine sword, I would have made the same decision. I wouldn't have acted so rashly. Based on Huang's words, it was clear she had a close relationship with the 7 orifices exquisite sword soul. Apart from that, it was clear she missed the 7 orifices exquisite sword soul. You know the 7 orifices exquisite sword soul? If that's the case, how do you know who the 7 orifices exquisite sword's original owner is? Duanling Tian asked. High-grade divine weapons are rare even in the realms of gods. In the divine offering land, any high-grade divine weapon is famous. Their owners are also powerful figures. Huang continued to say, with the 7 orifices exquisite sword's reputation, there are very few people in the divine offering land who don't know who its original owner is. As for the relationship between Xia Jia and the 7 orifices exquisite sword's original owner, you'll have to ask Xia Jia yourself. It's not convenient for me to say. Huang sighed when she reached the end of her sentence. This made Duanling Tian even more certain the 7 orifices exquisite sword's original owner had a special relationship with Xia Jia. You said the 7 orifices exquisite sword is a high-grade divine weapon. Does this mean divine weapons are divided into primitive, mediocre grade, and high-grade divine weapons? Duanling Tian asked. In the past, he only knew Devata divine weapons were superior to all celestial weapons. Moreover, Devata divine weapons had innate souls. He did not know Devata divine weapons were divided into different grades as well. Yes. Huang replied, there are different grades of Devata divine weapons as well. They are the primitive, mediocre grade, and high-grade divine weapons. Are there any divine weapons above high-grade divine weapons? Duan Lingtian asked. No. Huang continued to say, high-grade divine weapons are the pinnacle of divine weapons. Only supreme powerhouses who are skilled in refining weapons are able to refine them. The refinement of a high-grade divine artifact doesn't just have high requirements for the refiner, it also has very strict requirements for the materials. Moreover, the refinement environment and time are also very particular. The right time, the right place, and the right people are all indispensable. Based on Huang Er's words, Duan Lingtian gained a better understanding of high-grade divine weapons. Moreover, Huang also mentioned mediocre and primitive Devata weapons, allowing Duan Lingtian to have a better understanding of the two types of Devata weapons. As it turns out, most heavenly emperors in the Devata realms only possess primitive divine weapons. Only a few people possess mediocre-grade divine weapons. As it turns out, there are only 3 grades of Devata divine weapons, unlike celestial weapons that are divided into the Duke, King, Royal, and Emperor grades. Only Devata divine weapons can give birth to innate souls. As for celestial weapons, only Emperor-grade celestial weapons can give birth to a celestial weapon spirit. The difference between a divine weapon spirit and a divine weapon spirit is like heaven and earth. The former is born naturally. On the other hand, the latter is acquired through birth. An innate divine weapon spirit is much better than an acquired Emperor-grade celestial weapon spirit. Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes as he thought about the Emperor-grade celestial weapon, the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda, in the past. There was an acquired artifact spirit in the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda. It was the 3-legged golden crow, Huolao. Although the 7 orifices exquisite sword strength is comparable to an Emperor-grade celestial weapon without an acquired artifact spirit, it's still an Emperor-grade celestial weapon without an acquired artifact spirit. An Emperor-grade celestial weapon with an acquired artifact spirit is much stronger than an Emperor-grade celestial weapon without an acquired artifact spirit. Duan Lingtian learned that there was a huge difference in strength between Emperor-grade celestial weapons. Some Emperor-grade celestial weapons without artifact spirits were not as powerful as Emperor-grade celestial weapons with artifact spirits. They're coming out. They're coming out. All of a sudden, a clamor entered Duan Lingtian's ears, causing him to instinctively open his eyes. With just a glance, he saw 2 people walking out from the other 2 palaces. In just a blink of an eye, there were 10 people gathered together. Congratulations on passing the first trial in the Celestial Lord Temple. At this moment, the voice that Duan Lingtian suspected belonged to the Southern Heaven Celestial Lord rang in the air again. Chapter 30:12. 3 purely defensive king-grade celestial weapons that had been nurtured by a celestial lord. When the voice that sounded like the Southern Heaven Celestial Lord's voice rang in the air, the eyes of the 10 people, including Duan Lingtian, lit up. In the next moment, under everyone's gazes, 3 completely black armors appeared high up in the sky. They were like the armors of a demon god, emitting bursts of black mysterious light. Moreover, there were streaks of faint purple lightning circling around them. Every time the faint purple lightning struck, it would cause the air to tremble. A faint mysterious aura spread out in the air and swept toward Duan Lingtian and the others. At this moment, Duan Lingtian and the others felt as though they were in a ghastly place. So these are the 3 purely defensive king-grade celestial weapons that had been nurtured by a celestial lord? Duan Lingtian was overjoyed. His eyes shone brightly. The defensive strength of the purely defensive king-grade celestial weapons that had been nurtured by a celestial lord was much stronger than the red scales garment that he currently possessed. It was only slightly weaker than the purely defensive royal-grade celestial weapons. Bang! 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 Just as Duan Lingtian was thinking about this, a series of loud noises rang in the air. The other 8 celestial sovereigns leaped into the air and shot toward the 3 purely defensive king-grade celestial weapons that had been nurtured by celestial lords at lightning speed. Xue Jingyu was among the 8 people. Perhaps, they might possess purely defensive king-grade celestial weapons, but they were all ordinary king-grade celestial weapons that had not been nurtured by a celestial lord. Purely offensive king-grade celestial weapons that had been nurtured by a celestial lord were extremely rare. Even the 3 sects and 2 clans did not have many of them, let alone the other forces. As for sectless cultivators, it was even rarer for them to possess purely defensive king-grade celestial weapons that had been nurtured by a celestial lord. For this reason, purely defensive king-grade celestial weapons that had been nurtured by a celestial lord were so precious. Who would not want 3 king-grade celestial weapons at this moment? Swoosh! 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 The 8 of them flew toward the 3 king-grade celestial weapons at lightning speed. All of them wanted to be the first to obtain the 3 king-grade celestial weapons. Duan Lingtian and Ling Jueyan were the only ones who remained standing. I want one. Ling Jueyan looked at Duan Lingtian. Duan Ling king-grade celestial lord spoke. You're lacking king-grade celestial weapons? Duan Lingtian's words. He Duan Lord's words. Naturally, Duan Lingtian who had a king-grade celestial weapon that was from Duan possession who had a celestial weapon that had a king-grade weapon was more than a weapon who had weapons, in as well. Were who? Ling Lord, Lord. Ling Jueyan said, when I left the divine offering land, I only had a few king-grade celestial weapons and emperor-grade celestial weapons. I only have a few king-grade celestial weapons after I left. However, do you think I'll easily use king-grade celestial weapons and emperor-grade celestial weapons in front of others? Ling Jueyan paused for a moment before he looked at Duan Lingtian meaningfully. Just like the king-grade celestial weapon in your body, do you dare to use it in front of others? If the 3 sects and 2 clans find out you have a king-grade celestial weapon, regardless of how high your innate talent is, they'll definitely kill you if you don't hand it over to them. I've obtained a king-grade celestial sword that was nurtured by a celestial lord in the lower realm of the southern heaven ancient realm, but I've been lacking a purely defensive king-grade celestial weapon. Ling Jueyan said. All right. Duan Lingtian nodded in agreement after learning about Ling Jueyan's situation. If that was the case, he could understand Ling Jueyan's decision. Just as Ling Jueyan had said, he would not use his divine artifact, the 7 Orifices exquisite sword, unless he could guarantee that he could kill his opponent without anyone seeing him do it. Moreover, if he fought with Ling Jueyan, he might not necessarily win. After all, Ling Jueyan had a king-grade celestial weapon with a king-grade celestial weapon that had a king-grade celestial weapon's soul. Naturally, even if he had a chance of winning, he would not make a move on Ling Jueyan. Putting everything else aside, just the fact that Ling Jueyan had given him the soul of a high-grade divine artifact was enough for him to owe Ling Jueyan a favor, even if there was some element of trade involved. Then, one of the king-grade celestial weapons will belong to you, and the other 2 will belong to me. After nodding, Duan Lingtian looked at Ling Jueyan again. It was as though he did not care about the other 8 people at all. It doesn't matter. I can only use one anyway. Ling Jueyan said with a shrug. Bang! 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 While Duan Lingtian and Duan Lingtian were talking, the 8 people who were charging toward the 3 king-grade celestial weapons were engaged in a fierce battle. They attacked indiscriminately, regardless of who their opponents were. When Duan Lingtian glanced at them, he could clearly see that they were all extremely powerful. Among the 8 people who were engaged in an intense battle, if one of them tried to snatch one of the 3 king-grade celestial weapons, he would become the target of everyone. Nobody was willing to let anyone else take the king-grade celestial weapon first. Under such circumstances, nobody dared to make a move on the 3 king-grade celestial weapons. The 8 people were evenly matched, and it was difficult to determine the outcome of the battle. Why are there only 8 people? Among the 8 people fighting in the air, one of them was the first to come back to his senses after a while. He realized that there were only 7 people fighting with him. Bang! He stomped his feet in the air and retreated from the battle. When he looked down, he saw the 2 young men standing motionlessly in the same spot. It was as though they did not care about the 3 king-grade celestial weapons at all. Both of you. Are you not interested in the 3 king-grade celestial weapons? The person who retreated from the battle was a middle-aged man. He looked at Duan Ling Tian and Ling Juyan before he suddenly asked in a loud voice. Ling Juyan's voice was so loud that it drowned out the sounds of the other 7 people fighting. The 7 people regained their senses and looked at each other before they tacitly retreated. Then, they turned to look at Duan Ling Tian and Ling Juyun. When they saw Duan Ling Tian, the hearts of 4 of the 7 people trembled slightly. The purple-clad young man seemed to have comprehended 2 profundities from the law of earth. His strength was far stronger than any of them. The purple-clad young man's terrifying defense made them tremble in fear. They were certain they would not be able to hurt the purple-clad young man even if they attacked with all their might. After all, the purple-clad young man's defense was too terrifying. It seemed like he had comprehended a defensive profundity from the law of earth. When the 4 of them looked at Duan Ling Tian, a hint of dread flashed in their eyes. This was noticed by the other 3 as well. These 3 people were the ones who had retreated from the battle earlier. They did not see Duan Ling Tian making a move, so they had no idea how strong Duan Ling Tian was. Is this purple-clad young man very strong? He's not even 100 years old. How strong can he be? 2 of the 3 people asked as they looked at the 4 people and the middle-aged man who was the first to retreat. You can go and see if he's strong or not. The middle-aged man who was the first to retreat smiled mockingly as though he was watching a show. The 3 people who had retreated from the battle earlier were as strong as him. However, if they were to fight Duan Ling Tian together, they might not be a match for Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian. An old man who had witnessed Duan Ling Tian's strength stepped forward. He looked at Duan Ling Tian and said loudly, "Your strength speaks for itself. You can choose one of the 3 king-grade celestial weapons, and we'll split the remaining 2 among ourselves. What do you think?" Upon hearing the old man's words, apart from the 3 people who had retreated from the battle earlier, the other 4 people, including Xue Jingyu, nodded. That's right. Duan Ling Tian, you can choose one of the 3 king-grade celestial weapons. Duan Ling Tian, you can choose first. That's right. We'll split the remaining 2 among ourselves. The 3 people who had retreated from the battle earlier were shocked. Based on the reactions of the 4 people, they could tell Duan Ling Tian was not as simple as they thought. Is it possible that this purple-clad young man is a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial who has comprehended 2 profundities from a law? It's possible. Otherwise, why would these 4 people who are on par with us give up on a king-grade celestial weapon so easily? That's a purely defensive king-grade celestial weapon that has been nurtured by a celestial lord. I'm afraid we're no match for someone they're afraid of. Since he wants one of the king-grade celestial weapons, let's just give it to him. Soon after, the 3 people made up their minds to let Duan Ling Tian choose one of the king-grade celestial weapons. All 8 of them looked at Duan Ling Tian as they waited for Duan Ling Tian's reply. In the opinion of the 3 people who had retreated from the battle earlier, Duan Ling Tian would most likely agree to it. However, the other 5 people were worried that Duan Ling Tian would take all 3 of the king-grade celestial weapons. At that time, unless more than 5 of them joined forces, they would not be a match for Duan Ling Tian. Naturally, even if they joined forces, they would only be able to fight Duan Ling Tian to a draw at most. It was almost impossible for them to defeat or kill Duan Ling Tian. However, even if they joined forces to fight Duan Ling Tian to a draw, there was no room for distrust. Otherwise, they would be defeated by Duan Lingtian one by one. However, their relationship was based on their own interests. If one of them died, there would be one less competitor. It was impossible for them to trust each other completely. They had reached a dead end. 1. Chapter 30:13. 2. Duan Lingtian did not hesitate to ask for 2 king-grade celestial weapons as soon as he spoke. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, the 5 people, including Xue Jingyu, frowned slightly. They found Duan Lingtian's words to be too overbearing. Even so, they did not intend to disobey Duan Lingtian's overbearing words. After all, Duan Lingtian did not intend to take all 3 king-grade celestial weapons for himself. The expressions of the other 3 people who had not witnessed Duan Lingtian's strength changed drastically when they heard Duan Lingtian's words. "Brat, aren't you being too greedy?" One of the 2 people who had come out from the back looked at Duan Lingtian grimly. "What? Do you have a problem with that?" As soon as this person finished speaking, before the other 2 people could even open their mouths, Duan Lingtian's lightning-like gaze had already landed on him. "You're not even 100 years old. How can you ask for 2 king-grade celestial weapons? Can you even take them?" The person who had spoken was a middle-aged man. He stared at Duan Lingtian and sneered. He had just discovered that Duan Lingtian was not even 100 years old. Therefore, he did not think Duan Lingtian was very strong. After all, the strongest person in the history of the profound Nether Mansion who was not even 100 years old was on par with him. Not even 100 years old? The other young man extended his divine consciousness and discovered that Duan Lingtian was not even 100 years old. He's really not even 100 years old. How cowardly of you to be so afraid of a brat who's not even 100 years old. Then, the young man looked at Xue Jingyu and the other 4 people and said mockingly. However, Xue Jingyu and the other 4 people were not embarrassed by the young man's mockery at all. Instead, they looked at the young man as though he was an idiot. They had also paid attention to this young man's strength. He was at the same level as them, having comprehended one profundity of law. If that's the case, both of you have objections? Duan Lingtian's gaze moved away from the middle-aged man and landed on the young man. A meaningful smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. "Brat, stop trying to mystify things in front of me. I don't buy it. If you want 2 king-grade celestial weapons, you'll have to defeat me first." The young man sneered when he saw the smile on Duan Lingtian's face. Obviously, he only thought that Duan Lingtian was deliberately mystifying things. "What about you? Do you have a problem with that?" Duan Lingtian ignored the young man's words as his eyes fell on the last person of the 3. This person was the one who had passed the test in the other palace at the same time as Duan Lingtian and Ling Jueyan. This person glanced at Duan Lingtian and recalled the words of the other 4 people when they rushed out. For a moment, he fell silent again. At that time, he could still hear the words of those people. As expected, they're not even 100 years old. Both of them are not even 100 years old. Heavens! Who are these people? They're so talented at such a young age. I wonder how terrifying they'll be when they grow up. Duan Lingtian and Ling Jueyan. As long as they don't die prematurely, they'll definitely become prominent figures in the profound Nether Mansion in the future. With their innate talent and comprehension skills, they won't just be limited to the profound Nether Mansion. The Southern Heaven territory will be their stage. Due to these words, he chose to remain silent when faced with Duan Lingtian's question. "It seems like you're the only one who doesn't have any objections." Duan Lingtian looked at the last person before he shifted his gaze to the other 2 people and said indifferently, "Since both of you have objections, all of you can come at me together." As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, he stomped his feet on the ground, causing the ground to tremble. In the next moment, swoosh! In just a blink of an eye, Duan Lingtian was standing in front of the middle-aged man and the young man. These 2 people were the ones who were displeased with Duan Lingtian's request for 2 king-grade celestial weapons. Based on their sharp words, it was clear they were confident in their strength. "Come at me together?" The young man scoffed when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. He said disdainfully, "Brat, I'm more than enough to deal with you." "Oh." Duan Lingtian took a deep look at the young man before a meaningful smile appeared on the corners of his mouth. "I'll wait and see." Humph. Almost at the instant Duan Lingtian's words left his mouth, the young man snorted coldly. His figure flashed as he attacked Duan Lingtian like a bolt of lightning. A short saber, a king-grade celestial weapon, appeared in his hand. Based on the cold light and the sharp aura it emitted, one could tell this king-grade celestial weapon was not an ordinary king-grade celestial weapon. Clearly, it was an offensive king-grade celestial weapon that had been nurtured by a celestial lord. Apart from that, the young man had cast all the Duke-grade celestial methods and divine abilities that he had mastered. Apart from that, his celestial origin energy had also turned golden, causing the celestial weapon to emit a sharp aura. The law of metal's fundamental profundity, the metal elemental profundity. When Duan Lingtian sensed the sharp aura in the young man's celestial origin energy, he guessed the young man had comprehended the law of metal's fundamental profundity, the metal elemental profundity. The law of metal was an offensive law. Most profundities from the law of metal were offensive profundities. The metal elemental profundity could also enhance one's celestial origin energy and sharpen one's celestial weapon. Buzz. 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 A dazzling saber ray shot out from the saber, leaving saber shadows in its wake. It was as dazzling as 10,000 suns. When the saber shadows were still some distance away from Duan Lingtian, they merged into the saber ray, causing it to shine even more brightly. Swoosh! At this moment, the saber ray was so dazzling that it looked like a sun had appeared in the darkness. Everyone's attention was completely attracted by the saber ray. However, in the next moment, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Duan Lingtian stepped into the air unhurriedly. He actually used his body of flesh and blood to directly meet the dazzling saber ray that was heading towards him. On the surface of his body, his celestial origin energy pulsated. The earth elemental essence fused into his celestial origin energy. The rest of his celestial techniques and divine abilities were also cast. At the same time, they fused into the huge sword that suddenly appeared in his hand. At the same time, a majestic aura surged out of the gigantic sword. He actually comprehended the law of Earth's fundamental profundity, the earth elemental profundity. The young man who attacked Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes when he saw this. His expression turned solemn. Of course, he wasn't surprised by this scene. After all, those who were able to stand here were those who had passed the previous tests. Their strength was at least at his level. Naturally, it was not certain if they were stronger than him. Even if he has comprehended the law of Earth's earth elemental profundity, he's not even 100 years old. His combat experience is far inferior to mine. The young man was filled with confidence when he thought about this. It was as though he could see the light of victory at this moment. However, in the next moment, the sudden scene in front of him caused the young man's pupils to shrink, and a look of shock appeared on his face. How's this possible? Is he not afraid of death? Under the young man's gaze, although Duan Lingtian, who he thought would use his gigantic sword to block his attack, also launched an attack, Duan Lingtian did not attack his attack. Instead, Duan Lingtian attacked him. Faced with the young man's attack, Duan Lingtian continued to charge forward with his body. It was as though he was determined to perish together with the young man. In the blink of an eye, when the young man saw Duan Lingtian charging forward with an unwavering gaze, it was not difficult for him to see that Duan Lingtian did not have the intention to scare him, and it was obvious that Duan Lingtian really intended to perish together with him. "You're crazy." After cursing, the young man's figure flashed as he hurriedly dodged the thunderous attack from Duan Lingtian's gigantic sword. His attack was abandoned when he dodged, and only his remaining strength whistled as it landed on Duan Lingtian's body. When the saber ray landed on Duan Lingtian, the shadow of the red scale robe appeared on his body and easily blocked the young man's attack. Although the young man dodged Duan Lingtian's attack in a hurry, Duan Lingtian gained the upper hand because of this. After a while, he was suppressed by Duan Lingtian. In the end, the young man could no longer hold back. He attacked with all his might in an attempt to block Duan Lingtian's gigantic sword. However, Duan Lingtian did not intend to fight him head-on. The gigantic sword dodged the young man's attack and continued to land on his body. At the same time, Duan Lingtian exposed his body in front of the young man again. This time, the young man chose to dodge again. The outcome was the same as before. After this, the young man became more and more passive. Soon after, the young man attacked for the third time. When he saw Duan Lingtian was still fighting with all his might, he gritted his teeth and decided not to dodge anymore. "Brat, let's see if you have the courage to perish together with me." This time, the young man didn't dodge when faced with Duan Lingtian's ferocious attack, and he exerted all his strength to urge the attack to descend onto Duan Lingtian. However, when his attack landed on Duan Lingtian, although it was not as weak as the previous two attacks, it still could not break through Duan Lingtian's defense. Above the silhouette of the crimson scale robe on the surface of Duan Lingtian's body, there was a layer of earthen yellow light twined around it, as if it was airtight and impenetrable. It was the power of the chaos divine earth. You've comprehended the second profundity from the law of earth? The young man's expression changed drastically. At this moment, he finally understood why the other 5 people were so afraid of Duan Lingtian. It was as though they were willing to let Duan Lingtian take the 2 king-grade celestial weapons. As it turned out, the purple-clad young man had comprehended another profundity from the law of earth. Moreover, it was a defensive profundity. Bang! Chapter 30:14. Under the watchful eyes of the others, the young man was killed by Duan Lingtian's gigantic sword after his defenses were shattered. No. Before the young man died, he only left behind a mournful cry of grief. The cry of grief was filled with regret and unwillingness. Idiot. Do you really think that all of us are incompetent people? We're afraid of the purple-clad young man, but he's not. He's courting death. If we didn't know how strong the purple-clad young man is, we wouldn't have allowed him to ask for 2 king-grade celestial weapons. Humph. With his strength, even if he asked for 3 king-grade celestial weapons, I wouldn't have interfered, let alone 2. The 5 people, including Xue Jingyu, thought of the mocking look the young man gave them before he died, and they all sneered, taking pleasure in their misfortune. How fortunate. As for the other young man, although he had not witnessed Duan Lingtian's strength before this, he chose to remain silent when Duan Lingtian asked him if he had any objections due to the words of the others. However, after witnessing Duan Lingtian's strength, he broke out in cold sweat. He was glad he had chosen to remain silent at that time. This guy. I'm afraid he's in for it. The young man who still had a lingering fear in his heart looked at the middle-aged man who came out of the main hall behind him. He saw the middle-aged man's face was as pale as a sheet of paper, and his body was trembling violently. He looked at Duan Lingtian as though he had seen a ghost. Earlier, when Duan Lingtian asked for 2 king-grade celestial weapons, this middle-aged man was the first to speak up. He was one of the 2 people who objected to Duan Lingtian's request for 2 king-grade celestial weapons. The other person was the young man who had just been killed by Duan Lingtian. After killing the young man, Duan Lingtian casually took the young man's spatial ring and king-grade celestial weapons. At the same time, he took the young man's points from his accumulative point jade. In the next moment, his gaze landed on the middle-aged man who was the first to stand out and make a fuss. Now, it's your turn. Duan Lingtian looked at the middle-aged man with a calm expression. Those who didn't know would think that he was just chatting with the middle-aged man. You. Seeing Duan Lingtian looking over, the middle-aged man's face grew paler and paler. He slowly opened his mouth and said in a trembling voice, "You can't kill me." If you kill me, my family won't let you off. My family is. If you die, who will know that I killed you? Duan Ling Tian interrupted the middle-aged man with a sneer. At the same time, he raised the giant sword in his hand slightly. His celestial elemental energy, which had fused with the earth elemental element, started to surge and pulsate. In addition, around the giant sword, there were golden rays of light and purple rays of light intertwining, giving people a dreamy feeling. This guy is really an idiot. Now, let alone us who have entered the Immortal Emperor Palace, those who know about the existence of the Immortal Emperor Palace are probably frozen in their memories before they knew about the existence of the Immortal Emperor Palace, right? Xue Jingyu sneered. That's right. In the past, there were many people who entered the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm who entered the Immortal Emperor Palace. However, after they left the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, they didn't have any memories of the Immortal Emperor Palace. It's obvious that there's a formation in the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm that erases memories. Even if you kill someone in the Immortal Emperor Palace, those who witnessed it won't be able to remember who killed whom after they leave the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. It's normal for him to forget about this in the face of death. The others looked at the middle-aged man with a hint of pity in their eyes. How dare he offend the monstrous purple-clad young man? He's seeking death. After listening to the words of Duan Ling Tian and the others, the middle-aged man finally remembered this. His expression changed again as despair filled his eyes. If you spare my life, I'll give you my spatial ring and all my wealth. In the face of death, the middle-aged man knelt in the air and repeatedly kowtowed to Duan Ling Tian, hoping for a way out. After all, it was not easy to cultivate. If he died, he would lose everything. At this moment, the middle-aged man no longer cared about his dignity. Even if I kill you, your possessions will still be mine. A mocking smile appeared on Duan Ling Tian's face. The middle-aged man's expression changed again as he said, if you spare my life, I'll definitely give you more gifts after we leave the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. However, this time, Duan Ling Tian responded to the middle-aged man's words by charging at him with a sword in his hand. Duan Ling Tian looked like the Grim Reaper who was about to reap the middle-aged man's life. Upon hearing the middle-aged man's words and seeing Duan Ling Tian's actions, Xue Jingyu and the others shook their heads and cursed under their breaths. This idiot, after all, they would not remember what had happened in the Celestial Lord Temple after they left the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Even if they remembered, why would Duan Ling Tian trust them? Once the middle-aged man left the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, he would have his clan to rely on. It would be impossible for them to take advantage of him. Unless they chose to offend the middle-aged man's clan. Boom. 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 Duan Ling Tian flashed out with his sword in hand. His speed was so fast that it shook the sky and caused a series of deafening explosions to resound in the air. Although the middle-aged man knew he was no match for Duan Ling Tian, he did not sit back and do nothing when he saw Duan Ling Tian charging at him. However, even if he did not choose to resign himself to death, he still died in Duan Ling Tian's hands in just 2 moves. Bang! A loud explosion rang in the air as the middle-aged man's body was sent flying. His body exploded into a cloud of blood mist, leaving behind 2 king-grade celestial weapons and a spatial ring. Swoosh! After collecting the spoils, Duan Ling Tian flew toward the 3 purely defensive king-grade celestial weapons that had been nurtured by celestial lords. Xue Jingyu and the others made way for Duan Ling Tian so he could approach the 3 king-grade celestial weapons without having to turn around. Congratulations, Duan Ling Tian. When Duan Ling Tian flew past him, Xue Jingyu congratulated him. There was only envy in his eyes, not jealousy. Emicham, Duan Ling Tian turned his head slightly and nodded at Xue Jingyu. Congratulations. Congratulations, brother. After Xue Jingyu took the lead, the remaining 5 people congratulated Duan Ling Tian as well. They knew they could only try their best to befriend the purple-clad young man. Otherwise, they would be the next to die. Xue Jingyu did not expect he would inadvertently give Duan Lingtian an opportunity to befriend Duan Lingtian when he congratulated him. However, Duan Lingtian ignored the congratulatory words and walked up to the 3 king-grade celestial weapons. The 3 black armors hovered in the air. They looked like the armors of a devil god. They shone with a black light and were surrounded by faint purple lightning bolts. Every time the lightning around the armor jumped, it would cause the void to tremble slightly, and circles of faint ripples would appear. Duan Lingtian could clearly feel a gust of eerie wind blowing against his face when he was near it. This eerie wind came from the armor that was hovering in the air before him. A purely defensive king-grade celestial weapon that has been nurtured by a celestial lord. Duan Lingtian's eyes glinted as he reached out with both hands and grabbed the 2 king-grade celestial weapons. Drip. Duan Lingtian raised his hand and dripped a drop of blood on one of the king-grade celestial weapons to claim ownership of the king-grade celestial weapon, the red scale garment. Its defense is indeed much stronger than before. With just a thought, the silhouette of a black armor appeared on Duan Lingtian's body. It was none other than the king-grade celestial weapon that had just claimed ownership of the king-grade celestial weapon. Since both of them were purely defensive king-grade celestial weapons, their effects would be much weaker if they were not nurtured by a celestial lord's celestial origin energy. After putting away the other king-grade celestial weapon and the red scale garment, Duan Lingtian slowly descended from the sky and landed on the ground in just a blink of an eye. Although the others were jealous of Duan Lingtian for taking away the 2 king-grade celestial weapons, they did not make a move. To be more precise, they did not dare to make a move. What a joke! After all, the purple-clad young man had comprehended 2 profundities from the law of earth. They were no match for him at all. If they tried to snatch the 2 king-grade celestial weapons from him, they would only be asking for trouble. Fortunately, he didn't go overboard and left one for us. Xue Jingyu muttered to himself. Soon after, they shifted their eyes away from Duan Lingtian and looked at the last king-grade celestial weapon hovering in the air. All of a sudden, a strong smell of gunpowder was once again emitted between them. While Xue Jingyu and the others were fighting, Duan Lingtian, who had just landed on the ground, raised his eyebrows. He felt a gust of wind blowing past his ears. In the next moment, he saw that Ling Ju-yun, who was standing nearby when he landed, was nowhere to be seen. When Duan Lingtian discovered that Ling Ju-yun had disappeared, the expressions of Xue Jingyu and the others changed drastically as though they had sensed something was amiss. Swoosh! In the next moment, their eyes landed on the last king-grade celestial weapon, and they saw a gray-clad figure standing in front of them. Ling Jueyan. Xue Jingyu recognized Ling Jueyan with just a glance. However, his eyes were brimming with battle intent. He no longer cowered in front of Duan Lingtian. After all, in his opinion, Ling Jueyan was only a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial like him. I'll take this king-grade celestial weapon. Ling Jueyan hovered next to the king-grade celestial weapon. He was not in a hurry to take the king-grade celestial weapon. Instead, he glanced at Xue Jingyu and the others indifferently. This brat. Does he think he's Duan Lingtian? How arrogant. There's only one king-grade celestial weapon left. How can we let him take it away so easily? Humph. There's a price to pay for being arrogant. Chapter 30:15. Although Xue Jingyu and the others were reluctant to accept Duan Lingtian taking the 2 king-grade celestial weapons, they knew there was nothing they could do. After all, Duan Lingtian, who had comprehended 2 profundities from the law of earth, was not someone they could contend with. However, after Duan Lingtian took the initiative, another person came forward and said he wanted the last king-grade celestial weapon. How could they tolerate this? Lad, although you and Duan Lingtian are both monstrous geniuses below the age of 100, Duan Lingtian has comprehended 2 profundities from the law of earth. It's understandable that he wants the 2 king-grade celestial weapons. What makes you think you're worthy? Don't tell me you've also comprehended 2 profundities from the law of earth? An old man asked. He was already frustrated that Duan Ling Tian had taken the 2 king-grade celestial weapons away. However, he had nowhere to vent his anger. After all, he could not afford to offend Duan Ling Tian. Now that Ling Jueyan had shown up, it was only natural for him to vent his anger. What? Do you want to give it a try? While Xue Jingyu and the others were looking at Ling Juyun mockingly, Ling Juyun took a deep look at the old man and asked in a meaningful voice, "What do you mean by that?" The old man was stunned. Xue Jingyu and the others were stunned as well. Ling Jueyan's calm expression reminded them of Duan Ling Tian. It was as though Duan Ling Tian had come out to compete for the king-grade celestial weapons. Don't tell me he has comprehended 2 profundities from the law of earth as well? Impossible. He's not even 100 years old. How can he be so monstrous? Duan Ling Tian isn't even 100 years old, right? We witnessed Duan Ling Tian comprehending 2 profundities from the law of earth when he's not even 100 years old. However, do you think there'll be 2 monstrous geniuses who have comprehended 2 profundities from the law of earth in the same era in the profound nether mansion? I don't think so as well. It's rare for a monstrous genius like Duan Ling Tian to appear in the profound nether mansion. How can there be 2 monstrous geniuses like Duan Ling Tian? Based on their words, it was clear they did not think Ling Jueyan was the same as Duan Ling Tian, who had comprehended 2 profundities from the law of earth. Ling Jueyan, at this moment, Duan Ling Tian turned to look at Ling Jueyan. If there was anyone present who thought Ling Jueyan would be able to obtain the king-grade celestial weapon, it would be him. In fact, he had intentionally left the king-grade celestial weapon for Ling Jueyan. If Ling Jueyan did not say he wanted one as well, he would have taken all 3 king-grade celestial weapons. Although he could not use so many king-grade celestial weapons, he could give them to the people around him. A purely defensive king-grade celestial weapon that had been nurtured by a celestial lord was considered a rare treasure in the profound nether mansion. If it was not for Ling Jueyan, why would he keep one for himself? Boy, stop trying to be mysterious. The old man regained his senses and looked at Ling Jueyan with a mocking smile on his face. He said fearlessly, "If you want to try, go ahead." As soon as the old man finished speaking, his celestial origin energy surged out of his body without waiting for Ling Jueyan's reply. At the same time, a pair of spiked maces appeared in his hands. At the same time, the old man's celestial origin energy turned blue in just a blink of an eye. It was obvious the old man's celestial origin energy had merged with the fundamental law of earth. This is the law of water's fundamental profundity, the water elemental profundity. As soon as the old man's celestial origin energy began to change, Duan Ling Tian could feel a chill coming from his celestial origin energy. If one carefully observed the changes in his celestial elemental energy, they would discover that his celestial elemental energy had become much more flexible after it had turned blue. This was the property of water. Swoosh! Swoosh! Before Xue Jingyu and the others could react, the mace in the old man's hands had already whizzed out like a meteor. Apart from the blue celestial origin energy, the spiked maces were shrouded in blood mist and black spots. It was clear the old man had used other techniques apart from the law of water's fundamental profundity, the water elemental profundity. Not only is Oldly taking his opponent by surprise, but he's also using his full strength to gain the initiative. He's clearly trying to kill his opponent while he has the upper hand. A middle-aged man standing near Xue Jingyu said with a sigh. In the southern heaven ancient realm, the slightest carelessness could lead to death. He's doing this to ensure nothing goes wrong. Another young man said, clearly understanding the old man's actions. Boom! Rumble! The 2 spiked maces flew across the sky like meteors streaking across the sky. The sound of the air exploding was as deafening as the rumbling of thunder. Roar! Roar! Just as the 2 spiked maces were about to hit Ling Jueyan, the blue celestial origin energy at the tips of the spiked maces transformed into 2 ferocious-looking wolf silhouettes that opened their mouths to bite Ling Jueyan. Why isn't he dodging? Can't he react in time? He's dead meat. How dare he claim the king-grade celestial weapon when he's so weak? Xue Jingyu and the others watched as the two spiked maces landed on Ling Juyan's body. At the same time, the two ferocious-looking wolf silhouettes bit Ling Juyan's shoulders. Boom! A loud explosion rang in the air, accompanied by two cracking sounds. The sound of the spiked maces landing on Ling Juyan's body and the wolf silhouettes biting Ling Juyan's body rang in the air. What kind of technique is this? Unlike Xue Jingyu and the others who were certain Ling Juyan would die, Duan Ling Tian discovered something was amiss with Ling Juyan. In other words, the Ling Juyan who stood there and endured the old man's attacks was no longer Ling Juyan. It's the undead clone profundity from the law of death. As though she had heard Duan Ling Tian's muttering, Huang Er's cold voice resonated in his spiritual sea in a timely manner. Currently, Little Feng has comprehended two profundities from the law of death. Apart from the death elemental profundity, he has also comprehended the undead clone profundity. Huang explained in one breath. Undead clone profundity? In the next moment, while Xue Jingyu and the others were still shocked by Ling Juyan's lack of movement, Duan Ling Tian saw Ling Juyan's eyes glowing with a blood-red light as his body emitted a powerful aura. Is that all you're capable of? As soon as Crimson Eye Ling Juyan spoke, the silhouette of a cloak appeared behind him. It grew longer with the wind. The patterns on the cloak seemed to be ancient words and patterns. As soon as the cloak appeared, the two ferocious wolf silhouettes that were about to land on Crimson Eye Ling Juyan's shoulders were dispelled. Crimson Eye Ling Juyan's body trembled, causing the two spiked maces to retreat. Whoosh! Crimson Eye Ling Juyan's aura surged even higher. The cloak behind him seemed to be dyed red as it fluttered even though there was no wind. That cloak. It's definitely not just a king-grade celestial weapon. In fact, even a king-grade celestial weapon might not be this powerful. Duan Lingtian's attention was completely attracted by the cloak behind Ling Juyan. The cloak fluttered in the wind as it complemented Ling Juyan's aura. The complicated patterns on the cloak seemed to have come to life. From afar, it looked like rivers of blood were flowing on the cloak. Huang His cloak? Duan Ling Tian asked. It's a purely defensive emperor-grade celestial weapon. Huang replied. An emperor-grade celestial weapon? Although he was mentally prepared, Duan Ling Tian was still shocked at this moment. It was not difficult for him to figure out why Ling Juyan dared to use an emperor-grade celestial weapon here. It was obvious Ling Juyan knew those who knew about the Celestial Lord Temple would not leave the Southern Heaven ancient realm with their memories of the Celestial Lord Temple. For this reason, the news of Ling Juyan possessing an emperor-grade celestial weapon would not spread. That cloak. It seems to be extraordinary. At the same time, Xue Jingyu and the others also noticed Ling Juyan's cloak. It did not seem to be a simple king-grade celestial weapon. You have a royal-grade celestial weapon? The old man's expression changed drastically when he saw his attack had failed to injure Ling Juyan. A hint of dread could be seen in his eyes as he looked at the cloak behind Ling Juyan. Even a purely defensive king-grade celestial weapon that had been nurtured by a celestial lord would not be able to compare to the cloak. A royal-grade celestial weapon? Blood Eye Ling Juyan sneered. However, he had no intention of explaining himself. His aura surged as he shot toward the old man like a ray of light. Faced with Ling Juyan's ferocious attack, the old man knew he could not break through his defenses. However, he had no choice but to block Ling Juyan's attack. I hope he won't fight as recklessly as Duan Ling Tian. If he does, I'll definitely die. At this moment, the old man could only hope his attack would be able to block Ling Juyan's attack. Even if he could not defeat Ling Juyan, he would still be able to survive. Boom! Rumble. Scarlet-eyed Ling Juyan attacked. He punched with both fists and met the old man's two spiked clubs. Fists collided violently with the clubs. Thank goodness. The old man sighed in relief when he saw Ling Juyan's attack colliding with his own. After all, he could still block Ling Juyan's attack. However, in the next moment, the old man's expression changed drastically. Swoosh! An ear-piercing sound rang in the air as though it was a flash in the pan. Under everyone's gazes, a figure dashed out of Ling Juyan's body as he fought with the old man. Black and red light surrounded him as he turned into a sword and pierced through the old man's body, tearing him in half. This, how did Ling Juyan come out of his body? Heavens! What kind of technique is this? Xue Jingyu and the others narrowed their eyes when they saw the figure that shot out of blood-eye Ling Juyan's body was none other than Ling Juyan himself. Chapter 30:16. That's his true body. A middle-aged man cried out in shock after the old man was killed by the blood-eyed Ling Juyan who had transformed into a sword. That person with blood-red eyes is only his clone. To be more precise, it's his profundity clone. The middle-aged man said. Based on his attack, it seems like he has comprehended the law of death, one of the 4 supreme laws. The other young man's eyes narrowed, and his face was filled with shock. As far as I know, among the profundities in the law of death, there's a profundity called the undead doppelganger. The undead clone profundity allows the person who has comprehended the profundity to have a body that's almost corporeal. Moreover, its defense and combat strength are not inferior to the original. At the same time, the clone can use the original celestial weapon and other profundities that the original has comprehended. The main body can fight side by side with the doppelganger, or it can hide in the doppelganger and wait for an opportunity to launch a fatal blow at the most critical moment. When the young man reached the end of his sentence, the way he looked at the 2 Ling Juyan in the air changed completely. Swoosh! At the same time, under everyone's watchful eyes, the blood-eyed Ling Juyan disappeared into the body of the other Ling Juyan in just a blink of an eye. At the same time, the celestial origin energy surging from Ling Juyan's body vanished. The law of death? The law that Ling Juyan has comprehended is the law of death? Heavens! The law of death is one of the 4 supreme laws. It's not a law that can be comprehended through celestial methods or divine abilities. It requires fortuitous encounters, or legacies. Among the laws in heaven and earth, comprehending the 4 supreme laws is the most demanding. Ling Juyan is not even 100 years old, but he has comprehended the law of death. Moreover, it's obvious that he has comprehended 2 profundities from the law of death. He's a monster among monsters. His innate talent is much higher than Duan Ling Tian. After all, he has comprehended the law of death, one of the 4 supreme laws. Xue Jingyu and the others regained their senses at this time. They were also shocked by the strength displayed by Ling Juyan. None of them had expected Ling Juyan to possess such terrifying strength. He was even stronger than Duan Ling Tian. Immediately, they looked at each other and saw bitter smiles on each other's faces. In the past, they felt that they were already considered rare geniuses. But now, in front of Duan Ling Tian and Ling Juyan, they no longer dared to think that they were geniuses. They had been beaten black and blue. Duan Ling Tian, less than 100 years old, comprehended 2 profundities of the laws of earth. Ling Juyan was not even 100 years old, but he had comprehended 2 profound meanings of the law of death. Whoosh! After killing the old man, Ling Juyan made his move to collect the last king-grade celestial weapon. Xue Jingyu and the others could only watch helplessly. They did not dare to stop him at all. They knew very well that they would definitely die if they made a move now. His cloak is a purely defensive royal-grade celestial weapon, right? Why would he need a king-grade celestial weapon if he has one? Xue Jingyu was puzzled. As soon as Xue Jingyu finished speaking, a young man standing nearby sneered. Let me ask you, if you have a purely defensive royal-grade celestial weapon, would you dare to use it? That's right. Since this is the Celestial Lord Temple, we won't remember anything that happened here. That's why he dares to use a purely defensive royal-grade celestial weapon. He knows no one will reveal the fact that he possesses a purely defensive royal-grade celestial weapon. That's right. This is the Celestial Lord Temple. If it weren't for the Celestial Lord Temple, I'm afraid he would have killed us. I don't think he dares to kill us. After all, if we die, he'll be able to leave the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm faster. After all, the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm will reopen after a certain number of people have died. That's right. Even those from the Celestial Lord Temple won't be able to stay in the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm for long. Otherwise, they'll be trapped in the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. It was obvious the others had figured out the reason why Ling Jueyun dared to use a royal-grade celestial weapon here. They knew people like Ling Jueyun and Duan Ling Tian would not kill people here unless it was absolutely necessary. Now that both of them have obtained the rewards from the first trial in the Celestial Lord Temple, what should we do next? Xue Jingyu looked left and right. Apart from the 10 palaces, all he could see was the boundless darkness in the distance. The others began to look around, but they could not find a way to leave the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Let's wait. I think we'll have to wait for a while. All of them agreed. At this moment, Xue Jingyu and the others saw Ling Jueyun descending from the sky and landing next to Duan Ling Tian after obtaining the last king-grade celestial weapon. It's strange that they're able to coexist peacefully. Did they come to an agreement when they entered the palaces? That's possible. Based on my speculation, Duan Ling Tian must have discussed this with Ling Jueyun before he left the royal-grade celestial weapon for Ling Jueyun. That's what I think as well. Otherwise, with Duan Ling Tian's strength, he could have obtained the 3 royal-grade celestial weapons. Initially, I thought they'd fight it out. However, it seems like they won't be fighting for the time being. Xue Jingyu and the others looked at Duan Ling Tian and Ling Jueyun. They were slightly disappointed when they saw the two of them coexisting peacefully. Just by standing there, the two of them were like 2 dark clouds that shrouded their hearts, causing them to feel somewhat gloomy. If I can leave them, I'll definitely stay away from them. What good will it do to us if they're here? I agree. I hope we can leave them. Otherwise, even if we manage to leave the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm alive, we won't be able to obtain anything in the Celestial Lord Temple. At this moment, Xue Jingyu and the others were looking forward to parting ways with Duan Ling Tian and Duan Ling Tian. After all, as long as they were here, they would not be able to obtain anything they wanted. After a while, seeing that there was still no movement, some people began to chat. Speaking of which, based on what I know, there are 7 peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials who have comprehended 2 profundities from a law in the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. A middle-aged man said. 7? So many? I only know 5 of them. Another young man chimed in. Time passed quickly as everyone was chatting. There's also Sima Chun, the genius from the Sima clan. He has comprehended 2 profundities from the law of wind. It's said that apart from the law of wind's fundamental profundity, the wind elemental profundity, he has also comprehended another profundity from the law of wind, the gale profundity. The gale profundity? One of the profundities from the law of wind that focuses on speed? Not only does the gale profundity increase one's attack speed, but it can also increase one's movement speed as well. The law of wind excels in one's speed and one's body as the wind. Sima Chun has comprehended the law of wind's gale profundity. Apart from those who have comprehended 3 profundities from the law of wind, it's almost impossible for them to defeat him, let alone kill him. Of course. Sima Chun has comprehended the law of wind's wind elemental profundity and the gale profundity. His speed is second to none among those who have entered the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm this time. If he can't defeat Sima Chun, he can always escape. If he's fast, he's invincible. In the beginning, Duan Ling Tian did not pay much attention to their conversation. However, when they mentioned Sima Chun, a strange expression appeared on his face. Sima Chun? If he's fast, he's invincible? What? Do you know Sima Chun? Ling Jueyun asked curiously through voice transmission. He had been observing Duan Ling Tian for a long time. Naturally, he had noticed the changes in Duan Lingtian's expression. Not really. We just happened to bump into each other before we entered the Celestial Lord Temple. Duan Lingtian replied indifferently through voice transmission. Did they fight? Ling Jueyun asked again. Duan Lingtian nodded. He has comprehended 2 profundities from the law of wind. One of them is the gale profundity. I won't be able to kill him unless I use an emperor-grade celestial weapon or a divine weapon. Ling Jueyun paused for a moment before he continued to ask, with his speed, it's almost impossible for you to kill him unless you use an emperor-grade celestial weapon. Is he dead? Ling Jueyun asked again. Duan Lingtian nodded again. You used an emperor-grade celestial weapon? Ling Jueyun asked again. Duan Lingtian shook his head again. Ling Jueyun frowned when Duan Lingtian said indifferently, although I didn't use an emperor-grade celestial weapon, I did use a royal-grade celestial weapon. Even if you used an offensive royal-grade celestial weapon, it won't be easy for you to kill him, right? After all, based on the profundities from the law of earth that you've comprehended, speed isn't your forte. Ling Jueyun hit the nail on the head. You're quite good at calculating. You even used a little trick. Duan Lingtian smiled faintly. Ling Jueyun had accurately predicted his battle with Sima Chun. Although he had used a royal-grade celestial weapon, he would not have been able to kill Sima Chun without the help of the gravitational space profundity. Although he had only comprehended a little bit of the gravitational space Upanishad and was still a distance away from the entry level, it would not affect his overall strength much. However, at the critical moment, it could still play a role. Just like the battle between him and Sima Chun. Because of the little bit of gravitational space Upanishad, he killed Sima Chun. Otherwise, Sima Chun would have been able to escape. What little trick? Ling Jueyun asked again. Before Duan Lingtian could respond, Ling Jueyun felt the ground beneath his feet disappear. After a while, he felt as though he was standing on solid ground. Chapter 30:17. Duan Lingtian's vision flickered between darkness and light. His feet felt light and heavy. In the next moment, he discovered he had appeared on a spacious stone platform. In front of him was a divine pit that stretched as far as the eye could see. What's this place? Did we leave the first trial? Could this be the location of the second test set by the Celestial Lord Palace? When Duan Lingtian heard the commotion, he looked around and discovered that apart from Ling Jueyun, Xue Jingyu, and the others, there were 8 more people in the surroundings. Duan Lingtian, Ling Jueyun, Xue Jingyu, and the others turned to look at the 8 people. Among these 8 people, there was a middle-aged man, a young man, and a young woman. Her appearance was delicate and pretty, and her temperament was elegant. Although she could not be considered to be extremely beautiful, she had her own unique charm. That's Dongfang Jin Luan. Xue Jingyu exclaimed in surprise when he saw a finely dressed young man among the 8 people. A hint of dread could be seen on his face. Dongfang Jin Luan? Immediately, several people not far from Xue Jingyu followed Xue Jingyu's gaze and saw the young man in luxurious clothes. It's really Dongfang Jin Luan. Dongfang Jin Luan is the most outstanding genius in the Eastern Fang family in recent years. He's only slightly over 200 years old, but he has already comprehended 2 profundities from the law of thunder. Many people in Duan Lingtian's group recognized the finely dressed young man. Dongfang Jin Luan? Duan Lingtian looked in the direction Xue Jingyu and the others were looking at and saw the finely dressed young man. The finely dressed young man was tall, had a square face, thick eyebrows, and large eyes. He gave off a stern aura. He stood there like an iron tower, unmoving like a mountain. Although he heard Xue Jingyu and the others' exclamations, he remained indifferent. Dongfang Jinluan, a member of the Dongfang family, a rank 7 clan. He's a little over 200 years old and has comprehended the fundamental profundity of the law of lightning, the thunder elemental profundity, and the lightning profundity of the law of lightning. Previously, Xue Jingyu and the others had mentioned Dongfang Jin Luan when they were talking about the people who had comprehended two profundities. For this reason, Duan Ling Tian knew Duan Ling Tian was a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial whose speed was on par with Sima Chun whom he had killed. In terms of speed, the lightning profound of the laws of lightning wasn't any slower than the gale profound of the laws of wind. In fact, it even had a bewitching property that the gale profound didn't have. It was a relatively powerful and practical profound of the laws of lightning. Whoosh! 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 Xue Jingyu and the others descended from the sky and landed near where Duan Ling Tian and Ling Juyan were, obviously intending to approach Duan Ling Tian and seek shelter. Compared to Duan Ling Tian and Ling Juyan, the 8 people were more threatening. That young woman looks familiar as well. A young man standing next to Xue Jingyu said with a frown as he looked at the only woman among the 8 people. She's Oya from the Frost sect. Xue Jingyu said in a deep voice. As the most outstanding prince of the Southern Qi Nation's emperor in the profound Nether Mansion's Thousand Nations territory, Xue Jingyu often accompanied the emperor of the Southern Qi Nation to visit various forces. Therefore, he was familiar with the geniuses in the profound Nether Mansion. Whether it was Dongfang Jinluan from the Dongfang family or Oya from the Grade 8 Frost sect, Xue Jingyu had met both of them before. Naturally, they might not remember him even if he remembered them. Frost sect? Oya? I've heard of Oya from the Frost sect. She's a rare female prodigy in the profound Nether Mansion. She's not even 200 years old, but she's already comprehended 2 profundities from the law of ice. In terms of innate talent, Oya is even more talented than Dongfang Jinluan. Only Duan Ling Tian and Ling Juyan are stronger than her. The few people on Duan Ling Tian's side shifted their attention from the young woman to Duan Ling Tian and Ling Juyan. Oya? Duan Ling Tian glanced at the young woman. He had heard about Oya from Xue Jingyu and the others. She was a female prodigy from the Grade 8 Frost sect. Although the Frost sect was only a Grade 8 sect, it was much stronger than ordinary Grade 8 forces. At the very least, none of the 1,000 Grade 8 celestial kingdoms in the Thousand Nations territory could compare to the Frost sect. The Guardian Celestial method of the Frost sect was a king-grade celestial method that allowed one to comprehend the law of ice's fundamental profundity, the ice elemental profundity, and the law of ice's frost profundity. The frost profundity. Based on the name of the profundity, it should be able to freeze one's opponent. Duan Ling Tian thought to himself. Swoosh. Swoosh. Not long after the 2 groups of people appeared, there was a sudden loud noise in front of them. It was like the sound of a flood breaking through a dam. That's, Duan Ling Tian snapped out of his daze and looked ahead. He saw waves surging toward them from the distance. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian finally saw clearly that the place he was standing at was similar to a riverbank. In the distance, waves of water swept over like a roaring water dragon. The momentum was terrifying. Moreover, with his divine consciousness, Duan Ling Tian could tell the waves were no ordinary waves. The waves were filled with an extremely terrifying aura. That aura even gave him an extremely strong sense of danger. His soul was slightly throbbing because of this. It's the soul-extinguishing water. Huang Er's voice rang in Duan Lingtian's mind. Once the soul-extinguishing water comes into contact with a person's body, it'll be able to destroy one's soul. Without a Duke-grade soul defense celestial weapon, those below the level of celestial dukes will definitely die in the face of the soul-extinguishing water. Huang said. Soul-extinguishing water? Duan Ling Tian's eyes narrowed as he hurriedly soared into the air. This was because the soul-extinguishing water would soon hit the riverbank he was standing on. Of course, the soul-extinguishing water won't be able to hurt you. After all, your soul is protected by the profound divine metal outside your sea of consciousness. Upon hearing Huang Er's words, Duan Ling Tian realized he had been overly anxious. As it turned out, he did not need to fear the soul-extinguishing water at all. Heavens! This is the soul-extinguishing water. The soul-extinguishing water can destroy one's soul. Those below the level of celestial dukes will definitely die if they touch it. So this is the second test of the Celestial Lord Temple. When Duanling Tian soared into the sky, the others also regained their senses and soared into the sky as well. Some of them recognized the soul-extinguishing water, and some of them did not as well. As the first wave of soul-extinguishing water splashed onto the river bank, those who had just learned of the terror of the soul-extinguishing water all sucked in a breath of cold air. Look! There are boxes and chests on the soul-extinguishing water. A voice rang in Duan Lingtian's ears, prompting him to look in the direction of the voice. With just a glance, he saw the boxes and chests floating on the soul-extinguishing water. However, due to the formation that had been set up above, he could not use his divine consciousness to probe the contents of the boxes and chests. Naturally, Duan Lingtian knew if he could not probe the contents of the boxes and chests, the others would not be able to do so as well. After all, most of the people present were peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials like him whose divine consciousness was on par with his. These boxes and chests most likely contain treasures left behind by the southern heaven celestial lord. Among the group of 8 not far away, a middle-aged man's eyes lit up. He was the first to descend from the air and approach the nearest box. The box was 5 feet long, so it could contain most celestial weapons. Naturally, the middle-aged man did not dare to be careless as he approached the box. His celestial origin energy that had been boosted with the fundamental profundity of the law he had comprehended wrapped around his body. Apart from that, a faint blue silhouette of armor could be seen on his body. It was clear he was well prepared. He did not dare to be careless in front of the soul-extinguishing water. This box is mine. In just a blink of an eye, the middle-aged man arrived above the box hovering above the soul-extinguishing water. He only needed to reach out his hand to touch the box. Swoosh! The middle-aged man stretched out his hand and touched the box with lightning speed, intending to lift it up. However, the moment the middle-aged man's hand touched the box, a mysterious power suddenly extended from the surface of the box. Ripples of energy spread out in all directions. Swoosh! Swoosh! As the shockwave swept out, the soul-extinguishing water around the box seemed to have come to life. It rose up like angry dragons in the water soaring into the sky. It's heavy. As soon as the middle-aged man touched the box, he discovered it was extremely heavy. Even with all his might, he could only move the box at a very slow speed. Now, the surrounding soul-extinguishing water rose into the air and interweaved into a net that enveloped him. His expression changed drastically. No! A shrill cry rang in the air as the middle-aged man's body was enveloped by the soul-extinguishing water. When the soul-extinguishing water receded, Duan Lingtian and the others saw the middle-aged man's body lying on top of the box. His eyes were filled with unwillingness as though he had died with a remaining grievance. His vitality was rapidly dissipating, and his soul had been completely destroyed by the soul-extinguishing water earlier. How terrifying! The soul-extinguishing water destroyed his soul in just a blink of an eye. How terrifying! It's too terrifying. I was just about to make a move to collect the boxes earlier. Fortunately, he took the lead. Otherwise, I would have been the one who died. The remaining people felt a lingering fear when they saw the middle-aged man's death. Some of them were even glad they did not make a move first. Humph. You overestimate yourself. Chapter 30:18. As soon as Dongfang Jinluan finished speaking, the space around him trembled, and he disappeared from where he was standing. Everyone could only see a huge bolt of lightning streaking across the sky. It was none other than Dongfang Jinluan's body. It was the law of thunder, the lightning profundity. In order to use the lightning profundity, one had to have the thunder elemental profundity as a foundation. For this reason, Dongfang Jinluan had used the 2 profundities from the law of thunder that he had comprehended. Naturally, he had other tricks up his sleeve as well. Swoosh! Swoosh! Dongfang Jinluan's target was the box that the middle-aged man had his eyes on. When he made his move, the soul-extinguishing water stirred again. However, just as the soul-extinguishing water was about to descend on Dongfang Jinluan quickly moved away from the soul-extinguishing water with the box and the middle-aged man's corpse. For this reason, the soul-extinguishing water missed its target. Bang! Dongfang Jinluan moved at lightning speed and returned at lightning speed. He easily retrieved the box and flipped it over. The middle-aged man's corpse fell into the soul-extinguishing water and was completely submerged by it. He's so fast. His speed. It seems like he's even faster than Sima Chun. Duan Lingtian looked at Dongfang Jinluan in shock. Dongfang Jinluan's speed was so fast that the soul-extinguishing water couldn't catch up to him, so it couldn't touch him and annihilate his soul. Smack! Under everyone's watchful eyes, Dongfang Jinluan raised his hand and slapped the box. The box opened, revealing its contents. When the box was opened, everyone, including Duan Lingtian, was stunned. Even Dongfang Jinluan had a slight frown on his face. The reason for that was because after the chest was opened, there was nothing inside. Upon seeing this, many people could vaguely guess what was going on. It seems like not all of the boxes in the soul-extinguishing water have something in them. However, despite knowing this, everyone's attention was still attracted by the boxes in the soul-extinguishing water. Some of the boxes might be empty, but there were definitely some that had something in them. Whoosh! Suddenly, a gust of wind blew by. This wind brought with it a chilling coldness. Once it blew by, it gave people the feeling that winter had arrived. Oya has made a move. It was none other than Oya, the only female peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial present on the scene. Oya's body floated toward the soul-extinguishing water. In the blink of an eye, she was near a small box. Whoosh! Crash! When Oya approached the small box, the soul-extinguishing water surged up as usual and enveloped Oya. Seeing that Oya's slim figure was about to be submerged by the soul-extinguishing water, most of the people present couldn't help but gasp and stare at Oya with a solemn expression. In the blink of an eye. Chi! 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 Following a series of crisp sounds, before the crowd's gazes, the soul-extinguishing water that was about to envelop Oya actually froze and turned into ice. Bang! Oya held the small box in her hand as a layer of ice enveloped her body. She seemed to have transformed into an ice ball as she shot up into the air, shattering the soul-extinguishing water that had frozen into ice. When Oya returned to the void where she had been standing, the soul-extinguishing water that had turned into ice melted again. The surface of the soul-extinguishing water had also returned to normal. Amazing! She's too powerful. As expected of someone who has comprehended two profundities from the law of ice. She can even freeze the soul-extinguishing water. The freezing profundity from the law of ice is really terrifying. Many people present on the scene exclaimed in surprise when they saw Oya was unharmed and had obtained a small box. Most of them had only comprehended one profundity from a law. Moreover, they had only comprehended the fundamental profundity. They were not on the same level as those who had comprehended two profundities from the same law. Although the fundamental profundities were the foundation of a law, they were not as powerful and useful as the other profundities. It's empty as well? Under everyone's watchful eyes, Oya opened the small box that she had obtained and discovered that it was empty as well. Oya shook her head and smiled wryly. My luck isn't too good. That's a clone? At this moment, someone exclaimed in surprise. It came from Dongfang Jinluan, Oya, and the other 6 people. Dongfang Jinluan and Oya had lost one of their members, leaving them with only 7 people left. The sudden exclamation startled Dongfang Jinluan and Oya. Whoosh! In the next moment, they saw a young man with blood-red eyes descending from the sky. In just a blink of an eye, he had arrived near one of the boxes in the soul-extinguishing water. Swoosh! Swoosh! The soul-extinguishing water swept up and fell on the young man with blood-red eyes. However, it did not affect him in the slightest. The young man with blood-red eyes took the soul-extinguishing water head-on and stepped into the air with the box in his hand. In just a blink of an eye, he had left the area covered by the soul-extinguishing water. The young man with blood-red eyes was none other than the undead clone that Ling Jueyan had comprehended from the law of death. He did not have a soul, only a physical body. Without a soul, the soul-extinguishing water was, naturally, ineffective against him. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Ling Jueyan and his clone merged into one. However, the box remained in his hand. Smack! Ling Jueyan opened the box to reveal a 4-foot-wide saber. Based on the saber's aura, it was not difficult to tell that it was a king-grade celestial weapon that had been nurtured by a celestial lord. It seems like I'm quite lucky. Ling Jueyan looked at Duan Ling Tian and said proudly, "What do you think? Do you want to give it a try as well?" In response to Ling Jueyan's boasting, Duan Ling Tian flew toward a small box that was floating above the soul-extinguishing water. This small box was one of the smallest boxes floating above the soul-extinguishing water. When Duan Ling Tian approached the small box, the soul-extinguishing water surged again, trying to drown Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian did not dodge the soul-extinguishing water. Based on his actions, it was as though he was trying to emulate Ling Jueyan's undead clone and take the soul-extinguishing water head-on. Upon seeing this, Ling Jueyan could not help but frown. He only dared to take the soul-extinguishing water head-on with his clone. He did not dare to take the soul-extinguishing water head-on. For this reason, he was puzzled when he saw Duan Ling Tian's action. Naturally, he did not think Duan Ling Tian was courting death. Because he knew that a person like Duan Ling Tian would absolutely not do something as stupid as giving his life away. Is he crazy? Does he think he is Ling Jueyan's undead clone? Taking the soul-extinguishing water head-on with his body? Isn't that just courting death? Duan Ling Tian is crazy. Crazy. Xue Jingyu and the others were shocked by Duan Ling Tian's intrepid behavior. They could not understand why Duan Ling Tian would do such a thing. How could a body of flesh and blood be compared to an undead clone? Now, even if Duan Ling Tian were to use defensive means, they would not be so shocked. However, the problem was Duan Ling Tian did not even have the slightest intention of defending himself. It was obvious that he wanted to take the soul-extinguishing water head-on with his body of flesh and blood. Courting death. Dongfang Jinluan looked at Duan Ling Tian with a mocking smile on his face. Meanwhile, Oya was also looking at Duan Ling Tian. There was a hint of confusion in her eyes that were as clear as water. A woman's sixth sense was usually very accurate. Although the purple-clad young man in front of her seemed to be courting death, Oya's intuition told her that things were not that simple. Those who could enter the Celestial Lord Temple were not simple people. It was impossible for them to court death in such a stupid way. I've got it. As soon as Duan Ling Tian took the box, he felt the soul-extinguishing water pouring on his head. It was cold to the touch, as though a bucket of cold water had been poured on him. It's coming. At the same time, Duan Ling Tian could clearly feel a powerful destructive force entering his body the moment the soul-extinguishing water touched his body. It went straight for his sea of consciousness and targeted his soul. However, when the destructive force approached his sea of consciousness, it was blocked by the profound divine metal that was guarding it like a guardian. A golden light screen extended from the profound divine metal and blocked the destructive force of the soul-extinguishing water, preventing it from entering Duan Ling Tian's sea of consciousness. Since it could not enter Duan Ling Tian's sea of consciousness, it was only natural that it could not destroy his soul. Under everyone's shocked gazes, Duan Ling Tian endured the soul-extinguishing water with his body. Then, he rose into the air and returned to his original spot. Heavens! What? What's going on? He didn't die. Many people exclaimed in shock. This purple-clad young man must have a soul defense celestial weapon above the Duke grade. As far as I know, As long as it's a soul defense celestial weapon above the Duke grade, it'll be able to withstand the soul extinguishing water. Some people who were more knowledgeable figured this out. A soul defense celestial weapon above the Duke grade? Among all celestial weapons, soul defense celestial weapons are the rarest. A soul defense Duke grade celestial weapon is worth more than a pure defense King grade celestial weapon. If he has such a celestial weapon, it's not surprising that he can withstand the soul extinguishing water with his body. Since he has a soul defense celestial weapon above the Duke grade, the Celestial Lord Temple is obviously giving him a treasure. Xue Jingyu and the others who knew about Duan Lingtian's strength were not affected. On the other hand, Dongfang Jinluan and the others looked at Duan Lingtian enviously. It was as though they could not wait to snatch the soul defense celestial weapon from Duan Lingtian. Brat, do you have a soul defense celestial weapon above the Duke grade? Dongfang Jinluan asked in a deep voice as he stared at Duan Lingtian coldly. Chapter 30:19. Although the value of a soul defense Duke grade celestial weapon was comparable to a purely defensive King grade celestial weapon, most people would not trade it for a purely defensive King grade celestial weapon. In fact, even if a purely defensive King grade celestial weapon had been nurtured by a celestial lord, those who owned a soul defense Duke grade celestial weapon would not trade it for a purely defensive King grade celestial weapon. This was because soul defense Duke grade celestial weapons were extremely rare. Not only was it difficult to refine them, but the materials required were also extremely rare. A soul defense Duke grade celestial weapon could withstand any soul attack from a celestial Duke or below. It could even withstand soul attacks from a celestial Duke or below that contained profundities from a law. Naturally, it could only withstand the soul attack from a celestial Duke who had not comprehended any profundities from a law. If it was a celestial Duke who had comprehended a profundity from a law, even a one basic celestial Duke would not be able to withstand it. The power of the soul extinguishing water was comparable to the soul attack from a celestial Duke who had not comprehended any profundity from a law. For this reason, a soul defense Duke grade celestial weapon was more valuable than a purely defensive King grade celestial weapon that had been nurtured by a celestial lord. Lad, you have a soul defense celestial weapon that's at the Duke grade or above? Dongfang Jinluan stared at Duan Lingtian greedily. Everyone could see that Dongfang Jinluan was interested in Duan Lingtian's soul defense celestial weapon. What? Do you want it? Duan Lingtian asked indifferently as he stared at Dongfang Jinluan. Hand over your soul defense celestial weapon, and not only will I spare your life, but I'll also guarantee your safety in leaving the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Dongfang Jinluan said. Dongfang Jinluan did not think the purple-clad young man in front of him was a threat to him. Even if the purple-clad young man had comprehended two profundities from a law like him, he would not be afraid. A soul defense celestial weapon is indeed valuable, but it's not as valuable as your life, Dongfang Jinluan said. Dongfang Jinluan said again, his eyes flashing with killing intent. That's right. Right. Duan Lingtian nodded solemnly. Not to mention a soul defense type immortal artifact, no matter how precious it is, it's only a worldly possession. It's not as precious as one's own life. Since you know this, quickly hand over your soul defense celestial artifact. If I make a move, you won't be able to regret it. Dongfang Jinluan sneered. In Dongfang Jinluan's opinion, he could easily kill the purple-clad young man and seize his soul defensive celestial artifact. However, if possible, he didn't want to kill too many people in the immortal sovereign palace. Who knew if his journey in the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm would end after he killed the purple-clad young man? After all, if 70% of the people who entered the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm died, the trip to the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm would come to an end. For this reason, Duan Lingtian did not want to kill anyone in the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm as soon as possible. He wanted to find more fortuitous encounters in the Celestial Lord Temple. In Dongfang Jinluan's eyes, even if this purple-clothed youth had other things on him, he wouldn't be too interested. After all, he didn't lack those things. He was only interested in soul defense type immortal artifacts. Is that so? Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes and smiled faintly. I'd like to see how you're going to make me regret it. As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, with just a thought, energy that had been dormant for a long time began to awaken in his body. Since you're seeking death, I'll fulfill your wish. Dongfang Jinlun did not expect the purple-clad young man to be so foolish. His expression darkened as his celestial origin energy surged out of his body. Boom! In the next moment, a saber appeared in Dongfang Jinlun's hand as he charged toward Duan Lingtian at lightning speed. At this moment, Dongfang Jinlun seemed to have become one with the celestial saber in his hand. Although Dongfang Jinlun did not think the purple-clad young man was a match for him, he still went all out when he attacked. When the crowd saw Dongfang Jinlun trying to kill Duan Lingtian without saying a word, their hearts were in their mouths. At this moment, a seven-colored sword ray appeared where Duan Lingtian was standing. Among the 7 colors, red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, and purple, the purple was particularly bright. Apart from that, there was also a golden light and an earthy yellow light. Whoosh! A short-lived sword whistle sounded. It was extremely ear-piercing, and it even caused the group of people present to involuntarily shiver, even though the rainbow sword light was not aimed at them. At the same time, the crowd was shocked to see Dongfang Jinlun, who had transformed into a gigantic bolt of lightning, was pierced between his brows by the 7-colored sword ray when he was about to reach Duan Lingtian. Wherever the rainbow-colored sword light passed, the void remained calm as if it was walking on snow without leaving a trace. When it came into contact with the lightning formed by Dongfang Jinlun's one with the saber, it easily broke through it as if it did not encounter any resistance. Spurt! A stream of blood spurted out from Dongfang Jinlun's forehead. Following that, the lightning energy around him dissipated. Dongfang Jinlun's eyes were wide open as his body flew toward Duan Lingtian due to inertia. Duan Lingtian raised his hand and sent Dongfang Jinlun's body flying with a palm seal. At the same time, an invisible energy swept out and retrieved Dongfang Jinlun's celestial saber, spatial ring, and purely defensive king-grade celestial weapon. Splash! It was not until Dongfang Jinlun's body fell into the soul-extinguishing water that everyone finally regained their senses. At this moment, apart from Ling Ju-yun, the others, including the Frost Sect's genius disciple, Oya, were staring at Duan Lingtian in shock. That sword, Oya looked at the 7-colored sword ray that had returned to Duan Lingtian's hand with a hint of shock in her eyes. Apart from the celestial methods and divine abilities that are below the king grade, the earth elemental profundity is the earth elemental profundity. He must have relied on that sword to kill Dongfang Jinlun. That sword. Is it a royal grade celestial weapon? No. Even if it's a royal grade celestial weapon, with Dongfang Jinlun's speed and reflexes, he should have been able to dodge it. That's an emperor grade celestial weapon? Oya's eyes narrowed when she saw the 7-colored light sword transforming into a ray of 7-colored light that entered Duan Lingtian's palm and fused into Duan Lingtian's body. As far as she knew, it was impossible for a royal-grade celestial weapon to merge with one's body in such a manner. Only an emperor-grade celestial weapon could do that. This is, when Oya saw the 7-colored light sword fusing with Duan Lingtian's body, the others present on the scene also saw it. At once, several people who knew what this meant felt their scalps go numb. Heavens! What did they just see? The weapon Duan Lingtian had used to kill Dongfang Jinlun had merged with his body as though it was a part of him. What's going on? The sword has merged with Duan Lingtian's body? What weapon is that? Is it a royal-grade celestial weapon? I've never seen anyone who can merge a weapon like that. How did it merge with his body? Did Duan Lingtian create a little world in his body? What a joke! Duan Lingtian is only an overarching heavenly supreme celestial. It's impossible for him to create a little world without becoming a celestial duke. What's going on then? Most of the onlookers were shocked that Duan Lingtian was able to merge the 7-colored sword ray into his body, but they did not know what it meant. Although a celestial duke can create a little world, it's impossible for him to store his celestial weapon in it. After all, it's more troublesome to take a celestial weapon out of a little world than to take a celestial weapon out of a spatial ring. A middle-aged man looked at Duan Lingtian in shock before he said in a deep voice, Duan Lingtian is an overarching heavenly supreme celestial. It's impossible for him to create a little world to store his celestial weapon. Based on what I know, there's another type of celestial weapon that can merge with one's body. It's an emperor-grade celestial weapon. When the middle-aged man reached the end of his sentence, not only did his voice become louder, it also began to tremble violently. An emperor-grade celestial weapon. When Xue Jingyu and the others who did not know the characteristics of emperor-grade celestial weapons heard the middle-aged man's words, they were dumbfounded. At the same time, they could not help but tremble in fear. An emperor-grade celestial weapon? Even the 3 sects and 2 clans that they were planning to join did not have a royal-grade celestial weapon in the Southern Heaven ancient realm. Emperor-grade celestial weapons were superior to royal-grade celestial weapons. There were only a handful of emperor-grade celestial weapons in the Southern Heaven territory. However, one of them had appeared in Duan Lingtian's hands. Who's this Duan Lingtian? Xue Jingyu, who had fought with Duan Lingtian before, regained his senses. He was shocked when he looked at Duan Lingtian again. An overarching heavenly supreme celestial possessed an emperor-grade celestial weapon. In the past, if someone had told him this, he would not have believed it even if he was beaten to death. Even the descendants of the Southern Heaven celestial lord who ruled the Southern Heaven territory did not possess an emperor-grade celestial weapon when they were only overarching heavenly supreme celestials. Who's this Duan Lingtian? Why does he have an emperor-grade celestial weapon? Is this a joke? An emperor-grade celestial weapon. I didn't expect to see an emperor-grade celestial weapon in my lifetime. Meanwhile, the others regained their senses and looked at Duan Lingtian in disbelief. Don't tell me he found his emperor-grade celestial weapon in the Southern Heaven ancient realm? A young man speculated. However, his words were quickly refuted by the others. You're thinking too much. It's impossible for an emperor-grade celestial weapon to appear in the middle and upper realms of the Southern Heaven ancient realm, let alone the lower realm. Chapter 30-20. An emperor-grade celestial weapon? A hint of disdain flashed on Ling Juoyan's cold face when he heard everyone's words. Earlier, Duan Lingtian did not use an emperor-grade celestial weapon. Instead, it was a Devata artifact. Moreover, it was one of the highest-grade Devata artifacts. A prominent Devata artifact. Unfortunately, our memories of the Celestial Lord Temple will be erased after we leave this place. We won't be able to bring Duan Lingtian's emperor-grade celestial weapon out with us. You can imagine how much of an uproar the profound Nether Mansion and the Southern Heaven territory will be when news of the emperor-grade celestial weapon spreads. Have you ever thought about the possibility of Duan Lingtian taking out an emperor-grade celestial weapon so easily if we can bring the memories of the Celestial Lord Temple out with us? Regardless of his background, he'll definitely become a target for many powerhouses if news of him possessing an emperor-grade celestial weapon spreads. Many powerhouses will risk their lives to kill him for the emperor-grade celestial weapon. You can't say that. Based on the situation earlier, I don't think Duan Lingtian would be able to withstand Dongfang Jin Luan's attack unless he uses an emperor-grade celestial weapon, right? Most of the people on Oya's side said these words. Their words were quickly refuted by Xue Jingyu and the others from Duan Lingtian's side. Duan Lingtian isn't afraid of Dongfang Jin Luan even if he doesn't use an emperor-grade celestial weapon. That's right. Although Dongfang Jin Luan has comprehended 2 profundities from the Law of Thunder and is very strong, it's almost impossible for him to kill Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian has also comprehended 2 profundities from the Law of Earth. One of them is a defensive profundity from the Law of Earth. Dongfang Jin Luan might be strong, but he might not be able to break through Duan Lingtian's defenses. Moreover, Duan Lingtian isn't as fast as Dongfang Jin Luan. Even if Duan Lingtian doesn't use his emperor-grade celestial weapon, he'll be able to tie with Dongfang Jinluan. In my opinion, Duan Lingtian only took out his emperor-grade celestial weapon to kill Dongfang Jinluan. If it weren't for that, he wouldn't have needed to use his emperor-grade celestial weapon to fight Dongfang Jinluan to a draw. No one knew Duan Lingtian's strength better than Xue Jingyu and the others. As soon as Ye and the others heard the words of Xue Jingyu and the others, they were in an uproar again. Duan Lingtian has comprehended 2 profundities from the law of earth? At this time, they have no reason to deceive us. From the looks of it, they don't seem to be speaking without thinking, but this Duan Lingtian seems to be less than 100 years old, right? He's not even 100 years old, but he's already comprehended 2 profundities of the law of earth. This level of comprehension ability is simply monstrous. Terrifying. It's too terrifying. The 6 people around Oya exclaimed in surprise. When Oya looked at Duan Lingtian again, a hint of dread could be seen in her eyes. Not even 100 years old? Xue Jingyu chuckled. Earlier, all of you must have seen the technique of our opponent, right? He cast the undead clone profundity from the law of death, one of the 4 supreme laws. Moreover, he's also not even 100 years old. Upon hearing Xue Jingyu's words, Ling Jueyan instantly became the center of attention for Oya and the others. The undead clone profundity? At this moment, realization dawned on them. Before Duan Lingtian made his move, Duan Lingtian had already retrieved a celestial saber from one of the boxes. Since Duan Lingtian had made his move, they had completely forgotten about Duan Lingtian. Now that they thought about it, it seemed like Duan Lingtian had used the undead clone profundity. As it turns out, his undead clone profundity is the undead clone profundity. He has comprehended the law of death. The law of death is one of the 4 supreme laws. It's not comprehended through celestial methods or divine abilities. It's either inherited from a legacy, fortuitous encounter, or fortuitous encounter. As expected, he's not even 100 years old. To comprehend the undead clone profundity, one must first comprehend the elemental death profundity. In other words, he has comprehended at least 2 profundities from the law of death. How can there be 2 such monstrous geniuses in the profound nether mansion? When Oya and the others regained their senses, they recalled Ling Jueyan's earlier attack. When they looked at Ling Jueyan again, a hint of dread could be seen in their eyes. It's empty. Everyone's attention was on Ling Jueyan when Duan Lingtian opened the small box in his hand. It seems like you're not as lucky as me, Ling Jueyan said with a smile on his face. Duan Lingtian ignored Ling Juyun and continued to collect boxes and boxes. No one dared to interfere as he continued to collect boxes and boxes. Even Oya did not dare to compete with Duan Lingtian for the boxes and boxes. If Duan Lingtian became enraged and swung his sword at her, she would end up like Dongfang Jinluan. However, there were some people who were not afraid of Duan Lingtian. That person was none other than Ling Jueyan. While Duan Lingtian was collecting the boxes and boxes in the soul-extinguishing water, Ling Jueyan joined in as well. Although the others were envious of Duan Lingtian, they knew they could only be envious. Apart from Oya, none of them were capable of obtaining the boxes and boxes even if they wanted to. Although Oya was strong, she did not dare to act recklessly since she was wary of the sword Duan Lingtian had fused with his body. She thought it was an emperor-grade celestial weapon. About 15 minutes later, Duan Lingtian and Ling Jueyan finished collecting all the boxes and boxes in the soul-extinguishing water. Naturally, most of the boxes and boxes were empty. In the end, Duan Lingtian obtained 5 king-grade celestial weapons, 3 pill bottles, and 6 celestial talismans. Ling Jueyan obtained 6 king-grade celestial weapons, 2 pill bottles, and 3 celestial talismans. Swoosh! Swoosh! After all the boxes and boxes were collected by Duan Lingtian and Ling Jueyan, the soul-extinguishing water began to boil again. In just a blink of an eye, the boiling soul-extinguishing water beneath Duan Ling Tian and the other's feet receded as though it had never existed. If it were not for the two corpses on the ground, they would have thought that everything that had happened was just a dream. After the soul-extinguishing water receded from their sight, Duan Ling Tian could clearly feel the air around them trembling. In the next moment, a mysterious and gentle force swept over from all directions, and its target was him and the others. We're going to change locations? Although the energy that swept towards them was majestic and vast, everyone was certain that this energy did not have any ill intentions. It was more like a force that was leading them somewhere. In fact, it was indeed so. When the energy that swept over from all directions neared Duan Ling Tian and the others, it gathered together and seemed to have transformed into a swift boat that brought Duan Ling Tian and the others into the depths of the darkness ahead. Congratulations on passing the second test in the Celestial Lord Temple. The place you're heading to will be your last stop in the Celestial Lord Temple. While Duan Ling Tian and the others were being transported to the depths of the darkness, the voice that seemed to have been left behind by the Southern Heaven Celestial Lord rang in everyone's ears again. The last stop. Is it going to end so soon? Where's the last stop? Don't tell me we're going to end up in the same place again? Based on the situation, it seems like we won't be able to reap any benefits. It's impossible for us to reap any benefits under the watchful eyes of monstrous geniuses like Duan Ling Tian and Ling Jueyan. Everyone, including Oya, smiled wryly when they found out they were going to the last stop in the Celestial Lord Temple as a group. At the center of Scaling Cloud Lake outside the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Jin Luan. A mournful cry rang out. It was a middle-aged man in a green robe. His expression changed drastically, revealing pain and disbelief. At this moment, a name that was at the top of the scoreboard suddenly disappeared. It's the second master of the Eastern Fang clan. Dongfang Jin Luan's name has disappeared. Dongfang Jin Luan is the most outstanding son of the second master of the Eastern Fang clan. He's also a monstrous genius in the Eastern Fang clan. How did he die? Rumor has it that Dongfang Jin Luan has comprehended two profundities from the law of thunder. Apart from the thunder elemental profundity, he has also comprehended the law of thunder's lightning profundity. The lightning profundity is one of the most practical profundities from the law of thunder. It's mainly used for speed and offense. Even someone as strong as Dongfang Jin Luan died in there. Who's strong enough to kill him? An uproar broke out in the sky above the center of Scaling Cloud Lake when the news of Dongfang Jin Luan's death spread. This is the second person who has comprehended two profundities from the law of thunder to die. The first one was Sima Chun from the Sima clan. Now, it's Dongfang Jin Luan from the Eastern Fang clan. Is there a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial who has entered the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm who has comprehended three profundities from the same law? It's possible. Otherwise, why would Sima Chun and Dongfang Jin Luan die? Sima Chun and Dongfang Jin Luan's deaths caused the air above the center of Scaling Cloud Lake to turn heavy. Many people shifted their attention to the scoreboard. There was not much difference between the points of those at the top of the scoreboard. Murong Xiao Xiao was ranked first on the scoreboard. Duan Ling Tian was ranked second on the scoreboard. Ling Jueyan was ranked third on the scoreboard. Although Duan Ling Tian has gained some points, he's still ranked second on the scoreboard. Murong Xiao Xiao seems to be the most outstanding genius in the Murong clan in the past 10,000 years. Moreover, she's a woman. Hu Lin Yi, the emperor of the supporting Fall Nation, exclaimed excitedly as he looked at the scoreboard. As long as Duan Ling Tian maintained the scoreboard, he would be rewarded handsomely by the 3 sects and 2 clans after his trip to the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm was over. However, Ling Jueyan is only a few points away from catching up to him. Chapter 30-21. At this moment, Hu Lin Yi was unaware of this. The reason Duan Ling Tian was ranked second was due to the protective mechanism of the scoreboard to prevent those who obtained a large number of points from being in the limelight. Currently, the points he obtained from Dongfang Jinluan had yet to be fully revealed. Once they were fully revealed, he would be ranked first on the scoreboard. The supporting Fall Nation and the East Ming Nation are really lucky to find such outstanding sectless cultivators. Some of the emperors from Grade 8 celestial kingdoms in the Thousand Nations territory knew that Duan Lingtian and Ling Jueyan were from the supporting Fall Nation and the East Ming Nation. Their eyes were filled with envy as they looked at the emperors of the supporting Fall Nation and the East Ming Nation. Meanwhile, at the place where the people from the 3 sects and 2 clans were gathered, Duan Lingtian and Ling Jueyan, who are ranked 2nd and 3rd, seemed to be younger than 100 years old. The leader of the Zhangsun clan, Zhangsun Xiongqi, looked at the 2 names that were ranked 2nd and 3rd on the scoreboard, and sighed. Moreover, they are both from the 8-ranked celestial kingdoms of the Thousand Lands. It is said that they are all loose cultivators. Even if Ling Jueyan has comprehended the law of death, it's highly likely that he has comprehended 2 profundities from the law of death. Gong Yangyu, the leader of the Zhangsun clan, said with a hint of conviction in his eyes. Ling Jueyan and Duan Lingtian seem to be younger than 100 years old as well. Elder Gong Yang, I'm sure Duan Lingtian has comprehended 2 profundities from the law of death as well. Heng Chan, the leader of the Cloud Platform Celestial Sex Group, said. Both of them are monstrous geniuses. Moreover, Murong Xiao Xiao is the strongest genius in the Murong clan in the past 10,000 years. Moreover, she's a woman. Zhang Guangzheng, one of the vice-sect leaders of the Simplicity Celestial Sect, paused for a moment before he looked at Heng Chan and said, Heng Chan, Murong Xiao Xiao is a woman. She's destined not to join the Cloud Platform Celestial Sect. Humph. Heng Chan snorted coldly. The Yintai Celestial Sect only accepted male disciples. No matter how talented Murong Xiao Xiao was, it was impossible for him to accept her into the sect. However, when Heng Chan's eyes fell on the names of Duan Lingtian and Ling Jueyan, his eyes lit up. His target was these 2 people. Even if the 2 of them were not as strong as Murong Xiao Xiao, their talents far surpassed Murong Xiao Xiao. This was because Murong Xiao Xiao was almost 200 years old. And these 2 people were not even 100 years old. Bihai Mingfeng, the 3rd sect leader of the Coupling Celestial Sect, was the only one among the leaders of the 3 sects and 2 clans who remained silent. Even though he did not say anything, his eyes were fixed on the top 3 names on the scoreboard. The lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Duan Lingtian and the others were brought into an abyss-like canyon by the mysterious force that appeared out of nowhere. Only when they reached the abyss of the canyon did the power that enveloped them completely dissipate. This canyon, Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes and looked at the canyon that was as deep as an abyss. There was a stone platform hovering in the air above the canyon that was as deep as the abyss. These stone platforms were very small. They could only accommodate 1 person sitting cross-legged at most. Moreover, the higher the platform, the fewer the number of stone platforms. At this moment, Duan Lingtian and the others were in the deepest part of the abyss of the canyon. They had come from one of the directions in the abyss of the canyon. At this moment, all they could see was darkness. It was as though they could not see the end of it. Apart from that, Duan Lingtian saw 2 other places that were also shrouded in darkness. Someone's here. There's someone there as well. When Duan Lingtian regained his senses, he saw a group of people had appeared in 2 other dark places in the depths of the abyss. When these 2 groups of people appeared in front of him, it was not difficult for Duan Lingtian to see that they had also been brought here by a force similar to the one that had brought them here before. Moreover, they should be the remaining people who had entered the Celestial Emperor Temple. Sister Oya. A soft and pleasant voice came from one of the groups of people. Following that, a slender green figure appeared in the air. In just a blink of an eye, she arrived at the place where Duan Lingtian and the others were standing. It was none other than Oya, the genius disciple of the Frost Sect. Sister Murong. When Oya saw the newcomer, a rare smile appeared on her calm face. The newcomer was a graceful woman. Her appearance was even more beautiful than Oya's. She had a valiant temperament and gave people the impression that she was not inferior to men. Murong Xiao Xiao. Xue Jingyu, who was not far from Duan Lingtian, saw the newcomer. His pupils shrank as he cried out involuntarily. Murong Xiao Xiao. Upon hearing Xue Jingyu's words, Duan Lingtian looked at the green-clad woman in surprise. She's Murong Xiao Xiao. Murong Xiao Xiao was a genius disciple of the grade 7 Murong clan. She was almost 200 years old and had comprehended 2 profundities from the law of water. Rumor had it that she had come into contact with the 3rd profundity from the law of water and had comprehended a superficial level of it. For example, Duan Lingtian had comprehended a superficial level of the law of Earth's gravitational space profundity. Although it was not a great help, it was still helpful. It was not a great help at a critical moment, but it was just right. Duan Lingtian had used a royal-grade celestial weapon to kill Sima Chun. However, if he had not comprehended a superficial level of the gravitational space profundity, he might not have been able to kill Sima Chun. Oya flew toward Murong Xiao Xiao and greeted her. Based on their familiarity, it was not difficult for the onlookers to see that they were close. In fact, the 2 of them were not only close, but they could be considered best friends. Women were at a disadvantage when it came to cultivation. There were only a handful of women in the profound nether mansion who were as talented as Murong Xiao Xiao and Oya. For this reason, they appreciated each other and became best friends. Sister Oya, you must have had a good harvest, right? Murong Xiao Xiao asked with a smile. Oya smiled wryly when she heard Murong Xiao Xiao's words. She turned to look at Duan Lingtian. If it were not for Duan Lingtian, she would have had a good harvest. However, Duan Lingtian had used an emperor-grade celestial weapon to kill Dongfang Jin Luan during the 2nd test in the Celestial Lord Temple. Due to this, she did not dare to compete with him for the treasures in the soul-extinguishing water. What's wrong? Murong Xiao Xiao saw the wry smile on Oya's face as she looked at the purple-clad young man. Nothing. Oya shook her head. Then, she looked at Murong Xiao Xiao and asked, Sister Murong, you must have had a good harvest, right? It's all right. Murong Xiao Xiao nodded. Based on the bright smile on Oya's face, it was not difficult to tell that she had had a good harvest. Sister Oya, something must have happened to you. What happened? Is there something wrong with that person? Based on Murong Xiao Xiao's understanding of Oya, it was not difficult for her to tell that something had happened to her. Oya sighed when she heard Murong Xiao Xiao's question. Then, she sent a voice transmission to Murong Xiao Xiao and told her what had happened. Murong Xiao Xiao was dumbfounded when she heard Oya's voice transmission. A peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial who was not even 100 years old had comprehended 2 profundities from the law of earth. Murong Xiao Xiao's innate talent made her feel ashamed. However, that was not all. Not only did he possess an emperor-grade celestial weapon, but he had even used it to kill Dongfang Jin Luan. Naturally, Oya knew who Dongfang Jin Luan was. In fact, Dongfang Jin Luan had once pursued her. For this reason, she knew Dongfang Jin Luan well. Although she was confident she could defeat Dongfang Jin Luan, it was impossible for her to kill Dongfang Jin Luan with just one move. After sucking in a breath of cold air, Murong Xiao Xiao finally regained her senses. Naturally, she did not doubt Oya's words. Sister Oya, can you introduce me to him? Murong Xiao Xiao asked as she looked at Oya. Then, she shifted her gaze to Duan Lingtian who was standing behind Oya. Sister Murong, I don't know him. I haven't even spoken to him before. Oya smiled bitterly. You're so thin-skinned. After he killed Dongfang Jin Luan, you could have just gotten to know him. Be a little more polite and humble. After that, even if you took out a few boxes and boxes, as a man, he definitely wouldn't argue with you. Murong Xiao Xiao shook her head. Duan Lingtian was standing in the distance, observing the abyss as he tried to figure out the reason the Celestial Lord Temple was built here. All of a sudden, he felt 2 pairs of eyes looking at him from afar. Moreover, the owners of the eyes were walking toward him in the air. At this moment, the two people walking toward Duan Ling Tian were none other than Murong Xiao Xiao and Oya. Hello, I'm Murong Xiao Xiao. I'm from the 7th grade Murong clan. Murong Xiao Xiao and Oya stood side by side and greeted Duan Ling Tian with a smile on their faces. It was as though they did not know what it meant to be presumptuous. As the saying went, one should never hit a smiling person. Duan Lingtian's expression did not change when he heard Murong Xiao Xiao's greeting. He merely nodded indifferently and did not say anything. Although this was his first time meeting Murong Xiao Xiao, it was not difficult for him to tell this woman was not simple based on the way she greeted him. I've already introduced myself. Aren't you going to introduce yourself as well? Murong Xiao Xiao ignored Duan Lingtian's indifference. The smile on her face widened. Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian's tone was indifferent. Murong Xiao Xiao was looking for various topics to chat with Duan Lingtian, and Duan Lingtian was getting impatient. Who's this brat? A black-clothed young man in another group of people in the distance saw this scene, and his face turned gloomy. He had pursued Murong Xiao Xiao for many years, but he had not made any progress. Moreover, she usually ignored him. However, not only did Murong Xiao Xiao take the initiative to strike up a conversation with a man, but she was also clinging to him like a dogskin plaster. How could he tolerate this? He seems to be someone who came with Oya. Perhaps it's because he knows Oya that Murong Xiao Xiao is so enthusiastic about him. Chapter 30-22. Brother Yuan, this purple-clothed kid doesn't seem to be 100 years old. The green-clad young man extended his divine consciousness slightly and discovered that the purple-clad young man standing in the distance was less than 100 years old. At this moment, the purple-clad young man was impatiently dealing with their goddess, Murong Xiao Xiao. Even though he knew that it was impossible for him and Murong Xiao Xiao to be together, seeing the purple-clothed young man like this, he was still very unhappy. Less than 100 years old? Hearing the words of the green-clothed youth, the black-clothed youth also extended his divine sense. After a moment, he confirmed that the purple-clothed youth was indeed less than 100 years old. A peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial who was not even 100 years old was considered lucky to have made it this far. He didn't think that Murong Xiao Xiao's enthusiasm for this boy who was less than 100 years old was because of his strength. He thought it was because of Oya. But even if it's because of Oya, that brat actually dared to brush off Xiao Xiao's enthusiasm with such a perfunctory attitude. Unforgivable. The black-clothed young man's gaze towards Duan Lingtian suddenly surged with waves of fierce cold light, as if he was about to devour Duan Lingtian. Of course, if one looked closely, they would be able to see that there was more jealousy in the depths of his eyes. He was so jealous that it seemed like he was about to spit fire. As soon as the two divine senses approached one another, Duan Lingtian was aware of it, and now he happened to see the jealous eyes of the black-clothed youth. Who is this person? I don't think I know him. Duan Lingtian frowned slightly. However, when he saw the other party looking at Murong Xiao Xiao from time to time, realization dawned on him. So that's how it is. Looks like a femme fatale. Just as Duan Lingtian had this thought, Murong Xiao Xiao continued to chat with Duan Lingtian. Boom. Rumble. A series of thunderous booms suddenly sounded from the top of the canyon. It was earth-shattering, and it immediately attracted the attention of everyone in the depths of the canyon. Duan Lingtian was the first to look up at the sky above the canyon. The originally clear blue sky had turned murky at this moment, and within that murkiness, there was a flow of grayish air circulating. The outer circle moved in a clockwise direction. The inner circle revolved counterclockwise. At the same time, the voice of the southern heaven celestial lord echoed again. The celestial lord temple is the last stop. You can try to comprehend the law of time by visualizing the profundity of the law of time that I left behind through the array formation. I've named this canyon the Time Canyon. As long as you sit on the stone platform inside, you'll be able to comprehend the profundities of the laws of time that I've left behind. The higher the stone platform, the higher the chances of comprehending the profundity of the law of time. Of course, this only applies to those with similar comprehension abilities. If your comprehension ability is high enough, you'll be able to comprehend the profundity from the law of time even if you're sitting on a stone platform that isn't too high. However, if your comprehension ability is high enough, the higher the stone platform, the higher the chances of you comprehending the profundity from the law of time. As for the time you can meditate on the profundity, it'll be before the exit of the lower realm of the southern heaven ancient realm opens. Once the exit to the lower realm of the southern heaven ancient realm is opened, all of you will be sent out immediately. His voice abruptly stopped here. Profundity of the laws of time? One can meditate on the profundity of the law of time left behind by the southern heaven celestial lord while sitting on the stone platforms? I've heard of people who managed to comprehend the law of time's fundamental profundity, the time elemental profundity, after coming out from the lower realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. Although no one has fully comprehended the time elemental profundity, it's still shocking enough. After all, the law of time is the most mysterious and peculiar law among the four supreme laws. Those people don't remember if they came into contact with the law of time in the lower realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. It seems like they came into contact with the law of time in the celestial Lord Temple. For this reason, they couldn't bring their memories of the celestial Lord Temple out with them. At this moment, 3 groups of people had gathered in the depths of the canyon. Everyone was shocked and they heard the voice that sounded like the southern heaven celestial Lord's voice. The law of time? Ling Ju-yun's eyes lit up, and he immediately looked at the stone platform at the highest point of the canyon. The stone platform was floating alone in the air, and it looked like a crane in a flock of chickens. It was the best stone platform in the canyon to meditate on the law of time. While Ling Juyan was looking at the stone platform, many people were looking at it as well. Apart from a few people who had comprehended 2 profundities from the same law, the rest of the people were just watching. The law of time. At this moment, Murong Xiao stopped chatting with Duan Ling Tian. Her eyes were trained on the highest stone platform in the canyon. A hint of anticipation could be seen on her face. However, in just a blink of an eye, she seemed to have recalled something. She quickly shifted her gaze to Duan Ling Tian who was standing in front of her. As the saying goes, ladies first. Duan Ling Tian, you won't compete with me for the highest stone platform, right? If it were not for Duan Ling Tian, Murong Xiao would have been determined to obtain the highest stone platform in the canyon. However, with Duan Ling Tian around, she felt a lot of pressure. She knew very well that with her strength, it was impossible for her to compete with Duan Ling Tian unless Duan Ling Tian was willing to give the stone platform to her. Although the chances were slim and she knew her question was rude, she still asked for the sake of the law of time. You're old, shouldn't you give in to a younger person like me? Duan Ling Tian retorted when he heard Murong Xiao's words. Murong Xiao glared at him angrily. What did he mean by giving in to a younger person? Did this guy not know how to talk? Did he not know it was taboo to joke about a woman's age? Brother Yuan, I didn't expect the last stop in the Celestial Lord Temple to give us an opportunity to meditate on the law of time. The young man in green beside the young man in black sighed. Yes, I really didn't expect this. The young man in black nodded. At this moment, he was staring at the highest stone platform in the sky above the canyon. It was the best place to meditate on the law of time. Although he was strong and had comprehended 2 profundities from the law of metal, he knew he was not weak at all. However, he was still slightly inferior to Murong Xiao. Damn it! The young man in black cursed inwardly as he looked at the other 2 stone platforms in the sky above the canyon. These 2 stone platforms were about 100 meters lower than the tallest one and were suspended on the same level. The highest stone platform must belong to that woman, Murong Xiao. It seems like I can only settle for the next best thing and go to these 2 stone platforms. However, there are 2 stone platforms there. The young man in black murmured to himself. With this thought, the black-clothed young man's gaze landed on the green-clothed young man beside him. He said indifferently, Wang Xian, since you and I are acquaintances, I will guarantee that you will ascend one of the 2 stone platforms on the second highest level. How about it? Earlier, the young man in green, Wang Xian, had quickly shifted his gaze away from the highest stone platform. Although he coveted it, he knew it was not something he could get his hands on. Then, he shifted his gaze to the other 2 stone platforms. However, with his strength, it would be difficult for him to occupy one of the 2 stone platforms. After all, he had only comprehended the wind elemental profundity, Although he had comprehended the second profundity from the law of wind, he had only scratched the surface of it. When he heard the young man in black's words, his breathing quickened, and his eyes shone brightly. Thank you, Brother Yuan. Thank you, Brother Yuan. In the next moment, Wang Xian hurriedly thanked the black-clothed youth as if one of the 2 stone platforms was already his. Duan Ling Tian, Ling Zhu-yun's eyes shone brightly as he looked at Duan Ling Tian. Even his tone was a little strange. Don't tell me you want the highest stone platform. I want that stone platform. Before Ling Jueyan could finish speaking, Duan Ling Tian looked at him meaningfully. Of course, it's not impossible for you to snatch it from me. Let's fight. The corner of Ling Jueyan's mouth twitched when he heard Duan Ling Tian's words. Although he did not think Duan Ling Tian was stronger than him, Even if Duan Ling Tian had a prominent god weapon and the best god weapon he had was a mediocre god weapon, he was not afraid of Duan Ling Tian. After all, with their current strength, whether they used a prominent god weapon or a mediocre god weapon, the strength they could unleash was about the same. However, even if he was not afraid of Duan Ling Tian, he could not help but think about Huang, who was about to become the artifact soul of Duan Ling Tian's prominent god weapon. Huang was originally the artifact soul of his sister's prominent god weapon. She had left the artifact and lived in his sea of consciousness. She had guided him out of the divine offering land and into the Devata realm. If it were not for Huang he would have been killed by his pursuers. Apart from the fact that Huang had saved his life, Huang identity was enough for him to treat her with respect. When his sister was still alive, he had also treated Huang as his sister. Now that Huang was about to become Duan Ling Tian's artifact soul, her life and death were in Duan Ling Tian's hands. Naturally, he did not dare to offend Duan Ling Tian. Fortunately, Duan Ling Tian was unaware of Ling Jueyan's thoughts. Otherwise, he would have been rendered speechless. Was Duan Ling Tian that kind of person? What do you think? Do you want to give it a try? Duan Ling Tian stared at Ling Jueyan with bright eyes. He was eager to give it a try. It's fine if you don't use a divine artifact. However, if you don't use a divine artifact, you can't use an emperor-grade celestial weapon. At most, we can use a king-grade celestial weapon that has been nurtured by a celestial lord. Humph. Ling Jueyan scoffed in response to Duan Ling Tian. Chapter 30-23. This guy. Is he admitting defeat? This doesn't seem like him at all. Duan Ling Tian could not help but mutter to himself when he saw Ling Jueyan snorting coldly before he took to the air and made his way to the stone platforms. Little Feng is worried that you'll vent your anger on me after he defeats you. Huang voice rang in Duan Ling Tian's mind, leaving Duan Ling Tian speechless. This guy thinks of me that way? Duan Ling Tian was speechless when he saw Ling Jueyan's figure disappearing into the distance. After Huang reminder, he finally realized why Duan Ling Tian had fled without a fight. He was worried that Duan Ling Tian would vent his anger on Huang after he lost. Originally, the people in the depths of the canyon were still in shock from the law of time. However, when they saw someone taking the lead and making his way to the stone platforms, they immediately made their move. Whoosh! 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 The group of people, including Xue Jingyu and the others who were standing near Duan Ling Tian, rose into the air and flew toward the stone platforms above the canyon. However, these people knew their own limitations, so none of them chose the highest stone platform. In fact, apart from Ling Jueyan, no one else chose the higher stone platform. Ling Jueyan chose one of the two stone platforms that was second only to the highest stone platform. It was also one of the two stone platforms targeted by the black-clad young man who had been hating Duan Lingtian since the beginning. Apart from Ling Jueyan, the rest of the people who had ascended the stone platforms had only comprehended one profundity from one of the laws. However, they knew their own limitations and did not dare to compete for the 6 stone platforms at the top. There were 6 stone platforms at the top, 1 at the top, 2 at the bottom 100 meters, and 3 at the bottom 100 meters. However, the competition for the stone platforms at the bottom was also in full swing. Although the competition was in full swing, no one attacked. If they felt they were weaker than their opponents, they would withdraw. If they felt they were stronger than their opponents, they would wait for their opponents to withdraw. Everything seemed to be in harmony. Naturally, they were worried they would be sent out of the southern heaven ancient realm if more of them died. Once that happened, they might not even have the time to comprehend the profundities of the law of time left behind by the southern heaven celestial lord. As time passed, the upper part of the canyon and the lower part of the canyon soon had their own owners. At this moment, only a few people, including Duan Lingtian, had yet to make a move. Duan Lingtian, Murong Xiao Xiao, oh yeah. In addition, there was a black-clothed youth, a green-clothed youth, a blue-clothed middle-aged man, a red-clothed middle-aged man, a silver-clothed old man, and a gray-clothed old man. Among them, the green-clothed youth followed closely beside the black-clothed youth, while the other 4 formed their own camps. Let's go too. Murong Xiao Xiao no longer wasted her time on Duan Lingtian after learning about the contents of the last stop in the Celestial Lord Temple. She called out to Oya before the 2 of them flew up into the canyon. Before the contents of the last stop in the Celestial Lord Temple were revealed, Murong Xiao Xiao had wanted to befriend Duan Lingtian in the hopes that Duan Lingtian would take care of her. At the very least, she would be able to obtain some treasures under his watch. However, after learning about the contents of the last stop in the Celestial Lord Temple and the fact that it was impossible for Duan Lingtian to give up on the highest stone platform, Murong Xiao Xiao decided to give up on pestering Duan Lingtian. Brat, stay away from Xiao Xiao. Otherwise, you won't even know how you died. After Murong Xiao Xiao and Oya rose into the air, the black-clad young man brought the green-clad young man to Duan Lingtian. He glanced at Duan Lingtian coldly before he led the green-clad young man to the stone platforms in the sky above the canyon. If the black-clothed youth was not worried that killing Duan Lingtian would bring them one step closer to being sent out of the southern heaven ancient realm, he would have killed Duan Lingtian a long time ago. Duan Lingtian merely shook his head slightly in response to the black-clothed youth's provocation. Little brother, you're really lucky. Li Yuan is a vengeful person. I didn't think he would let you go so easily. After the black-clothed youth and the green-clothed youth flew up into the air, the red-clad middle-aged man laughed as he looked at Duan Lingtian. That's right, little brother. Based on Li Yuan's character, he would have killed you if he wasn't worried about being sent out of the southern heaven ancient realm faster. You're really lucky. Based on the silver-clad old man's words, it was clear he agreed with the red-clad middle-aged man. Based on what you said, it's as though he'll definitely be able to kill me. Duan Lingtian smiled faintly. As it turned out, the black-clothed youth was Li Yuan. He had heard Xue Jingyu and the others mention Li Yuan before, so he knew that Li Yuan was also a person who had comprehended 2 profundities of the law of metal. He seemed to have comprehended 2 profundities of the law of metal. Apart from that, Li Yuan was also a genius disciple from a grade 8 sect. He was also the most talented disciple in the sect for the past 1,000 years. Generally speaking, those who made it to the Celestial Lord Temple were all geniuses in the profound nether mansion. Little brother, don't be unconvinced. Since we said that, it's only natural that Li Yuan is extraordinary. He has comprehended 2 profundities from the law of metal. The silver-clad old man smiled. How strong is he compared to Sima Chun and Dongfang Jinluan? Duan Lingtian asked indifferently. He shrugged nonchalantly when he saw the silver-clad old man's smile. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, the blue-clad middle-aged man and the gray-clad old man who were about to fly up into the air came to a halt. Sima Chun? Dongfang Jinluan? The red-clad middle-aged man was taken aback when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. Then, he looked at the people in the sky and narrowed his eyes slightly. I didn't notice earlier. Where are Sima Chun and Dongfang Jinluan? With their strength, it shouldn't be difficult for them to come here. Among those who have entered the lower realm of the southern heaven ancient realm, I know they're the only ones who have comprehended 2 profundities from the law. It doesn't make sense for them to be here, the blue-clad middle-aged man said in a deep voice. Don't tell me they're dead? Unless they're dead, they should have been here since they entered the Celestial Lord Temple. The gray-clad old man said. Then, the 3 red-clad middle-aged men exchanged a look with the silver-clad old man. Their eyes were filled with shock when they recalled the purple-clad young man's words. Little brother, why did you suddenly mention Sima Chun and Dongfang Jinluan? Do you know where they are? The silver-robed old man sucked in a cold breath and asked. Of course, I do. Duan Lingtian looked at the silver-clad old man and said indifferently, they're dead. Although the 4 of them had vaguely guessed this would be the outcome, they still felt inexplicably shocked when they heard the confirmation from Duan Lingtian. Sima Chun was a genius from the Sima clan, a grade 7 clan. He had comprehended 2 profundities from the law of wind, the wind elemental profundity and the gale profundity. His strength was comparable to the 4 red-clad middle-aged men. Although the 4 red-clad middle-aged men had comprehended 2 profundities from the law of wind, it was still impossible for them to kill Sima Chun. After all, Sima Chun had comprehended the gale profundity from the law of wind. As for Dongfang Jinluan was a genius from the Dongfang family, a grade 7 clan. He had comprehended 2 profundities from the law of thunder, the thunder elemental profundity and the lightning profundity. Dongfang Jinluan's strength was stronger than Sima Chun and the 4 red-clad middle-aged men. However, these 2 people had actually died? They couldn't have been killed by you, right? The blue-clad middle-aged man asked in a trembling voice as he stared at Duan Lingtian. At the same time, he instinctively swallowed his saliva and asked in a trembling voice. At the same time, the other 3 red-clad middle-aged men looked at Duan Lingtian in unison. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded indifferently when he saw the 4 red-clad middle-aged men looking at him expectantly. Then, he kicked the air and flew up into the air. They provoked me one after another. Their strength is only so I killed them with just one move. When the 4 red-clad middle-aged men heard Duan Lingtian's words, their eyes widened in shock and disbelief. At this moment, the 4 of them could even hear each other's heavy breathing. After all, the purple-clad young man's words were simply too shocking. If the purple-clad young man had admitted to killing Sima Chun and Dongfang Jinluan, they would not have lost their composure. However, the problem was, not only did the purple-clad young man admit to killing Sima Chun and Dongfang Jinluan, but he even said he had killed them with just one move. He must be joking, right? It doesn't seem like he's joking. He killed Sima Chun and Dongfang Jinluan with just one move. Even if he has comprehended 3 profundities from the same law, he might not be able to do it, right? Even if he has a royal-grade celestial weapon, he might not be able to do it, right? The 4 red-clad middle-aged men whispered among themselves. None of them believed Duan Lingtian's words. They felt Duan Lingtian was being too honest. Meanwhile, Duan Lingtian's figure blurred as he approached the highest stone platforms in the valley. Xiao, you should be going to that stone platform. Why are you looking at these 2 stone platforms? The black-clad young man, Li Yuan, and the green-clad young man, Wang Xian, were standing at the top of the valley. They looked at Murong Xiao who was standing at the same level as them. It was obvious she was not interested in the highest stone platform at all. Don't tell me you're thinking of helping Oya get one of the 2 stone platforms? Realization dawned on Li Yuan as he looked at Oh Ye, who was standing next to Murong Xiao. At the same time, Wang Xian's expression changed drastically. Chapter 30-24. Murong Xiao did not reply to Li Yuan's question. However, her next action told Li Yuan the answer. Whoosh! Murong Xiao's figure flashed like a gust of wind. She landed firmly on one of the two stone platforms that was second only to the tallest one. From then on, the two stone platforms that were second only to the tallest one were occupied. Apart from Murong Xiao, Ling Jueyun, who was the first to move, also occupied one. This, Li Yuan was dumbfounded when he saw Murong Xiao's actions. He did not expect such an outcome. Xiao, you don't intend to go to the tallest stone platform? When Li Yuan finished speaking, he subconsciously raised his head and looked at the stone platform at a higher point. The stone platform was 100 meters away in the air. There was no one on it at all. As soon as Li Yuan finished speaking, he saw a figure flying toward him. A purple figure rose into the air unhurriedly. In the blink of an eye, he arrived at the highest point of the stone platform. When the figure appeared, Li Yuan's expression changed completely. A sharp glint flashed in his eyes. It's him. It's him. He's not even 100 years old. How dare he occupy that stone platform? At this moment, Wang Xian, who was next to Li Yuan, also saw the young man in purple on the tallest stone platform. Wasn't that the young man who was so close to Murong Xiao? Xiao, you gave that stone platform to him? In the next moment, Li Yuan looked at Murong Xiao in disbelief. In his opinion, Murong Xiao was the only one who had the right to go to that stone platform. However, someone else had gone up there. Moreover, Murong Xiao might have given it to that person. Li Yuan was so angry that his face twitched slightly. However, Murong Xiao ignored Li Yuan's question. She closed her eyes as the aqua-blue energy surrounded her body. It was as though she was immersed in a blue ocean. Murong Xiao was beautiful to begin with. Her face looked even more enchanting under the aqua-blue energy. If it was any other time, Li Yuan would have calmed down and admired this scene. However, he was not in the mood at all. Seeing that Murong Xiao was ignoring him, Li Yuan's twitching face twitched even more. It became somewhat distorted and sinister. Bang! Li Yuan kicked the air. In the next moment, he shot toward the tallest stone platform at lightning speed. It was also the stone platform that Duan Lingtian was standing on. This is going to be interesting. That purple-clad young man. Even Murong Xiao took the initiative to talk to him. He's obviously not an ordinary person. Perhaps, he's stronger than Murong Xiao. Otherwise, why didn't Murong Xiao compete with him for the stone platform? That's not necessarily. Maybe Murong Xiao's who is? No matter how I look at it, he's a pretty boy toy boy. Most importantly, this purple-clad young man doesn't seem to be 100 years old. He's... Heavens! He wasn't even 100 years old, so how did he end up here? His innate talent is too monstrous. I'm not even 100 years old. I haven't even become an overarching heavenly supreme celestial, let alone comprehending a profundity. Where did this purple-clad young man come from? How is he so monstrous? No matter how monstrous he is, he's not even 100 years old. There's no way he's a match for Li Yuan. That might not be the case. After all, even Murong Xiao had to take the initiative to befriend him. Moreover, she wouldn't bring out her memories of the Celestial Lord Temple. It's only possible that Murong Xiao is willing to take care of him after they leave the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. That's not necessarily true. Perhaps, he has a powerful background. Perhaps, he's related to the Murong clan. That's why Murong Xiao is willing to take care of him. When the others saw Li Yuan flying toward Duan Lingtian, who was sitting on the highest stone platform, they turned to look at Duan Tian. He's going to the highest stone platform? Meanwhile, the four people who had just recovered from the shock of witnessing Duan Tian killing Sima Chun and Dongfang Jinluen with a single move also noticed Duan Tian's movements. It seems like Murong Xiao has no intention of competing with him. Earlier, Murong Xiao had interacted with him, so she must be aware of his strength. It seems like Murong Xiao is trying to befriend him because he's stronger than her. Oh Ye came here with him. Moreover, Murong Xiao and Oh Ye are best friends. Oh Ye must have told Murong Xiao about what she saw. I agree. Oh Ye must have witnessed the purple-clad young man killing Sima Chun and Dongfang Jinluen with her own eyes. However, I still find it hard to believe that he's capable of killing Sima Chun and Dongfang Jinluen with a single move. It's obvious Li Yuan intends to compete with Duan Tian for the highest stone platform. We'll soon find out if he's strong enough to kill Sima Chun and Dongfang Jinluen. Li Yuan is even stronger than Sima Chun and Dongfang Jinluen. Apart from comprehending the fire elemental profundity, he has also comprehended the explosion profundity. The explosion profundity is the strongest offensive profundity in the law of fire. With this profundity, Li Yuan's strength is more than enough to defeat Sima Chun and Dongfang Jinluen. The four of them discussed among themselves. It was clear they were very familiar with Li Yuan's strength. However, Murong Xiao is the only one who can counter Li Yuan. Not only has she comprehended the law of water, but her attainment in the law of water is even higher than Li Yuan's attainment in the law of fire. I'm really curious. Is this purple-clad young man really strong enough to kill Sima Chun and Dongfang Jinluen like he said? Their gazes followed Li Yuan all the way until Li Yuan reached the highest stone platform in the abyss. He stood in the void beside the stone platform. Get lost, brat. Li Yuan stood in the air and stared coldly at Duan Tian, who was sitting cross-legged on the stone platform as he scolded sternly. Duan Tian had noticed Li Yuan's presence when he arrived at the stone platform. His face darkened when he heard Li Yuan's reprimand. I'll give you a chance. Get out of my sight right now. Otherwise, you can stay in the Celestial Lord Temple and the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm forever. Duan Tian glanced at Li Yuan coldly. His voice was icy cold, giving off a feeling as though he was in a world of ice and snow. Whoosh! Duan Tian's voice was not soft. His words were clearly heard by everyone in the gorge. Most of them burst into an uproar. Naturally, there were also some who were not surprised by Li Yuan's words. For example, Xue Jingyu, Oh Ye, and the others who were on Duan Tian's side had witnessed Duan Tian killing Dongfang Jinluen with a single strike. Naturally, they did not doubt Li Yuan's strength. Perhaps, Li Yuan was slightly stronger than Dongfang Jinluen, but not by much. In fact, if Li Yuan fought Dongfang Jinluen, he might not be able to defeat Dongfang Jinluen even if he had the upper hand. Sometimes, even if one's strength was similar, it did not mean one would win. When Wang Xian heard Duan Tian's words, he instinctively thought Duan Tian was seeking death. He was standing near the stone platform on the second level. However, when he glanced at Oh Ye, who was standing nearby, he discovered she was calm. It was as though she was not affected by the purple-clad young man's words at all. It was as though it was only natural for her to do so. Could it be, when Wang Xian recalled how Murong Xiao and Oh Ye had expressed their goodwill to Duan Tian not long after they had reunited, a thought that made him break out in cold sweat appeared in his mind. Could it be? Could it be that Duan Tian is stronger than Oh Ye and Murong Xiao? Could it be that Murong Xiao is trying to curry favor with Duan Tian in the hopes that he'll let her have a share of the benefits in the future? I remember. After the voice left behind by the Southern Heaven Celestial Lord introduced the Time Canyon, Murong Xiao stopped trying to curry favor with Duan Tian like a plaster. Perhaps, her change of heart is due to the fact that this is the last stop in the Celestial Lord Temple. Even if she tries to curry favor with Duan Tian, it's useless. When Wang Xian thought about this, he was even more certain his guess was correct. He could not help but gasp. After taking a deep breath, Wang Xian instinctively wanted to remind Li Yuan of this. However, just as he was about to send a voice transmission to Duanling Tian, Li Yuan, who was hovering in the air near the only stone platform on the first level, suddenly charged toward Duanling Tian with flames blazing all over his body. Swoosh! Swoosh! The burning man swept across the sky as though a huge fire was burning the sky. The air seemed to be scorched, and a faint burnt smell could be smelled. Idiot! The voice came from one of the two stone platforms on the second level. It was Ling Zhuyun. He looked up at the sky and said calmly, "That's right, young Master Shao." Naturally, he was referring to Li Yuan. In Li Yuan's opinion, apart from him, anyone who dared to attack Duanling Tian would be seeking death. Duanling Tian, who possessed a divine weapon, was like a peerless god of death in the Celestial Lord Temple. He could kill anyone he wanted. Ling Zhuoyun's words caught Murong Xiao Zhao's attention. She looked at him curiously. He's not even 100 years old? At the same time, she discovered the gray-clad young man was not even 100 years old, just like Duanling Tian. He seems to have come to the Time Canyon with Duanling Tian and Sister Oya. Murong Xiao Zhao's memory was not bad. As soon as Murong Xiao Zhao thought about this, swoosh! Chapter 30-25. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Li Yuan, who had transformed into a flaming man, was cleaved into two before he could even get close to the purple figure on the highest stone platform. Swoosh! During this process, there was only a short-lived sword whistle in their ears, and a flash of seven-colored sword light appeared in their eyes. After Li Yuan was cleaved into two, the fire continued to burn. In just a blink of an eye, the two halves of Li Yuan's body were reduced to ashes. Only a summer ring, a long spear, a set of dark golden armor, and the accumulative point jade badge remained. They appeared in mid-air and fell from the sky. "You can have his points," Duanling Tian said to Ling Zhuyun through voice transmission. Then, he raised his hand, and an invisible energy swept out. Before Li Yuan's accumulative point jade shattered, he flicked his finger and threw it out. The distance between Ling Zhuyun's jade token and Li Yuan's jade token was more than 100 meters away from Ling Zhuyun. Although Ling Zhuoyun and Murong Xiao Zhao were on the same stone platform, Ling Zhuoyun's stone platform was closer to Duanling Tian's stone platform. Bang! After Li Yuan's accumulative points jade exploded, Duanling Tian raised his hand and retrieved his accumulative points jade. He nodded in satisfaction when he saw there were no more points in his accumulative points jade. Previously, Duanling Tian had killed two people who had comprehended two profundities from a law and obtained a large number of points. If he obtained Li Yuan's points, even if the people in the Celestial Lord Temple did not remember he was the one who killed Li Yuan, there would still be people who would suspect he was the one who killed Li Yuan based on the points he had accumulated. Apart from that, there would also be people who would suspect he was the one who killed Sima Chun and Dongfang Jinluan. Although Duanling Tian would join one of the three sects and two clans after he left the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, it would be impossible for anyone to kill him even if they suspected him. However, what would happen after he joined one of the three sects and two clans? That power couldn't possibly send powerhouses to protect him all day long, right? Although he still had a consumable royal-grade celestial weapon that could be used twice, he did not want to use it unless it was absolutely necessary. Therefore, he gave Li Yuan's points to Ling Zhuoyun. This way, he and Ling Zhuoyun's points would be more balanced. "You're trying to push me into a fire pit." Ling Zhuoyun gritted his teeth and said to Duanling Tian when he realized that a large number of points had appeared in his jade token out of nowhere. "Don't worry. When the time comes, they might not only suspect the two of us, but they will also suspect other people with high points," Duanling Tian said through voice transmission. Whoosh! Duanling Tian raised his hand again, and another wave of invisible energy swept out from his hand and collected the spatial ring, the spear, and the armor that continued to fall from the sky. I thought I'd only be able to obtain profundities from the law of time in the time canyon. I didn't expect someone to give me a king-grade celestial weapon and a spatial ring. Duan Ling Tian shook his head and said in a clear voice, although I don't lack king-grade celestial weapons, since someone gave them to me, I can't possibly refuse. Due to the dead silence in the time canyon, Duan Lingtian's casual words were clearly heard by everyone present on the scene. Everyone was originally immersed in the shock earlier. Now that they regained their senses because of Duan Ling Tian's words, they were naturally speechless. You don't lack king-grade celestial weapons? You can give them to me if you don't lack king-grade celestial weapons. Naturally, they did not dare to voice their thoughts out loud. Who knew if they would offend Duan Ling Tian if they said so? Everyone, I'm sorry. I've killed another person. This also means that the amount of time we can stay here has decreased by a bit. Duan Ling Tian looked at the people below the stone platform and said in a clear voice, I hope everyone can quietly comprehend the profundities from the law of time left behind by the Southern Heaven Celestial Lord. Alright, I'll meditate first. Don't disturb me if there's anything. It won't be easy for me to meditate again if I wake up. Duan Ling Tian continued to speak. When he reached the end of his sentence, there was no lack of threat in his tone, causing everyone present to shudder involuntarily. They did not doubt Duan Lingtian's words at all. If anyone dared to provoke Duan Lingtian again, they would definitely end up like Li Yuan. I hope no one will disturb me again. After all, it takes time to comprehend the profundities from the law of time left behind by the Southern Heaven Celestial Lord. Duan Ling Tian muttered to himself before he closed his eyes again. He left a portion of his divine consciousness to observe his surroundings while the rest of his energy was scattered around his body. This is the law of time. After entering the meditative state, Duan Ling Tian could clearly feel waves of mysterious energy pulsating around his body. For example, the airflow to his right was sometimes rapid and sometimes slow. There was even a moment when it completely stopped. It was as though time had stopped. The law of time was known as the most mysterious and peculiar law among the four great laws. It was also the most profound law in heaven and earth. Such a law could not be comprehended through celestial methods and divine abilities. It could only be comprehended through fortuitous encounters and fortuitous encounters. The Emperor-grade celestial weapon, the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda, that I used to own, must contain the law of time. This is because the flow of time in the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda is different from the flow of time in the mundane realm. Duan Ling Tian thought about the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda and Hualao when he thought about the law of time. He could not help but sigh inwardly. He wondered where Hualao and the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda were. Meanwhile, Duan Ling Tian had already immersed himself in the law of time's profundity flowing around him. However, it was not peaceful below the stone platform. Many people were vying for the right to own the stone platform. However, at this moment, no one dared to challenge the highest stone platform Duan Ling Tian was on. What a terrifying attack! Is the seven-colored sword Qi his emperor-grade celestial weapon? Murong Xiao Xiao was stunned for a long time when she witnessed Duan Ling Tian killing Li Yuan with just one strike. She only regained her senses after a while. Although she did not doubt Ya's words, hearing about it and seeing it with her own eyes were two completely different things. If I had to face that sword Qi, I would have ended up just like Li Yuan. Murong Xiao Xiao broke out in cold sweat when she thought about this. He killed Li Yuan with just one strike. With just one strike of his sword. The four-peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials who had comprehended two profundities from a law initially doubted Duan Ling Tian. However, after witnessing Duan Ling Tian killing Li Yuan with just one strike, they realized Duan Ling Tian was not lying to them. Their strength is only so-so. I killed them with just one strike. Duan Ling Tian's words rang in their ears. How terrifying. How can he be so strong? His sword Qi seems to contain the earth elemental profundity, the earth elemental profundity. It seems like it's because of his sword. That sword seems to be emitting a seven-colored light. I even saw the sword fuse with his body when it returned to his hand. Fuse with his body? Isn't that something only an Emperor-grade celestial weapon can do? He has an Emperor-grade celestial weapon. One of them recalled how the seven-colored sword ray had entered Duan Ling Tian's body after killing Li Yuan. He immediately thought of the Emperor-grade celestial weapon that was superior to royal-grade celestial weapons. An Emperor-grade celestial weapon. That purple-clad young man has an Emperor-grade celestial weapon? Soon after, everyone in the Time Canyon learned that Duan Ling Tian had an Emperor-grade celestial weapon. Oya, Xue Jingyu, and the others who had witnessed Duan Ling Tian killing Dongfang Jinluan with just one strike were not surprised at all. How dare Li Yuan provoke Duan Ling Tian? He's seeking death. Just now, I wanted to remind him. But on second thought, this Li Yuan's reputation is ordinary, and I don't have a good impression of him, so I gave up on the idea. Me too. The few people who spoke were of average strength. They all chose the lower stone platforms in a low-key manner. Therefore, no one challenged them. Sister Oya. He doesn't seem to be even 100 years old. On one of the two stone platforms on the second level, Murong Xiao Xiao looked at Oya, who was about to leave, and asked through voice transmission, "Aren't you going to challenge him and snatch his stone platform? With your strength, it shouldn't be difficult for you to snatch his stone platform. If you're not confident, I can help you." Murong Xiao Xiao replied through voice transmission. Oya smiled bitterly when she heard Murong Xiao Xiao's words. At the same time, she said to Murong Xiao Xiao through voice transmission, "Sister Murong, I appreciate your kindness, however, I'm no match for him. Even if we join forces, we won't be able to defeat him. Instead of wasting our time, I might as well find a stone platform and comprehend the law of time left behind by the Southern Heaven Celestial Lord." A hint of bitterness could be heard in Oya's voice when she spoke. Upon hearing Oya's words, Murong Xiao Xiao could tell something was amiss. Don't tell me he also has an Emperor-grade celestial weapon like Duan Ling Tian? Murong Xiao Xiao asked casually. She did not think there was a second person with an Emperor-grade celestial weapon in this place. After all, Emperor-grade celestial weapons were not cabbages that could be found everywhere. He doesn't have an Emperor-grade celestial weapon. Oya replied. Then why are you afraid of him? Murong Xiao Xiao asked. It's true that he doesn't have an Emperor-grade celestial weapon, but I heard from the people who came with me that he has a purely defensive royal-grade celestial weapon. Moreover, he has comprehended two profundities from the law of death. Oya's voice was laced with a hint of helplessness. Duan Ling Tian, who was not even 100 years old, had comprehended two profundities from the law of earth and possessed an Emperor-grade seven-colored light sword. Ling Jueyan, who was not even 100 years old, had comprehended two profundities from the law of death and possessed a purely defensive royal-grade celestial weapon. Chapter 30-26. What? Oya's words shocked Murong Xiao Xiao. A pure defensive royal-grade celestial weapon? Just like how purely defensive king-grade celestial weapons were rare among king-grade celestial weapons, purely defensive royal-grade celestial weapons were second only to sole defensive royal-grade celestial weapons. The value of a pure defensive royal-grade celestial weapon was comparable to an ordinary emperor-grade celestial weapon. Yes. Oya nodded and left. She went to the third layer of the stone platform to compete for the stone platform. With her strength, it would not be difficult for her to compete for one of the three stone platforms on the third floor. However, even if Oya gave up on Ling Jueyan's stone platform, it did not mean the others would give up as well. A moment later, the red-clad young man among the four-peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials who had comprehended two profundities from a law flew up to Ling Jueyan's stone platform in just a blink of an eye. He did not dare to compete for Murong Xiao Xiao's stone platform. However, he still wanted to compete for the stone platform of this young man whom he had never seen or heard of. This was because when Duan Ling Tian had given Li Yuan's points to Ling Jueyan, he had communicated with Ling Jueyan through voice transmission. Otherwise, even if he was wary of Duan Ling Tian, he would not have dared to compete for Ling Jueyan's stone platform. Although Duan Ling Tian's action of increasing his points was huge and many people had seen it, in their opinion, Duan Ling Tian was merely protecting himself. Duan Ling Tian did not want to be in the limelight by accumulating too many points. It was not difficult to guess that Duan Ling Tian did not want to attract the attention of the people behind Li Yuan, Sima Chun, and Dongfang Jinluan. Li Yuan was from an 8th grade sect, and he was the strongest genius in the sect in the past 1,000 years. Therefore, the sect treated him like his life. If they knew who killed Li Yuan, that sect would definitely secretly take revenge. Sima Chun and Dongfang Jinluan's backgrounds were even more extraordinary. Both of them came from 7th grade clans, and their clans had many more experts than those from 8th grade sections. Once these two clans set their sights on someone, even if that person was a genius from the 3 sects and 2 clans, his life would still be in danger. Therefore, they could completely understand Duan Lingtian's actions. As for Ling Jueyan's points, in their opinion, it was just Ling Jueyan's good luck that he was close to Li Yuan's point jade. Oh yeah, Xue Jingyu and the others knew about the relationship between Duan Ling Tian and Ling Jueyan, but at this time, they were either busy challenging the stone platform or comprehending the laws of time that filled the time canyon. They had no time to talk to people who didn't know about this. Yun Zhan. With just a glance, Murong Xiao Xiao recognized the red-clad middle-aged man who wanted to challenge Ling Jueyan. Yun Zhan was a disciple from an 8th grade sect. However, he was not young, and he had suppressed his cultivation base to comprehend profundities. Although Yun Zhan looked like a middle-aged man, he was, in fact, more than 1,000 years old. He had suppressed his cultivation base to the level of a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial just to enter the lower realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. Yun Zhan had comprehended 2 profundities from the law of earth, and he had lived for more than 1,000 years. Therefore, he was quite strong. At the very least, Murong Xiao Xiao did not think she would be able to defeat Yun Zhan when she had just comprehended 2 profundities from the law of water. I'll give you a chance. Get out of my sight. Otherwise, you'll have to stay in the Celestial Lord Temple in the Southern Heaven ancient realm forever. Ling Ju-yun said coldly when he saw Yun Zhan staring at him from a distance. His eyes were filled with fighting spirit. Ling Ju-yun glanced at Yun Zhan and said coldly. As soon as he finished speaking, he thought to himself, it feels good to say these words. He had repeated what Duan Ling Tian had said to Li Yuan earlier. Yun Zhan had thought of many possibilities when he heard Ling Jueyan's words. However, he did not expect Ling Jueyan would say the same thing as Duan Ling Tian. When Ling Jueyan spoke, his voice was loud enough to drown out the clamor in the time canyon and reach everyone's ears. Immediately, the figures who were fighting each other shot out and temporarily stopped fighting. They all looked at one of the 2 stone platforms on the 2nd floor. A gray-clad young man could be seen sitting cross-legged on one of the stone platforms with a sheathed sword resting on his knees. It was clear he was a sword celestial. He's not even 100 years old. Soon after, someone discovered the gray-clad young man was not even 100 years old, just like Duan Ling Tian. Didn't he say what Duan Ling Tian said to Li Yuan earlier? Now, he's facing a challenger, and he's actually saying the same thing to his challenger? This is my first time seeing such a lazy person. Is it that difficult for him to say something like that? Why is he copying someone else's words? Does he think he's Duan Ling Tian? Or is he delusional? Does he think he has an emperor-grade celestial weapon like Duan Ling Tian? That's right. Does he think emperor-grade celestial weapons are like cabbages? Everyone was speechless when they saw Ling Jueyan mimicking Duan Ling Tian's words. However, at the same time, they were eager to see if Ling Jueyan would be able to withstand the challenge from the red-clad middle-aged man. The red-clad middle-aged man is an outer court elder from the Grade 8 sect, the Thousand Autumn sect. His name is Yun Zhan. He's a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial. He has comprehended 2 profundities from the law of earth. Coupled with his 1,000 years of combat experience, he's quite strong. Many people recognized the middle-aged man in red. This gray-robed youth. I've never seen or heard of him before. Who knows him? At the same time, the crowd discovered that no one knew the gray-clothed young man, nor had they heard of him. Brother, you seem to have come with him and Duan Ling Tian. How strong is he? Is he a match for Yunzhan? Someone asked, looking at Xue Jingyu. I don't know. However, Xue Jingyu simply shook his head in the face of other people's questions. He had a blank look on his face as if he knew nothing at all. He knew Ling Jueyan was no weaker than Murong Xiao. Moreover, Ling Jueyan possessed a purely defensive royal-grade celestial weapon, so it was impossible for Murong Xiao to defeat him. However, he did not intend to reveal his thoughts. After all, he hated shameless old men like Yunzhan who purposely suppressed their cultivation bases to compete with the juniors in the lower realm of the Southern Heaven ancient realm for the fortuitous encounters left behind by the Southern Heaven celestial lord. Meanwhile, many people who came with Duan Ling Tian and Ling Jueyan were questioned as well. However, like Xue Jingyu, none of them knew anything about Ling Jueyan. It seems like the gray-clothed young man who's younger than 100 years old has only comprehended one law. That's impossible. How could he dare to climb up the stone platform if he's so weak? I have a feeling he has comprehended 2 profundities from a law as well. He's not even 100 years old, but he has comprehended 2 profundities from a law. Do you really think Duan Ling Tian is as weak as a cabbage? Perhaps, he's trying to use Duan Ling Tian's fame to make people think he's as strong as Duan Ling Tian? That's possible. In the end, everyone agreed that Yunzhan would snatch the stone platform that Ling Jueyan was sitting on. Moreover, based on what Xue Jingyu had said to Duan Ling Tian, it was highly likely Yunzhan would not show him any mercy. That was indeed the case. Upon hearing Ling Jueyan's words, Yunzhan felt like he was being looked down upon and humiliated. His eyes widened, and his face turned even redder. At the same time, his celestial origin energy that had been boosted with the earth elemental profundity began to vibrate around his body. Sand and pebbles could be seen flying around him. Yunzhan and Duan Ling Tian had comprehended the same law, but unlike Duan Ling Tian, Yunzhan had comprehended 2 profundities from the law of earth. On the other hand, Duan Ling Tian was mistaken for having comprehended 2 profundities from the law of earth. In fact, he had only comprehended 1 profundity. Boom! Rumble. Under everyone's watchful eyes, the yellow energy around Yunzhan's body vibrated even more. Sand and pebbles began to gather around him. In the end, Yunzhan was completely shrouded in the energy. Sand and pebbles flew all over the sky, shaking the void, causing countless ripples to appear in the void. They then spread out together, as if forming a dazzling picture. The law of Earth's vibration profundity? On the stone platform, Ling Jueyan raised an eyebrow when he saw Yunzhan accumulating his energy. Then, he slowly raised his hand. Everyone thought he was going to draw his sword from the scabbard on his lap. However, he raised his hand, clearly not intending to draw his sword. What's he trying to do? Murong Xiao, who was standing closest to Ling Jueyan, frowned slightly. She did not know what Ling Jueyan was trying to do. In the next moment, a black vortex appeared in Ling Jueyan's hand. Then, the tip of a sword appeared in the black vortex. Murong Xiao's expression changed drastically. An emperor-grade celestial weapon? Murong Xiao's eyes widened as her heart trembled violently. Just like how only emperor-grade celestial weapons could be stored in one's body, only emperor-grade celestial weapons could be retrieved from one's body. In the next moment, under everyone's watchful eyes, a 3-foot-long sword that was shrouded in gray lightning appeared in Ling Jueyan's hand. An emperor-grade celestial weapon? Another emperor-grade celestial weapon? How's this possible? Since when did emperor-grade celestial weapons become so common? Duan Ling Tian and Ling Jueyan both have emperor-grade celestial weapons. Everyone, including Xue Jingyu and the others, was stunned when they saw Ling Jueyun retrieving a sword from his body. Moreover, the sword's aura was extraordinary. To them, Emperor-grade celestial weapons were legendary existences. However, now that Emperor-grade celestial weapons had appeared one after another, they began to doubt the rarity of Emperor-grade celestial weapons. I admit defeat. I admit defeat. I admit defeat. Chapter 30-27. Just a moment ago, Yun Zhan was still filled with rage, looking as though he was going to kill Ling Jueyun. However, when Yun Zhan saw Ling Jueyun taking out the 3-foot-long sword that seemed to be an emperor-grade celestial weapon, the battle intent in Yun Zhan's body was instantly extinguished. It was as though his battle intent had been extinguished by a bucket of water. I admit defeat. I admit defeat. Yun Zhan hastily admitted defeat. It was as though he was afraid Ling Jueyun would use the sword that was shrouded in grey lightning against him. Admit defeat? Ling Jueyun glanced at Yun Zhan, who was shrouded by the flying sand and pebbles, before he said indifferently, "Why are you admitting defeat now? What were you waiting for?" As soon as Ling Jueyun finished speaking, a clone of Ling Jueyun appeared out of thin air in front of everyone's eyes. However, this Ling Jueyun had a pair of blood-red eyes, and the aura he emitted was strange as well. That's a clone? Many of the people present could see that Ling Jueyun had used the doppelganger technique. Humph. That's the undead clone profundity that Ling Jueyun has comprehended. Ling Jueyun has comprehended 2 profundities from the law of death. However, I didn't expect him to have an emperor-grade celestial weapon as well. Moreover, it's also a celestial sword. Xue Jingyu's tone was filled with emotion as he spoke. He was already shocked when he saw Duan Lingtian taking out an emperor-grade celestial sword. However, Ling Jueyun had also taken out an emperor-grade celestial sword. He could not help but wonder if there was really an emperor-grade celestial weapon in the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. However, as soon as this thought appeared in his mind, he quickly dismissed it. He knew it was impossible. The law of death? Profound of undead doppelganger? This grey-clothed young man named Ling Jueyun has comprehended the law of death? Moreover, he even comprehended 2 profundities from the law of death? With the strength of the law of death and the fact that he has comprehended 2 profundities from the law of death, even if he doesn't use an emperor-grade celestial weapon, he's not any weaker than Yun Zhan. Now that he has taken out his emperor-grade celestial weapon, there's no doubt about the outcome of this battle. Aren't you spouting nonsense? Didn't you see Yun Zhan admitting defeat in fear? Now, he's just short of kneeling before Ling Jueyun. This Yun Zhan probably never even dreamed that he would kick such an iron plate. Hearing Xue Jingyu's words, the crowd exclaimed in surprise. At the same time, they felt that Yun Zhan was extremely unlucky to have provoked a monster like Ling Jueyun. Whoosh! Along with the sound of air being torn apart and the sound of air exploding rang out. It was Ling Jueyun's undead avatar wielding an emperor-grade celestial sword that was aimed at Yun Zhan, who was shrouded in flying sand. Swoosh! 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 When Ling Jueyun's undead avatar was still a distance away from Yun Zhan, he swung the sword in his hand. In just an instant, grey sword rays appeared around Yun Zhan and swept toward him from all directions like a net of swords. Bang! A loud noise rang in the air. Yun Zhan was trying to break free from the net of swords with the help of the flying sand and rocks. However, the net of swords shook a few times, but it did not show any signs of breaking free. Yun Zhan's expression changed drastically. Bang! 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 A series of loud noises spread out, like the deafening sound of a drum. Before Ling Jueyun's undead avatar could get close to Yun Zhan had taken out his king-grade celestial weapon in an attempt to break free from the net of swords. However, no matter how hard he tried, the net of swords only shook a few times before it returned to normal. An expression of despair could be seen on his face. Spare me. Spare me. As long as you spare me, I'm willing to give you everything I have. Spare me. Just as Ling Ju-yun's undead clone was about to slash at Yunjan's anxious and humble voice resounded through the entire Time Canyon. Senior brother Ling Ju-yun, please accept my offer. At this moment, everyone felt despair from Yunjan's anxious and humble words, and they all felt a sense of sympathy for him. If they were in Yunjan's position, the outcome would not be any different. No. All of this came to an end when Yunjan let out an extremely shrill scream. The Time Canyon regained its calm once more. However, at this moment, the way everyone looked at Ling Jueyun was completely different. In their eyes, Ling Jueyun was no longer inferior to Duan Ling Tian. After all, Ling Jueyun had comprehended the law of death while Duan Ling Tian had comprehended the law of earth. For this reason, they were even more afraid of Ling Jueyun. With Ling Jueyun's strength and the emperor-grade celestial sword in his hand, he's definitely a match for Duan Ling Tian. However, based on the way he sat there, it seems like he had planned to let Duan Ling Tian have the highest stone platform since the beginning. Soon after, some people voiced their doubts. Isn't it obvious? One of the more observant people chimed in, didn't you see how Ling Jueyun and Duan Ling Tian came here together? Perhaps, they've known each other for a long time. Both of them are peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials under the age of 100. Moreover, both of them possess emperor-grade celestial weapons. It's very likely that they came from the same place. How could a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial be given an emperor-grade celestial weapon? Why would someone from that place be interested in the lower realm of the southern heaven ancient realm? I don't think they're interested in the upper realm of the southern heaven ancient realm, right? I don't know. However, I have a feeling that it's not a coincidence that both of them appeared in the lower realm of the southern heaven ancient realm at the same time. Even Xue Jingyu and the others who were in the same place as Duan Ling Tian during the first trial in the Celestial Lord Temple could not help but feel skeptical. Could it be that Duan Ling Tian and Ling Jueyun were really related? I remember that after the first trial in the Celestial Lord Temple, Ling Jueyun asked Duan Ling Tian to avoid us. Xue Jingyu could not help but frown when he thought about this. He felt that Duan Ling Tian and Ling Jueyun might not have known each other before this. Otherwise, why would they be so secretive? Why would they not have spoken to each other through voice transmission? After thinking about it for a long time, Xue Jingyu still could not figure it out. In the end, he decided to give up. Forget it. It's none of my business whether they're related or not. I should focus on comprehending the profundity from the law of time in the Time Canyon. After a while, he sat cross-legged on a stone platform and began to comprehend the law of time. With your strength, you're definitely capable of competing with Duan Ling Tian for that stone platform. Murong Xiao Xiao looked at Ling Ju-yun who was standing at the same level as her. A hint of shock could be seen in the depths of her eyes. Although Murong Xiao Xiao had learned from Oya that Ling Jueyun was not a simple person before he made his move, she had only thought his defense was extraordinary. She did not expect Ling Jueyun to not only have a terrifying defense, but his attack was also very powerful. In fact, his attack was even more terrifying than his defense. After all, he relied on his royal-grade celestial weapon for defense while he relied on his emperor-grade celestial weapon for offense. What does it have to do with you? Upon hearing Murong Xiao Xiao's question, Ling Jueyun glanced at her indifferently before he closed his eyes and began to comprehend the law of time in the Time Canyon. Murong Xiao Xiao's words invisibly pierced his soft spot. In truth, he was not afraid of Duan Ling Tian at all. However, since his sister Huang had already acknowledged Duan Ling Tian as her master, her life and death were in Duan Ling Tian's hands. For this reason, he had no choice but to submit to Duan Ling Tian's tyranny to prevent Duan Ling Tian from venting his anger on his sister Huang. Murong Xiao Xiao's expression changed drastically when she saw that Ling Ju-yun was as rude to her as Duan Ling Tian was. He was unlike the men who surrounded her like stars surrounding the moon. Now, she even began to wonder if her charm had weakened. However, what she did not know was that Ling Jueyan had an extraordinary background. He had met many women who were more beautiful than her. Even Huang Er, who had become the soul of Duan Lingtian's divine sword, was far more beautiful than her. Gasp. 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 After a long time, Murong Xiao Xiao finally calmed down. At the same time, she did not waste any more time and began to meditate and comprehend the profundities of the law of time. Meanwhile, the others had also recovered from the shock of seeing Ling Jueyan and continued to compete for the stone platforms. After a day and a night, the time canyon finally calmed down. Everyone had their own stone platform. At this moment, Duan Lingtian sat on the highest stone platform in the time canyon, meditating and comprehending the law of time. Although he seemed calm on the surface, his heart was in turmoil. The law of time is mysterious and strange. It can be fast, slow, and even stop. The element contained in the law of time should be the time elemental profundity, the time elemental profundity. Duan Lingtian was the first to comprehend the law of time's fundamental profundity, the time elemental profundity, since he was the first to comprehend the law of time's fundamental profundity. Generally, those who came into contact with the law of time's fundamental profundity would have a high chance of comprehending the time elemental profundity. Time is passing with every passing moment. Generally speaking, no one can avoid time completely. Naturally, if one has an emperor-grade celestial weapon like the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda, one can avoid time to a certain extent. However, it's impossible to reverse or stop time. Time, 100 years in a single thought, 1,000 years in a single thought. One thought, one cycle. Chapter 30-28. Although Ling Jueyan had caused a huge commotion earlier, Duan Lingtian did not pay attention to it at all. In fact, Duan Lingtian did not know about it at all. Currently, other than leaving a wisp of divine consciousness to protect himself so that he could wake up immediately when he was in danger, the rest of his attention was completely focused on visualizing and comprehending the law of time. Currently, there were more than 40 people, including Duan Lingtian, who were comprehending the law of time and comprehending profundities in the time canyon. They could be considered the strongest group of people who had entered the lower realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. As for the others, they were wandering around the celestial Lord Temple, waiting for the entrance to the lower realm of the southern heaven ancient realm to open again. After all, they could be killed at any time during the entrance to the upper realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. I wonder how Brother Duan and Jia Chao are doing. At this moment, a figure was standing on a pool of boiling lava at the foot of a volcano that was still erupting. The figure belonged to a handsome young man who was holding a 7-foot-long spear in his hand. Based on his expression, it was obvious he was exhausted. If Duan Lingtian was here, he would be able to tell the person was none other than Huang Jialong with just a glance. Huang Jialong was the only friend he had made since he left the borderlands and came to the central area. Based on Huang Jialong's tattered robe, it was clear he had just fought a fierce battle. Based on his current appearance, it was clear he had won the battle. I finally have more than 10 points. Huang Jialong looked at the accumulative point jade in his hand. A bright smile appeared on his face when he saw he had accumulated 11 points. Although Huang Jialong had accumulated more than 10 points, he was still not summoned by the Celestial Lord Temple. It was obvious his speed of accumulating points had exceeded the Celestial Lord Temple's requirement. At this moment, apart from Huang Jialong, many people outside the Celestial Lord Temple had also accumulated more than 10 points. Meanwhile, the people outside the Celestial Lord Temple were still fighting ferociously. Little did they know, in the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, in a place called the Celestial Lord Temple, a group of people had obtained a great fortuitous encounter. The great opportunity was to comprehend the profundities of the law of time that the South Heaven Immortal Dominator had left behind. That being said, not everyone in the Celestial Lord Temple was comprehending the profundities of the law of time that the Southern Heaven Celestial Emperor had left behind. A small number of people were staying in a small room in the Celestial Lord Palace, not daring to go out at all. Surprisingly, Huang Jiachao was one of them. The reason why these people didn't dare to leave the small room was because their strength was average. The reason why they could enter the Immortal Lord Palace was because someone cheated and brought them in. Just like Huang Jiachao. The reason why Huang Jiachao was able to obtain more than 10 points was entirely because of Duan Lingtian's help. He didn't rely on his own strength to obtain them. In the Immortal Lord Palace, this would be considered as cheating. I wonder how Brother Duan is doing. He must have left the room I'm in and gone to the Celestial Lord Palace to explore. Huang Jiachao thought, with his strength, it shouldn't be difficult for him to survive. Huang Jiachao heaved a sigh of relief. At this moment, Huang Jiachao was unaware that Duan Lingtian was still alive. Currently, Duan Lingtian was living a better life than anyone else in the Celestial Lord Palace. In the sky above the central area of the scaling cloud lake where the entrance to the lower realm of the southern heaven ancient realm was located. Yong-er. A sorrowful cry rang in the air, attracting the attention of a few people. However, most of them were already numb to such a cry. After all, it was common for people to die in the lower realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. Those who died were from all sorts of backgrounds. Hu Lin-yi, the emperor of the supporting Fall nation, was looking at the scoreboard as though he was trying his best to find his son, Hu Ji-yong's name. However, no matter how hard he searched, he could not find Hu Ji-yong's name. It was clear Hu Ji-yong had died in the lower realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. Hu Lin-yi was still mourning the death of his most outstanding son when an exclamation suddenly rang in the air, attracting everyone's attention. There's a new person in the first place. When this exclamation spread out, it immediately caused the gazes of the group of people present to uniformly fall on the scoreboard. Even Hu Lin-yi, who was grieving over Hu Ji-yong's death, instinctively shifted his gaze to the scoreboard. Ling Jueyan? Hu Lin-yi's heart skipped a beat when he saw Murong Xiao Zhao's name was replaced by Ling Jueyan. Then, he instinctively shifted his gaze to the second place on the scoreboard. Duan Lingtian's name was originally second place. However, Ling Jueyan had risen from third place to first place. With this, Duan Lingtian, who was originally second place, was now third place. Hu Lin-yi's expression turned even more unsightly when he saw this. Just a moment ago, his son had died. Now that Duan Lingtian's name had fallen from second place to third place, it was no different from adding insult to injury. However, just as Hu Lin-yi's heart sank and he was about to look away from the scoreboard, he was shocked to see that the names of the second and third places on the scoreboard had swapped. Duan Lingtian had returned to second place while Murong Xiao Xiao had fallen from second place to third place. How's this possible? Apart from the overarching heavenly supreme celestials who had entered the lower realm of the southern heaven ancient realm, there were two other elders from the Murong clan. Their expressions darkened when they saw Murong Xiao Xiao had fallen from first place to third place in just a blink of an eye. It's been a long time since the top 3 rankings have been changed. I didn't expect Murong Xiao Xiao to go from first place to third place. Ling Jueyan and Duan Lingtian seem to be sectless cultivators from the Thousand Nations territory. Since when are sectless cultivators so strong? These two sectless cultivators are extraordinary. In the past, no sectless cultivators have managed to reach this stage. That's right. No sectless cultivators have managed to reach this stage. However, 2 sectless cultivators managed to climb to the top of the scoreboard this time. Due to Murong Xiao Zhao's fall from first place to third place, the sky above the center of the scaling cloud lake was in an uproar for a long time. About half a month later, the void above the center of the scaling cloud lake rippled as a huge door appeared out of thin air. It was identical to the door that had appeared when the entrance to the lower realm of the southern heaven ancient realm opened. They're coming out. The entrance to the lower realm of the southern heaven ancient realm has appeared. It seems like only 30% of the people who entered the lower realm are still alive. The opening of the lower realm of the southern heaven ancient realm this time is more tragic than any of the previous times. Upon seeing the huge door, the people hovering above the center of the scaling cloud lake realized that the people from the lower realm of the southern heaven ancient realm were about to come out. 4 people who had comprehended 2 profundities from a law have died during the opening of the lower realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. This has never happened before. Sima Chun, Dongfang Jinluan, Li Yuan, and Yun Zhan were famous peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials in the profound Nethermansion's territory. I didn't expect them to die in the lower realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. I wonder who killed them. Ling Jueyun? Duan Ling Tian? Murong Xiao Xiao? Or did someone join forces with them? I don't know. Among the top 3, Ling Jueyun and Duan Lingtian's points are about the same. Although Murong Xiao Xiao's points are slightly lower, it's only a little more than 10 points. It's not a big difference. There's not much of a difference between the top 4 and the bottom 4. It's hard to tell who killed Sima Chun and the others. Sima Chun, Dongfang Jinluan, Li Yuan, and Yun Zhan were the most eye-catching people who had died during the opening of the lower realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. These 4 people, Sima Chun and Dongfang Jinluan, were prodigies from their grade 7 clans. Li Yuan was the strongest prodigy in a grade 8 sect in the past 1,000 years. As for Yun Zhan, he was an elder of a grade 8 sect. He had purposely suppressed his cultivation base for the opening of the lower realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. Apart from that, all 4 of them had comprehended 2 profundities from a law, and they were extremely powerful. Generally speaking, with the strength of the 4 of them, killing their way into the top 10 of the rankings was as simple as drinking water and eating. However, not only did they fail to rank in the top 10, but they were not even listed on the scoreboard since all of them had died. Perhaps someone joined forces to kill them. Or perhaps, there's a fortuitous encounter in the lower realm of the southern heaven ancient realm that's difficult to obtain. Perhaps they died, and their points were taken away by someone who was lucky enough to be close to them. Those are 2 possibilities. Many people were still discussing the deaths of Sima Chun, Dongfang Jinluan, Li Yuan, and Yun Zhan. Swoosh. 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 At this moment, several figures seemed to have appeared out of thin air in front of a large door. At the same time, those with high cultivation could clearly sense that there was an extremely powerful force that was sending these people out. Where's this? How did I get out? Wasn't I in the snowy mountain? What's going on? Why am I out of the door? Is it over? Why do I feel like I've forgotten something? What's going on? The group of people who were pushed out of the door looked around as though they had lost their memories. They did not even know how they got out of the lower realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. The people who were sent out were those who had entered the celestial Lord Temple in the southern heaven ancient realm. Jia Chao. Chapter 30-29. Duan Lingtian was slightly taken aback by his sudden appearance in the lower realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. He remembered he had encountered Sima Chun, a member of the grade 7 Sima clan, in the lower realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. After killing Sima Chun, he had more than 10 points in his accumulative point jade. His memory was frozen at that moment. Then, he discovered he had been sent out of the lower realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. I remember I had 11 points in my accumulative point jade after killing Sima Chun. Now. With that thought in mind, Duan Lingtian began to check the points in his accumulative point jade. Alas, he was dumbfounded when he looked at his accumulative point jade. This, Duan Lingtian discovered the points in his accumulative point jade had increased to 286 points. 286 points, what kind of concept was that? This meant he had obtained 285 points from other people since he only had 1 point when he entered the lower realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. These 285 points. I even know where 10 of them came from. But where did the other 275 points come from? No matter how hard Duan Lingtian thought about it, he could not figure out where the points came from. Is there something wrong with my accumulative point jade? Duan Ling Tian was still thinking about this when he heard a series of exclamations in his ears. Why do I have so many points? If I remember correctly, I only have 12 points. I remember I only had 11 points, but now, I have 23 points. I don't think I have any more or less points, but I feel like I've forgotten something. Me too. Among the group of people around Duan Ling Tian, many of them were surprised by the number of points they had. Most of them felt as though they had lost their memories. I feel like I've lost a part of my memory as well, Duan Ling Tian thought to himself. Swoosh. At this moment, a gray figure in the distance looked left and right for a while, and his face suddenly changed. This was a young man in gray clothes, and if Duan Ling Tian saw him, he would definitely be able to recognize him. The gray-clad young man was none other than Ling Jueyan, the genius sectless cultivator from the East Ming nation. He's Ling Jueyan? He's Ling Jueyan, the genius sectless cultivator who ranked first in the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm? He's really not even 100 years old. He's not even 100 years old, but he's ranked first. Is he strong? Or is he just lucky? Regardless, he's the biggest winner in the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm this time. Everyone's attention was focused on Ling Jueyan's Ling Jueyan's group. At this moment, a group of people who had just exited the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm looked at the scoreboard and saw Ling Jueyan was ranked first. However, Ling Jueyan turned a deaf ear to everyone's words. His face was pale as he muttered to himself, "Where's Sister Huang, Where's Sister Huang, Did something happen to Sister Huang, in the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm?" Ling Jueyan's expression darkened when he thought about this. Moreover, I feel like I've lost a part of my memory. I can't remember it at all. Ling Jueyan looked at his accumulative point jade and discovered there were 298 points in it. Where did I get these points from? I only remember that I got 14 points. I don't seem to remember anything after that. A hint of confusion could be seen in Ling Jueyan's eyes when he realized he could not remember where he obtained so many points. Duan Ling Tian and the others were still in a state of panic when Zhangsun Xiongqi, the elder of the Zhangsun clan, said, "Calm down. There's no need to panic. In the history of the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, there are many people who have encountered similar situations. It's all due to a fortuitous encounter in the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Most of those who encountered the fortuitous encounter would not remember anything about it. However, after they exited the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, they would discover their points and their spatial rings. Apart from that, there are also some people who managed to comprehend the law of time through the fortuitous encounter." When Zhangsun Xiongqi finished speaking, the eyes of the people who had just exited the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, including Duan Ling Tian, lit up. The law of time? The law of time was the most mysterious and peculiar law among the 4 great laws of heaven and earth. It would be great news if one could comprehend the law of time. The law of time? Upon hearing Zhangsun Xiongqi's words, a series of memories suddenly appeared in Duan Ling Tian's mind. And these memory fragments all revolved around time. Time deceleration, time acceleration, and time stoppage. This is the law of time? Duan Ling Tian's heart skipped a beat. At this moment, a childish voice rang in Duan Ling Tian's mind. "Boy, there's a formation in the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm that can erase certain memories. Now, let me tell you what the memory you lost is." The owner of the voice was none other than the Chaos Divine Earth. "Tell little Feng that I'm fine as well. He's also lost his memories. He'll be worried when he realizes I'm no longer in his sea of consciousness." At this moment, a woman's voice rang in Duan Ling Tian's mind. "Who are you?" He was fine when he heard the Chaos Divine Earth's voice. After all, he knew that the Chaos Divine Earth was in his body. However, when he heard the woman's voice in his mind, his expression changed drastically. When did this person appear in his sea of consciousness? The spiritual sea was where his soul was located. Normally, the profound divine metal would protect his spiritual sea, so nothing could enter his spiritual sea. But now, a voice had suddenly appeared in his spiritual sea. Moreover, it also meant a life. How could he not be shocked and anxious? Boy, don't panic. You'll know who she is once I'm done explaining. You, little girl, don't panic. Once this boy learns about what happened, he'll help you warn Ling Jueyan, the Chaos Divine Earth said. Upon hearing the Chaos Divine Earth's voice, Duan Lingtian heaved a sigh of relief. The woman's voice in Duan Lingtian's sea of consciousness did not speak again. It was clear she was obedient to the Chaos Divine Earth. Boy, after you killed Sima Chun from the 7th grade Sima clan, you accumulated 11 points in your accumulative points jade token, the Chaos Divine Earth said. At that time, you heard a voice left behind by the Southern Heaven Celestial Lord. You learned about the location of the Celestial Lord Temple and made your way to the Celestial Lord Temple. During this process, you met that kid called Huang Zheqiao. At that time, he was on the verge of death, and it was you who saved him. After listening to the Chaos Divine Earth's explanation, Duan Ling Tian finally found out what he was missing from his memory. At the same time, he also found out why he had so many points. As it turns out, after killing Sima Chun, I also killed Dongfang Jin Luan and Li Yuan. Similar to Sima Chun, both of them had comprehended 2 profundities from a law. As for Ling Jueyan, he's from the Divine Offering Land. Huang used to be the soul of a prominent Devata artifact before she decided to serve me as the soul of the 7 orifices exquisite sword. Apart from that, I promised her that I'll avenge her original master as long as I'm capable of doing so. Of course, that's only if that person deserves to die. After listening to the Chaos Divine Earth's explanation, Duan Lingtian finally regained his lost memories. However, he did not find them familiar at all. After all, although the memories were originally his, they had been erased by the formation in the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. For this reason, he still found the memories to be unfamiliar. Nevertheless, he did not doubt the Chaos Divine Earth's words since it was the Chaos Divine Earth who told him the truth. Moreover, based on what the Chaos Divine Earth had told him, Duan Ling Tian took a look at his spatial ring and discovered that the items he had obtained from the Chaos Divine Earth matched what it had told him. Does this mean that I obtained the best opportunity to comprehend the profundities of the laws of time in the Time Canyon? Jia Chao only managed to come out with us because I cheated and helped him enter the Celestial Lord Temple. He only managed to come out alive because he didn't leave the small room in the Celestial Lord Temple. With this thought in mind, Duan Lingtian looked at Huang Zheqiao again and saw Huang Zheqiao walking toward him. Brother Duan, I remember that you were the one who saved me at that time. However, after you saved me and communicated with me, my memory seems to have completely disappeared. Huang Zheqiao asked with a confused expression on his face, do you remember what happened after that? Duan Lingtian shook his head. Although he knew what happened after that, he did not intend to tell Huang Zheqiao about it. After all, the fewer people who knew about it, the better. Ling Jueyan. Duan Lingtian turned to look at Ling Jueyan, who had an unsightly expression on his face. It was obvious Ling Jueyan was not happy about being ranked first. Instead, he seemed to be troubled. He must have discovered Huang Er's disappearance. I didn't expect this brat to be from the Divine Offering Land and possess an Emperor-grade celestial weapon and a divine weapon. Chapter 30. Duan Lingtian finally understood why the voice in his mind had asked him to contact Ling Jueyan and tell him that she was fine. Ling Jueyan. Duan Lingtian immediately contacted Ling Jueyan through voice transmission. When Ling Jueyan looked at him with a confused expression on his face, Duan Lingtian began to tell him everything that had happened after they met. He began to recount how Huang had left Ling Jueyan's mind after the first test in the Celestial Lord Temple ended. Duan Lingtian also told Ling Jueyan everything that had happened after that. In order to convince Ling Jueyan, Duan Lingtian also mentioned the purely defensive Emperor-grade celestial weapon that Ling Jueyan had used in the Celestial Lord Temple in the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm and the divine weapon that he had used in the Time Canyon. The sword that Ling Jueyan had used in the Time Canyon was a divine weapon. Although it was only a primitive divine weapon, its strength was not inferior to an emperor-grade celestial weapon in the slightest. Ling Jueyan did not doubt Duan Lingtian's words. His gaze softened as he looked at Duan Lingtian. However, Duan Lingtian and Ling Jueyan were the only ones who knew what had happened in the Celestial Lord Temple. The others who were sent out of the Celestial Lord Temple with Duan Lingtian had no recollection of what had happened in the Celestial Lord Temple. Even Murong Xiao was confused when she was sent out of the Celestial Lord Temple. She could not recall what had happened. 232 points. So many points, but he still hasn't reached the top of the rankings? Murong Xiao glanced at her accumulative point jade before she looked at the top 3 names on the scoreboard. She was ranked 3rd. First place, Ling Jueyan, 298 points. Second place, Duan Lingtian, 286 points. Murong Xiao frowned. She had never heard of these 2 people before. It was obvious they were not famous in the profound Nether Mansion. Nevertheless, she was still shocked by the fact that 2 unknown people ranked 1st and 2nd in the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. 2nd Mississippi. At this moment, the 2 elders of the Murong family walked towards Murong Xiao. When Murong Xiao saw the 2 of them, she also walked towards them. Murong Xiao was not only a rare genius disciple of the Murong family, but she was also the only daughter of the current head of the Murong family. As a woman, she was better than a man. Second Miss, you really don't remember what happened inside at all? An elder of the Murong family asked. I only remember how I got 12 points. I can't remember anything else. It's just that I didn't expect that even though I got 232 points, I still couldn't get first place. Murong Xiao shook her head at first, but after that, she couldn't help but sigh. Elders, do you know who those 2 people are? Murong Xiao looked at the 1st and 2nd names on the scoreboard and asked the 2 Murong family elders in front of her. Second Miss, both of them are sectless cultivators. Ling Jueyan is a sectless cultivator from the East Ming Nation in the Thousand Nations territory. As for Duan Lingtian, he's a sectless cultivator from the supporting Fall Nation in the Thousand Nations territory. One of the Murong family's elders replied. Second young miss, both of them aren't ordinary sectless cultivators. Not only are they ranked 1st and 2nd in the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, but they're both younger than 100 years old. The other elder from the Murong family chimed in. What? Younger than 100 years old? If it was said that the words of the Murong family elder from before had only slightly surprised Murong Xiao. However, the words of the Murong family elder after that completely shocked Murong Xiao. Not only were the 2 people ranked higher than her sectless cultivators, but they were also younger than 100 years old. Ling Jueyan. After taking a deep breath, Murong Xiao followed the gazes of the people in the surroundings and confirmed Ling Jueyan's location. She immediately looked at him. She discovered Ling Jueyan was indeed younger than 100 years old. And Duan Lingtian. Murong Xiao murmured to herself. Then, she looked at Duan Lingtian and discovered Duan Lingtian was indeed younger than Ling Jueyan. Duan Lingtian instinctively turned to look at Murong Xiao. At the same time, the Chaos Divine Earth's voice rang in his mind. That woman is Murong Xiao. Murong Xiao. Realization dawned on Duan Lingtian. He had heard the Chaos Divine Earth mention this name before. He knew Murong Xiao had tried to curry favor with him in the Time Canyon, but she had ignored him when she found out he couldn't do anything to her in the Time Canyon. Based on her gaze, it's obvious she doesn't remember me. When Duan Lingtian looked at Murong Xiao, it was not difficult for him to see the way she looked at him. It was as though she was looking at a stranger for the first time. Those who have come out of the Time Canyon, please return to your respective sections. Zhangsun Xiong Qi, an elder of the Zhangsun clan from the 3 sects and 2 clans, said. Duan Lingtian and the others quickly left the entrance of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Duan Lingtian and Huang Jia Chao returned to Hu Lin Yi, the emperor of the supporting Fall Nation. Ling Jueyan returned to the Emperor of the East Ming nation as well. Duan Ling Tian, congratulations. Hu Lin Yi smiled brightly when he saw Duan Ling Tian returning after ranking second on the scoreboard. It seemed as though he had forgotten about his son, Hu Jiyong's death. Jie Chao, you did well as well. You managed to rank in the top 100. After greeting Duan Ling Tian, Hu Lin Yi turned to look at Huang Jia Chao and said with a smile. Huh. The fourth prince's name. At the same time, Huang Jia Chao, who had been observing the scoreboard, discovered his fourth brother, Huang Jialong's name on the scoreboard. However, the fourth prince of the supporting Fall nation, Hu Jiyong, was nowhere to be seen. This meant there was only one possibility. Hu Jiyong had died. Huang Jiachao gasped inwardly as he looked at Hu Lin Yi warily. Yong has died. Hu Lin Yi said in a deep voice when he noticed Huang Jiachao's gaze. My condolences, Your Majesty. Huang Jiachao hurriedly comforted him. Meanwhile, many people in the surroundings saw Duan Ling Tian returning to the Emperor of the supporting Fall nation. Congratulations, Emperor Hu. Emperor Hu, you're really lucky to have such a monstrous sectless cultivator like Duan Ling Tian to help you, Emperor Hu. I'm sure you'll be rewarded handsomely this time. You're ranked second on the scoreboard. Since you're the one who recommended Duan Ling Tian, you'll be rewarded handsomely, Emperor Hu. A hint of jealousy could be seen in the eyes of many people as they congratulated Emperor Hu. Although some of them seemed to be congratulating Emperor Hu, they were inwardly cursing Emperor Hu for being so lucky. The 3 sects and 2 clans would reward those who recommended Duan Ling Tian based on the scoreboard. The higher one's ranking was, the more generous the reward would be. Since Duan Ling Tian was ranked second on the scoreboard, Hu Lin Yi, the Emperor of the supporting Fall nation, would be rewarded handsomely, second only to the Emperor of the East Ming nation. The Emperor of the East Ming nation, on the other hand, would be rewarded handsomely since Ling Jueyan was ranked first on the scoreboard. Ju Yun, you didn't disappoint me. The Emperor of the East Ming nation welcomed Ling Jueyan back to the Emperor of the East Ming nation with a bright smile on his face. He was still in a daze when he learned Ling Jueyan was ranked first on the scoreboard. Although he knew Ling Jueyan was strong, he did not expect Ling Jueyan to be ranked in the top 10, let alone the first place. Meanwhile, Murong Xiao, who was ranked third on the scoreboard, was surrounded by many people who were flattering and congratulating her. Congratulations, Miss Murong, for ranking third on the scoreboard. With Miss Murong's innate talent, it'll be easy for you to join the profound Nether Mansion with the help of the 3 sects and 2 clans. I'm sure you'll have a bright future in the profound Nether Mansion as well. Congratulations, Miss Murong. Congratulations, Miss Murong. Murong Xiao merely nodded indifferently in response to the flattery. Her eyes remained fixed on Duan Ling Tian and Ling Jueyan. She still could not accept the fact that they were ranked first and second on the scoreboard. Who's the one who killed my Chun? At this moment, an old man dressed in gray was looking at Ling Jueyan, Duan Ling Tian, Murong Xiao, and the other 7 people in the top 10. It was as though he was looking for something. He was none other than Sima Ping Dong, the Grand Elder of the Grade 7 Sima clan. He was looking for the culprit among Duan Ling Tian and the others who had killed his grandson, Sima Chun. On the other side, the members of the Dong Fang clan were also looking at Duan Ling Tian and the others. Similar to Sima Ping Dong, they wanted to find the culprit who had killed Dong Fang Jin Luan. Li Yuan. Who killed him? Who killed Elder Yunzhan? The 2 grade 8 sects behind Li Yuan and Yunzhan were also trying to find the person who killed Li Yuan and Yunzhan from Duan Ling Tian's group. No matter who it is, Sima Ping Dong, and the Sima clan will reward you handsomely if you can provide us with any clues about the culprit who killed my grandson, Sima Chun. Sima Ping Dong said loudly. His voice was like a clap of thunder that resounded through the central area of the scaling cloud lake. The Dong Fang clan will also reward you handsomely if you can provide any clues about the culprit who killed Dong Fang Jin Luan. After Sima Ping Dong, the people from the Dong Fang clan, the grade 7 Dong Fong clan, also announced. The two of them spoke one after another, revealing their determination to find the culprit. It would be fine if the person who had died this time was just an ordinary disciple of their clan. However, the person who had died this time was the most outstanding disciple in their clan. Humph. Chapter 30-31. It seems like the two of you don't respect the 3 sects and 2 clans at all. After the cold snort, a cold voice sounded. Once it entered everyone's ears, it made them feel as if they had fallen into an ice cellar. As soon as the voice fell, swoosh! A gust of wind blew past. In the next moment, under the gazes of the crowd, a figure seemed to appear out of thin air in front of the Sima family's grand elder, Sima Pingdong. Bihai Mingfeng. By the time Sima Pingdong regained his senses, the person in front of him had already attacked at lightning speed. Swoosh! Just as Sima Pingdong's celestial origin energy was about to surge out of his body, the person in front of him raised his hand and spun a writing brush in his hand. In the next moment, boom! Rumble! The celestial origin energy that Sima Pingdong had just released was destroyed in one fell swoop. Then, the celestial origin energy enveloped Sima Pingdong. With a sweep of its tail, Sima Pingdong's body exploded, turning into a bloody mist that filled the sky. All that was left was a singlet and a storage ring. Swoosh! Swoosh! At the same time, everyone, including Duan Ling Tian, felt a terrifying shockwave sweep out, and then it transformed into gusts of wind that swept out in all directions and blew at the clothes on their bodies. Those who were standing close to the scene narrowed their eyes and retreated hastily. He's dead? Duan Lingtian's eyes widened slightly. He did not expect the person from the Sima clan would be killed in just a blink of an eye. The person who killed the Sima Pingdong was so swift and clean that it was shocking. The Grand Elder of the Sima clan died just like that? The Grand Elder of the Sima clan is one of the top powerhouses in the Sima clan. However, he couldn't even withstand a single blow from the 3rd sect leader of the coupling celestial sect. Even if he was unprepared, he shouldn't be so helpless, right? It's normal. The 3rd sect leader of the coupling celestial sect is even stronger than the 1st sect leader of the coupling celestial sect. He's also one of the 10 inspectors of the profound nether mansion. The Grand Elder of the Sima clan is really unlucky. If it were someone else from the coupling celestial sect, the 3rd sect leader of the coupling celestial sect would only reprimand him for his actions. However, the 3rd sect leader of the coupling celestial sect is also an inspector of the profound nether mansion. Bihai Mingfeng, the 3rd sect leader of the coupling celestial sect, had killed Sima Pingdong, the Grand Elder of the Sima clan. At this time, the people of the rank 8 sects behind Li Yuan and Yun Zhan all secretly wiped away their cold sweat. Fortunately, they did not have the time to speak. Otherwise, they would have been targeted by the 3rd sect leader of the coupling celestial sect. At that time, they would have died without a burial ground. Sima Pingdong's strength was far superior to theirs, but he still died, let alone them. Great Elder, the other elder of the Sima family, had personally witnessed the death of the Great Elder, Sima Pingdong, but he could only smile bitterly. There was nothing he could do. He's from the Eastern Fong clan. After Bihai Mingfeng killed Sima Pingdong, many people shifted their attention to the person from the Eastern Fong clan who had spoken earlier. Earlier, someone from the Eastern Fong clan had also spoken after Sima Pingdong's death. His words were a clear violation of the rules in the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. As expected, after killing Sima Pingdong, Bihai Mingfeng disappeared from his spot under everyone's watchful eyes. When he reappeared, he was already standing in front of the person from the Eastern Fong clan. The person who had spoken earlier was an ordinary elder from the Eastern Fong clan. His expression changed drastically when he saw Sima Pingdong being killed. When he saw Bihai Mingfeng appear before him, his complexion immediately turned pale. There was no trace of blood in his face. 3rd sect leader, please spare my life. Third sect leader, please spare my life. The elder from the Eastern Fong clan knelt in the air and repeatedly kowtowed as he begged Bihai Mingfeng for mercy. Even if Sima Ping Dong was fully prepared, it would be easy for him to kill the elder from the Eastern Fong clan. For someone who could kill Sima Ping Dong with just a blow, killing the elder from the Eastern Fong clan would be as easy as stepping on an ant. However, Bihai Mingfeng's expression remained indifferent when he heard the elder from the Eastern Fong clan begging for mercy. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Bihai Mingfeng raised his hand again and pointed his brush at the air. In the next moment, swoosh! A sharp ray of light whizzed out from the tip of the brush, making a sound like the whistle of a sword. It streaked across the sky like a meteor. Spurt! In the next instant, the crowd saw that the Dongfang clan's elder, who was kowtowing non-stop, had just raised his head when a bloody hole appeared in between his eyebrows. His eyes fell to the ground, and he died with grievance. After killing Sima Ping Dong, the grand elder of the Sima clan, Bihai Mingfeng had taken Sima Ping Dong's spatial ring and vest. However, after killing the elder from the Eastern Fong clan, he did not take Sima Ping Dong's spatial ring and defensive celestial weapon. It was as though he did not care about Sima Ping Dong's spatial ring and defensive celestial weapon at all. In fact, Bihai Mingfeng was right. With Bihai Mingfeng's status and wealth, even Sima Ping Dong, the grand elder of the Sima clan, could not compare to him. It was only natural that he would not be interested in the spatial ring of an ordinary elder from the Eastern Fong clan. After killing the elder from the Eastern Fong clan, Bihai Mingfeng returned to the palanquin in just a blink of an eye. Sect leader Bihai, I'm afraid most of the people who came out of the Southern Heaven ancient realm will only want to join the coupling celestial sect now. Zhang Guangzheng, one of the vice sect leaders of the Simplicity Celestial sect, said with a bitter smile on his face. That's right, sect leader Bihai. That's not very nice of you. Heng Chan, the pavilion master of the Arhat Hall from the Cloud Platform Celestial sect, chimed in unhappily. The Zhangsun brothers from the Zhangsun clan and Gong Yangyu from the Gong Yang clan remained silent, but they could only smile bitterly at the side. The third sect leader of the coupling celestial sect had displayed his prowess, but they had done nothing. If they were in Bihai Mingfeng's shoes, they would be more willing to join a sect with such a powerhouse. Isn't it because I saw that after Sima Ping Dong spoke, although you all looked dissatisfied, you didn't intend to attack, so I attacked? Bihai Mingfeng glanced at Zhang Guangzheng and Heng Chan before he said indifferently, since both of you didn't want to make a move, I had no choice but to make a move. Upon hearing Bihai Mingfeng's words, Zhang Guangzheng and Heng Chan could only smile bitterly. They wanted to make a move as well. However, Sima Ping Dong was not any weaker than them. Even if they made a move, it would only end in a stalemate. If Sima Ping Dong decided to flee, they would not be able to stop him with their strength. If Sima Ping Dong fled, it would be even more embarrassing than if they did not make a move. For this reason, after weighing the pros and cons, they did not make a move. After Bihai Mingfeng made a move, the remaining people from the Sima clan and the Dongfang clan behaved themselves. The two people from the grade 8 sects behind Li Yuan and Yun Zhan also behaved themselves. They did not even dare to look at Duan Lingtian, Ling Jueyun, Murong Xiao Xiao, and the others. Someone's coming out again. A moment later, a cry of surprise rang out. Many people saw another figure appear outside the door that floated in the air. Not long after, figures came out one after another. Jialong, soon after, Duan Lingtian saw Huang Jialong emerging from the door. Apart from that, Duan Lingtian knew Huang Jialong was fine since his name was still on the scoreboard. Moreover, Huang Jialong had more points than Huang Jiachao. Unlike Huang Jiachao who relied on Duan Lingtian, Huang Jialong had obtained all his points on his own. This time, out of the 9 people from the supporting Fall Nation who entered, only 4 survived. Apart from the 3 of us, there's also Meng Qiuyu. Upon seeing Huang Jialong, Duan Lingtian glanced at the scoreboard and saw Meng Qiuyu's name. Meng Xiaoyu was one of the 2 women among the 9 people from the supporting Fall Nation who had entered the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm with an old woman who was a celestial king. Brother Duan. As soon as Huang Jialong came out, he made his way to Duan Ling Tian and the others. After greeting Hu Lin Yi, the emperor of the supporting Fall Nation, he began to chat with Duan Ling Tian. Brother Duan, how many points did you obtain? Huang Jialong asked curiously. At the same time, he waved the accumulative point jade in his hand proudly and said, I have 22 points. See for yourself. Duan Lingtian shrugged nonchalantly when he heard Huang Jialong's question. At the same time, he looked at the scoreboard in the distance. Huang Jialong followed Duan Lingtian's gaze and looked at the scoreboard. Look at it from the top. When Huang Jialong's eyes landed on the scoreboard, Huang Jiachao reminded him. Huang Jialong shifted his gaze to the top of the scoreboard. First place, Ling Juan, 298 points. Huang Jialong could not help but curse when he saw the first row. F***CK. That genius sectless cultivator from the East Ming nation is so freakish. First place? How did he do it? Don't worry about that. Just look at the scoreboard. Huang Jiachao reminded him. Huang Jialong suppressed his shock and continued to look at the scoreboard. He was stunned when he saw the scoreboard. Second place. Duan Lingtian. 286 points. Once these words fell into his eyes, they seemed to contain an extremely powerful force that continuously attacked his eyeballs. Be brother Duan. Why you're in second place? After a while, Huang Jialong looked at Duan Lingtian in disbelief. What did you do? I just did it. That's all. Duan Lingtian shrugged again and said with a casual expression. Swoosh. Meng Xiaoyu exited the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm and returned to the old woman's side as a fragrant breeze blew in the air. You're tuning in to the Biyao's Wuxia Chronicles YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.